All right, good afternoon to you. Richard Scott here. We've got Nick Temple, Molly Starr in the studio and Weather Center with us. And we are in the process of monitoring a severe weather situation. So again, we've got Nick and Molly that's with us as well. So here's what's happening. We've got these dangerous tornadic thunderstorms back in Mississippi. These are heading for Pickens and Sumter counties and potentially Choctaw and West Alabama. And we've got some storms up to the north. I do want to look at those carefully that are going to be, tell you what, let me go over to Columbus radar. And those are going to be entering our northwest counties. And I tell you what, this storm over in Marengo County looks like it is trying to wrap up. I do see that tornado warning that's near Tupelo. But again, that storm right there, we have to watch it near Aberdeen, Mississippi. If this thing can wrap up, it may end up in northwest Maran County. But that hasn't happened just yet. I do want to mention we've got a tornado watch that's in effect for most of Alabama. And this is a PDS tornado watch. That's a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. And those are generally rare. You don't get those very often, but with a high risk of severe weather today, that is why there is a PDS watch. So again, this is a higher level threat than normal for our severe weather events. Again, this is from the Storm Prediction Center. We got a level 5 out of 5 risk, a high risk of severe weather, including the potential for a few long-track violent tornadoes. And we got some of those developing in Mississippi now. Hopefully they will not make it to Alabama. That would be wonderful, but based off the environmental conditions, I don't see a reason why they would not make it to West Alabama. So again, a heads up, we're going to have some pretty nasty storms coming in here in the next hour or two, and those storms are going to mean some business when they get here. So hopefully they weaken, but if they don't, I just want you to be prepared for that potential to seek shelter. Let's see. I do see a note from the National Weather Service there. They've got a confirmed tornado that is southwest of Hattiesburg, and that one has a motion for Sumter County. Still a little time, but just a heads up, that is the situation there. So I haven't seen anything else. Nick, are you seeing anything over there?
Yeah, I'm still watching the storms down in southern Mississippi that would enter into Sumter and Pickens County. We're watching the circulation and rotation there. It seems to be weakening just a tad. They had it set up to be, a considerable threat there, but they've dropped that wording, and we're still just calling it, what it is. But we're still watching those storms because those would eventually make its way into West Alabama. So let me check the chat here. They're updating here. Okay.
Yeah, that storm looks pretty impressive down there to the south of, or to the west of Hattiesburg. And there's a couple other tornadic storms going to be coming up on East Mississippi too, Nick. So
that's right.
I do want to mention we got Jabari Pruitt, who is live. And Jabari, where are you right now? What you seeing?
Right now, Richard, I'm in the city of Rouse, Alabama. About 30 minutes ago, I was in Foster's at that shelter, the Foster's community shelter there. Right now, I'm in Rouse, where you can see behind me the wind is picking up. It is so loud as far as how high the winds are going, and I've been seeing some debris falling off of trees here, some branches rather, falling to the ground in several of the yards here. But right now, I do see people kind of gathering in their cars, kind of making their way up. I've had a couple of people kind of walk over and ask me if that shelter was open, and they're kind of making their way to that Foster's shelter. Of course, and if you are watching our severe weather coverage, the Foster's Community Shelter is open for anybody who want to come and take cover from the storm. And if you don't know exactly where storm shelters are, you can go to Tuscaloosa County EMA.org, and you can click on the storm shelter icon, and it will tell you exactly where the shelter near you. And for any alerts, you can go to the Tusk Alerts to get any of those alerts if you are inside of a shelter and just kind of wanting some updated alerts from the Tuscaloosa County EMA. But right now, it is still very gloomy. It is the wind is extremely, extremely high. Now, about 30 minutes ago, there was a big downpour here in Foster's and Ralph, and it lasted probably 5 or 10 minutes, and then it just stopped. and the wind picked up even higher. But down here in the Ralph, one of the biggest areas, biggest issues rather, during severe weather are all the trees that you can see behind me here, and the power lines. That's usually a big problem here when trees fall on the power lines and cause massive power outages in this Foster's and Ralph community. And this is the area that I was born and raised in, so I understand exactly how that goes. But right now, I think everybody is showing some concern and everything. So right now, like I said, I'm just in this area right now, just kind of seeing what's going on. But people have walked up to me and asked if that shelter was open. I think they were looking at our broadcast about 30 minutes ago, and they're still kind of loading up and kind of making their way up. They're hearing you and know that this is something serious. So I'm going to be out in this area, and we'll still bring you live reports of anything going on up here. And if it gets any worse, I'll make my way to the storm shelter as well and bring you reports from there, as I get more information on our end. Still, when I was there, the fire department left with the sirens going, not really knowing what was that about. But after they left, then I saw many of the workers inside the fire department kind of making their way outside and loading up trucks. So working to kind of see exactly what went on there. But again, I'm in the Foster's and Ralph community, and I will bring you any reports of any damages or anything going on in this area. Richard.
All right, Jabari, thank you for that update. And, we got a lot of folks that are watching us on Facebook Live. Let's punch up I want to show you this camera real quick. This is over in Sumter County in the community of York. And Fire Chief Christopher Vaughn is watching this area very carefully down in Sumter County. And, he's mentioning watching this camera as well as the National Weather Service. And, these storms are going to be coming up on this location. They'll be able to turn that camera and face it towards these dangerous thunderstorms that do get closer to West Alabama. But we've got a little while to go before they do officially arrive. So just wanted to show you that's what it's looking at like right there. So again, let's go back over to radar, and this is what we've got. So far, there are no active tornado warnings in our local area. We have a tornado watch. It's a PDS tornado watch, which means a particularly dangerous situation. And between now and about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight, this threat is going to continue. We have an interesting storm that's up here west of Hamilton. I want to go in tight to that storm and show you what it's looking like, because this is going to make a run for northwest Maran County. Places that were hit this morning, by the way, had a tornado warning, and I don't think there's any confirmed damage out of that, but they did have a tornado warning early this morning, and I was just kind of looking at some of those storms too. So there you go. Nick, is the National Weather Service mentioning anything about that storm? Because it does look like it's beginning to ramp up just a bit.
They haven't mentioned anything quite yet.
Yeah, so that's it. They're near Amory, Mississippi. There's a tornado warning up here for that storm, but again, there's another one here that could make a run for northwest Alabama. Let me stop this loop and just kind of show you what I'm talking about. So again, this is in East Mississippi. That's Lamar County, Alabama. That's Marion County, Alabama. The storm that's beginning to wrap up a bit is very close to the radar side, just near Amory, and there's no tornado warning for that, but I just want to give you an update. If you are close to the Hamilton area or Hackleburg, let's carefully watch that. Not telling you need to go to shelter just yet, but it's something could change. Molly, what you got?
We officially have some rain starting in Demopolis,
okay,
and it looks like off in the distance in Tuscaloosa. Behind Nick, that camera is getting awfully blurry, and Demopolis, you can see those raindrops curving towards the camera.
Oh, from the wind, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're getting some wind, that's wind-driven rain. This is what it looks like from Brian Denny. And some of us getting some rain. Again, not raining everywhere yet, but this is all changing pretty quickly as some rough weather begins to approach our area. So again, this is a Doppler radar, and I see John DeBlock is on the National Weather Service chat room with us, and he is bringing some more information to us too. So that we'll keep an eye on. Let me look at the velocity with that, because that storm looks like it's trying to wrap up, and I just want to make sure it's not a storm, that could have a tornado before long. That right there is beginning to have that look to it. There's a tornado, possible tornado near Fulton, Mississippi. And that's going to end up over in Franklin County, up near the Red Bay area. But again, the one that's getting a little closer to Maran County is that little spot right there. And if it wraps up, it could end up in places like Bexar and Scottsville. That's that Interstate 22 corridor. So that is something we need to watch for you. Again, there's no current tornado warnings, but that could change at any time. All right. So again, that's that storm. Let's go down to the south and look at radar out of Jackson. And we've got a number of tornadic thunderstorms down here. Let me pan this down to the south. And again, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. And all of these are moving generally northeast towards West Alabama. We've got twin supercells here that both potentially have a tornado. Those are to the west of Meridian. Those will likely move into Pickens or Sumter counties. This one down here, which has a confirmed tornado, I believe that was a tornado emergency. Is that right, Nick? So that is a tornado emergency for the one west of Hattiesburg. So a confirmed large, dangerous tornado down. And that cell is moving northeast, and that one's probably going to, on this path, end up somewhere near that camera we were just looking at over in York. So as we got a little while to go, I'd say probably a good hour and a half before that gets to the state line. These storms are a little more pressing. They'll be close to the state line within an hour as they move northeast very quickly. These storms moving about 60 miles per hour. So just for reference, this is how fast the motion is today of the thunderstorms. And, I tell you, Nick, the conditions are favorable for severe weather. And this is a day where there's a high risk. We expect the chance for severe weather and tornadoes today.
Yeah, that's right, Richard. I've been looking at all the parameters here, just making sure as it keeps to updating that, we're still in that. And I'm checking Cape, and we're still in that category there where we could really see some instability. Just making sure that is continuing to be a thing. And it seems like East Alabama is a little bit more stable right now, but we are still seeing a lot of instability here in West Alabama as those storms start to make its way through. And I know Richard just went over on radar those storms down in South Mississippi there, but in the Jackson chat, because that's what I've been monitoring as these start to move towards the state line, they're continuing tornado warnings for those. So there's still a threat of concern as they move through Mississippi and are maintaining some organization. So I'd imagine that in the next hour and a half, like Richard said, that as those start to approach the state line, those could cause some problems as they enter into West Alabama. And those storms would enter places like Sumter and Pickens County. So be on the lookout for that in just a few.
Yeah, so next hour or so, we'll probably begin to see these storms get a little closer to the state line. And what you're looking at is the radar from Jackson, Mississippi's perspective. There's a confirmed large, dangerous tornado that's on the ground to the west of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. There's twin supercells here, both tornado warned. If I had to guess, I'd say the southern one probably become the dominant supercell. Typically, when you have two that's together like that, the south supercell kind of robs the instability and becomes dominant. So most likely that storm is going to become more significant, and that's going to move into northern Sumter County in about an hour. Now, I am seeing quite a few other thunderstorms develop on the radar that are not at the moment tornadic, but, one thing that could happen, and this would be helpful, is if we get a lot of storms kind of congested in the same area, they may kind of rob each other from that instability. That would be helpful, but we're certainly not out of the woods in any case. I'm just trying to think of anything that could prevent this from being a big outbreak. And it's just going to be difficult for that not to happen. Let's see. And again, Weather Service mentioning they're watching the cells just west of Maran County. Both of those also have sign of rotation, so those thunderstorms bear watching right now. So that's the latest on that. Let's go up to the north and show you what I was mentioning there in western Maran County. We do not have a tornado warning, but the potential is there. So let me go to the north. And there it is, 2 thunderstorms, and both of these storms are rotating, so they have the potential to produce a tornado. I do see a tornado warning for that segment back there well to the west. Let's go into this storm tight. And this is really close to the radar site. And again, both of these have a bit of a hook feature to these. These are 2 separate thunderstorms. They're essentially supercells that are involved in this big batch of rain and thunder. And both of these are rotating. This one here that's south of Smithville, this could make it in northwest Alabama into northwest portions of Maran County. So places like Bexar Community, Scottsville to the northwest of Hamilton. That's who could be in the threat for this. And you had a tornado warning this morning with those storms. Nick, you were here with me this morning when we had some pretty rough weather come through our northern counties. But most of us this morning getting away with no problems at all, Nick. But, I mean, we had that one hailstorm that passed through Tuscaloosa County, came out of Pickens County, had some small hail with that. And that was quite busy. Again, just checking some things behind the scenes here. So I tell you what, for the live stream and Facebook Live, we're going to stay here. For the TV, let's take a break from TV just for a little bit. We'll come back at 1:30 for live update, unless we have a tornado warning before that. But again, for Facebook and the web stream, we're going to stay here. Okay. All right, so again, just want to hang out with you for a little bit and let you know what's happening. So we're not going to go anywhere. We got a lot of folks that are watching us through the live stream and Facebook. So I want to get you the best information we can as we continue to monitor the storms that's approaching West Alabama. Let's go to the velocity and let's look at this thing together and make sure we don't have anything trying to develop. And again, you still have that kind of broad rotation there. That's just north of the radar site, south of Smithville. There's actually another segment of kind of broad rotation near Fulton. There was a tornado warning earlier for that one, but this here does not have a warning for it. But again, it's going to continue kind of northeast like that, crossing that Interstate 22 corridor, and then make a run for parts of our counties, northwest Alabama, northwest Maran County. So if you get a warning, that would be probably the first one. If it can wrap up and spawn a tornado, again, environmental conditions are impressive. So, we'll have to watch stuff like that carefully because they can spin up really quick and produce a tornado. So, Nick, I want to talk to you for a little bit. You're watching the stuff back to the west in Mississippi. What all are you seeing over there?
Yeah, that's right. So we're watching these 2 storms in Mississippi right now, seeing how they're developing, moving across radar. The good news is one of them moving out of Simpson into Smith, Mississippi. They've actually canceled that tornado warning. So that is good news. That's what Richard was saying. When there's 2 supercells, one tends to kind of take over. So it's now just down to the 1 at the moment. I'm looking there, seeing all the details here on the radar. These storms are producing, some hail to it too. We're seeing a lot of hail reports coming out of, the Jackson chat. So as that starts to move, that's also going to be a mode of severe weather that we have to think about as well. Seeing a lot of wind, hearing, ahead of these storms that are coming through. So, we haven't quite got to the point where these storms have entered into West Alabama just yet, but they definitely are on the threshold of getting here. And like I've been saying and want to reiterate is that we are looking at all the severe parameters, looking at CAPE values, which CAPE is, the storm energy that we need. It's the instability that creates the storms, and so we have a lot of it as we enter the state line. So as those storms start to move its way through, if they stay organized, it could definitely be a problem as it moves into West Alabama.
All right, we've got a camera over in Demopolis, and this is a live view from downtown Demopolis, and you're looking towards the Tombigbee River. Temperature 75 there, southeast wind at 14. You can tell by the kind of haze look that there's a lot of moisture available for these thunderstorms. So again, Demopolis not in a threat right now, but that could change a little later on. Again, we got a tornado watch in effect. That's the Tombigbee River, and right there in the distance, that is the lock and dam, the Demopolis lock and dam, and the spillway, and that's over there on the far west, northwest part of Marengo County. And again, this separates the Marengo County, that's Sumter County right there. So this side of the river, Marengo, that side is Sumter. And we saw that camera over there in York too. And again, we're going to keep a very close eye on those. These storms begin to kind of work into our local area. But 75 Demopolis, it is quite warm out there. Southeast wind at 14 miles per hour. Tell you what, Molly, let's go back over to radar and show you what we've got. We got, again, just mentioned Molly and Nick here working hard behind the scenes, and we're just going to get you that information. So hello, everybody. So again, we're just on Facebook Live, the website stream now, and I think Nick, you're keeping an eye on the comments and everything too. You seen anything important, or anybody asking anything important?
That's right, yeah. So one thing I do want to note is that I am looking at the Facebook Live as it's coming through here. So whatever y'all put in there, I'm looking at, and it's helpful, especially for as we get damage reports coming in. But question-wise, a lot of people are just asking, you know, where and when. We don't really know just quite yet as they're approaching the state line, especially for counties like Tuscaloosa County. I see a lot of those comments there. As we see the storm organization move its way towards Sumter and just the state line in general, we'll know a little bit more. So we'll keep you posted there. We're seeing a lot of powerful wind and Coker. That's definitely just wind ahead of the storms as those move through. We're definitely seeing some rain, so that's associated with that as well.
See, they just put a tornado warning for Monroe and Itawamba County, Mississippi. I don't know if you saw that polygon pop up there. And again, that's that storm that's mighty close to Maran County in northwest Alabama. So let's just look at the storm together, and it certainly has that look to it, and it looks like it's trying to wrap up just a bit. You see that hook echo feature? There's actually two hooks that are basically side by side here. They're very close to each other, and these are individual mesocyclones. Let me stop this loop. And again, you have one right there, one segment of rotation right there. The one to the east is near Smithfield. The other one is just northwest of Amory. This is not a confirmed tornado, but it's indication that there could be something trying to develop there. Actually, they just changed that. You see the polygon change color, so that's pink polygon. Tell you what, Nick, I believe that's in the Memphis chat, right? I believe Monroe is in Memphis chat. So if you do have that, let me know. If not, it's all right. Let's see. Let's look at, tell you what, let's pull on the velocity, and let's see which one of these they're worried about. And probably that one right there. That would be the one I would be looking at carefully. So let's go in tight and see why they confirmed that tornado. So we've got a little spot here of some tight rotation. Let's look and see if there's debris. And it's very noisy. There might be something there, and again, there's another little spot there. So, not sure which one they're looking at most, but yeah, one of those are interesting.
There hasn't been anything at the moment. They just keep continuing the tornado warning, but nothing specifically for that storm just yet.
All right. So again, let me show you the warning. And this is the polygon. So there's a Bexar and Scottsville up there. That's that Interstate 22 corridor that runs from Hamilton or Jasper, Hamilton back to the northwest to Tupelo. So again, that is a storm that's going to move in that direction and could end up in our counties here in a matter of just a few moments in our northwest counties. Here's the other supercell thunderstorms that are making a run for West Alabama. It looks like this one has become a little more dominant. That one's still a pretty nasty storm there. We got two really rough supercells kind of back to back that are all moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So let's go into this one. That's to the west of Meridian. And there it is. But on the velocity, just want to see how this thing is behaving. And a pretty tight signature there coming up on Newton, Mississippi. So that could be a tornado down that's approaching the community of Newton, Mississippi. That's to the west of Meridian on that I-20 corridor. So there's Interstate 59 to split off west of Meridian. And again, if anybody is heading westbound between Meridian or Jackson, from Jackson to Meridian, they got a pretty nasty looking thunderstorm there that could have a tornado. I don't see a debris signature, but it certainly could have a tornado down with that. So let's go back to the radar out of Columbus, and let's go into that storm that's tight. back here to the northwest. And again, we do have some showers that are developing across a good chunk of West Alabama. These are not severe at the moment, so just letting you know we're watching them, but we don't see any sign of anything severe for right now. All right, so let's go to Marion County. And tell you what, Marcus, I believe you're in the control room. If they trigger a tornado warning for Marion County, we'll need to go live on TV, so just a heads up for you. That's a really tight hook feature. In fact, both of those are tight hooks. I mean, look at that. That is very interesting. These things are just side by side, and typically the one to the east or to the south becomes the dominant one, and that one looks like it may be in the process of doing that right now. So let's put on the velocity and let's look at that spot. Yeah, right there, a little tight couplet. It's going to be coming up on Bexar and Scottsville. In fact, we've got a camera that's over there at Bexar, and that's the ALDOT camera. I'm going to look at that here in just a moment. In fact, tell you what, Nick, I'm going to toss to you for a minute, and I'm going to pull that camera up so we can see that together.
Yeah, in the Memphis chat, they're monitoring that same storm. Velocity is not that great right now, is what they're saying, but they're, you know, the reflectivity looks really good, so it definitely has the DBZ values to be producing a storm. And again, just to reiterate, that would be moving towards Bexar and Shocksville, moving into Marion County. So we're closely eyeing that storm right now and looking at echo tops, which is how tall the storm heights are getting. It's definitely getting up there too, so I'd imagine that's also producing some hail with that as well. So continuing to monitor that as that moves in. It's not quite to the state line just yet. It's in Itawamba County, Mississippi at the moment. We don't see a debris signature just yet, so we don't know, or we don't think right now that there is a tornado touchdown. We're definitely keeping an eye on that. So switching gears, though, down to the south, continuing to monitor the two cells that are making its way towards Sumter County. It's looking like it's going to be more towards the northern part of Sumter County at the moment, the way it's tracking across. It's approaching Lauderdale, Mississippi. So that is one that we're also keeping an eye on as well. It's also producing very tall updrafts too, which could produce, you know, some hail.
Yeah, we got that camera that's the ALDOT camera. We'll check that out. This is over at Bexar, and that's that I-22 corridor. And again, you're looking off towards the west direction or northwest direction. And again, that's the traffic that's coming towards the camera is coming out of Mississippi. The traffic going away from that camera is going towards Mississippi. See, the Weather Service, they've got a tornado warning polygon that's kind of drawn up for Marion County. They haven't triggered yet, but they are watching it very carefully. So if it gets to the point where, you know, the rotation is enough for them to trigger, they will do so. And that thing is spinning like crazy aloft, not necessarily the surface. So we'll be watching that carefully. So for Facebook folks, we're about to join TV in just a moment. Get a sip of water. So we're going to join TV here in just a minute. And we may be on for a little while if they do trigger this tornado warning from Marion County. So just heads up, if you are in Bexar, Scottsville to the northwest of Hamilton, we may be about to get a tornado warning for you. Show you Columbus radar. And again, that spot right there is what we're concerned about. The one to the west seems to be kind of weakening just a bit, but that one is the one that has this concern, and it has certainly got some rotation there. That is a well-defined hook feature and a spin there, which could represent a tornado. So again, we don't have a warning yet, but that may happen soon for Marion County. All right, about to join TV shortly. So y'all hang on with us. Okay. All right, it is now 1:30 on this Saturday afternoon. Richard Scott here. We've got Molly Starr in the Weather Center as well as Nick Temple, who's in the studio with us. And we are monitoring the severe weather that's approaching West Alabama. We've got a storm that's really close to the county line of Maran County, northwest Alabama. But we've also got several supercell thunderstorms back here in East Mississippi that are going to make a run for West Alabama the next few hours. So this is going to be a pretty long ride for us. I think by the time we get towards 8 or 9 o'clock, this event will begin to wrap up. So I want to go to Columbus radar, and let's go in tight to this storm that is carefully being monitored for northwest Maran County for a possible tornado. In fact, they have a tornado warning for Monroe and Itawamba County. That's over in East Mississippi. And, this storm is very close to the storm this morning. It traveled in basically the same area, but we got a hook feature that's a possible tornado coming up on Bexar in Scottsville. So let me stop this loop and just show you kind of where we're talking about. That feature right there. So if you are on I-22 near Bexar, or if you're at Scottsville, that's we're concerned about a possible tornado, and they are going to issue a tornado warning. All right, so we're going to stay on air. We'll stay on the live stream. So they're going to issue a tornado warning. While we do that, Marcus, can we take the Algo camera for Bexar? And that's what it looks like over in northwest Marion County. So we want you in shelter. We've got a tornado warning coming for northwest portions of Marion County. This will not include Hamilton. This can include just Bexar and Scottsville. But again, you're looking at that I-22 corridor looking back towards Mississippi. This is at the 3-mile marker, so about 3 miles from the Mississippi state line where this camera is located. And again, it's looking northwest, and as this storm gets a little closer, I think we'll be able to see some kind of structure with that. In fact, it is going to pass mighty close to that camera site. And again, that is a live view from Bexar, the community there in northwest Marion County. So let's get back over to radar, and I'm going to call for that here in just a moment, Marcus. So we're going to stay with you on that. All right, before we go to Jabari real quick, I want to show you this. This is the tornado warning polygon for Bexar in Scottsville. This does not include Hackleburg and Hamilton. This potential tornado is about to cross Interstate 22, very near Bexar. But hey, real quick, Jabari, you got an update from Pickens County. I can't stay with you too long because we got a tornado warning just being issued. Go ahead, Jabari.
Of course, Richard,
Hey, Jabari, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you right now.
Hey, go ahead, Jabari.
Okay, so I just got off the phone with the Pickens County EMA Director, Lakeitha Bell. Of course, just kind of getting an update in her area, and she did say that right now everything in her area is pretty clear. All the shelters are open. People are making their way to that shelter. She says they've sent out alerts to all of the residents of Pickens County, kind of letting them know all the information about shelters and any issues or anything like that. But right now, they are clear, and they are prepared and ready if anything comes in that direction.
All right, Jabari, so that is good. Thank you for that update. Let's go back over to radar and show you what we've got. Again, we've got a tornado warning. Again, that was for down in Pickens County. Jabari reporting that, so good to hear that. So again, if you're in the Bexar, Scottsville community, we need you in shelter now for a possible tornado. And again, this is a supercell thunderstorm, but it's not really one that I would think would have a large tornado at the moment. It just doesn't have the characteristics to produce a violent tornado at this time. However, environmental conditions are favorable for tornadoes, so we need to watch this thing like a hawk, as it has the potential to drop a tornado. And if this thing were to ramp up quickly, the tonnage would change very fast. So again, we have a tornado warning for a possible tornado coming out of East Mississippi, out of Itawamba County. And that's going to move into northwest Marion County. So again, if you are in Hamilton, down towards Ewan, Winfield, you're okay. Even in Hackleburg, this is not going to impact Hackleburg at all. And again, these areas hard hit in 2011. Of course, You know, you guys dodged tornadoes over the years, but this is one that I don't think is going to be a strong, violent tornado. But it still doesn't matter. Tornado's a tornado. Still want you to seek shelter because the environment is conducive for producing tornadoes. So, Nick, you've got an update from another storm behind this one you're keeping a close eye on?
Yeah, so directly behind it in Chickasaw County, that's right behind Itawamba County. I wonder if that's right behind me here. Yeah, so they're going to issue a tornado warning for that too. So there's another storm looking like it's coming behind it. That could be conducive to be pretty strong. Yep, and it's already issued right now, so we'll have to watch for that. That would also be just like this one that's going to be at the sliver of Maran County pushing through. It might even miss it there, but we're still going to keep an eye on that as it approaches Maran County just behind this particular one that we're watching moving through Itawamba at the moment.
All right, so we've got multiple storms back in East Mississippi. We're keeping a very careful eye on that's moving generally towards that direction. And they did issue a tornado warning, too, for Franklin County. That's in the Huntsville TV market. So they did issue for that. So just a heads up for you. If you are up in Franklin County, that'll be towards the Red Bay area for that potential tornado that's passing across northwest Marin County. So let's go back over to radar. And here we are. And let's look at this storm that's first off, before we do that, I just want to show everybody out there, for people asking about other parts of the state, we got a tornadic storm down here west of Meridian. That's going to move into Sumter County most likely in the next 45 minutes to an hour. So a heads up, if this storm maintains its rotational signature, we could very well end up with a tornado warning for Sumter or Pickens counties in West Alabama. We do have a tornado warning. Let me stop this loop and show you for Marion County in northwest Alabama. And it's this storm right here that's northwest of Hamilton. Now, the radar looks fairly impressive in terms of a hook feature and a potential for a tornado, but the rotational signature is not overly impressive right now, but that could change in a hurry. So let's look at the velocity and just make sure. And I'll tell you what, Marcus, here in just a minute, I want to take the camera that's at Bexar. So hold on just a second. Let's look at this together. And I don't see a strong rotation. But again, it's still an environment that could produce a tornado. So let's go to that camera that's at Bexar. And it looks like they're actually controlling that camera right now, the Algo folks. And they are looking at that. Let's see what they're looking at. This is Interstate 22, and they're looking at some kind of lowerings, perhaps. It's over the tree line. And the good thing about them, they're keeping a very careful eye on this as well. So, again, this is in northwest Marion County. If you are in Bexar or Scottsville, we need you in shelter right now. Marcus, can we do a two-box on that? Because I want to keep a very careful eye on that camera, because this thing is about to move close to that. And again, if you're in Hamilton, Fulton Bridge area, you're okay. And again, there in this other screen over here to your right, on the right side of your TV, that's what we're looking at. And again, there's certainly some ominous looking clouds there, as this is the Algo camera in northwest Marion County. We got a tornado warning for this particular thunderstorm, and you see that kind of dark, ominous looking base with that. So again, there's that hook feature. Marcus, let's go back to that full. I want to look at those cloud bases as close as we can. And again, this is Interstate 22, and you see traffic that's flowing along I-22 there. And that camera is shaking because of the inflow winds into this particular thunderstorm. So it's not a confirmed tornado right now, but we are watching. You saw a lightning flash, I believe, or maybe that was a power hit. So we're watching the cloud bases very carefully. You know, Alabama, we have a big problem with trees and hills, but we've got a little narrow window there, and we're just about to be able to see if there's a tornado there or not. And you can certainly see the cloud bases moving pretty quickly there. And look at the wind flowing into this thing. So there's some really powerful wind blowing into this thunderstorm, as those are inflow winds. That's that warm, unstable air that's flowing directly into the updraft region of this thunderstorm. And we're going to be able to see if there's a tornado there or not very quickly. But again, I want to mention to everybody else, there's no tornado warnings anywhere else in our coverage area. This is for northwest Maran County, and you're looking at a tornadic thunderstorm from our Bexar camera. This is the Algo camera, and we're watching the cloud bases very quickly, very carefully. And so far, I don't see anything but scud. But Nick, are you seeing anything updated on your end too from this storm?
From this particular storm, not quite. I've been monitoring the Memphis chat because that's where we would see some of those updates coming in. Not much at the moment. I do want to note that that is going to expire at 2 at the moment. So it'll be a quick moving storm through that sliver of Marion County. Let me check the chat here.
Yeah, so that's going to move in really quickly.
Yeah.
So that's the deal on this storm, is it's going to move fast through the county and won't last very long. So again, the folks at Algo, they are monitoring this storm and doing a great job looking at any kind of suspicious spots within this thunderstorm. So if you're just now joining us, it's 1:41 p.m. And, we're looking at the cloud basis of this tornadic thunderstorm very carefully. See the trees bending in the wind there. That is a powerful inflow into this thunderstorm, and it's a supercell that's kind of sucking up the air around it. Think of it as a big updraft, and that's why we're concerned about if there's any kind of sign of rotation. And again, that's I-22. But look at the traffic. You got a lot of traffic flowing along through I-22 there. And, those people, if there's a tornado there, I mean, a car is a terrible place to be during a tornado. So we want you in a safe place in northwest Marion County. So that's what we're looking at there. Nick, what time was the tornado warning we had this morning for Marion County? Can you remember? We were here very, very early this morning for a tornado warning.
I think it was close to 3 or 4.
Yeah. So again, the folks at Algo, they're moving this camera around. And I was going to say, it was about 12 hours ago, 10, 12 hours ago, this same spot had a tornado warning. So again, just watching the cloud bases very carefully for any sign of a tornado. Nick, I don't see a lot of rotation with this right now, so that's one encouraging thing to see with this storm. But I certainly see evidence of some strong inflow winds, and you can see that in the trees. Look at the trees just bending in this wind. So I tell you what, let's go back to radar, and I believe we're going to lose visual of this thing from Bexar. So again, if you're at Scottsville, you've got those mean-looking clouds we're just looking at. Those are coming up on Scottsville now. So if you are at Scottsville, we want you in shelter for a possible tornado. But I will say this, I do think the chance for a tornado there at the moment is generally low. It's not zero, but it's generally low for now. But again, this thing could easily spin up very quickly. We still have that hook echo feature. Let's look at the velocity. Again, what's that rotation, what's left of it is directly over Scottsville. There it is right there. You see that. And again, what you're looking at is strong wind blowing away from the radar side down here in Marengo County, Mississippi, air blowing towards the radar, and that's that spot that could spawn a tornado. So again, Scottsville is about to move into Franklin County. And again, once it moves into Franklin County, that is the Tennessee Valley counties. That's the Huntsville TV market. But again, there's a Red Bay. You got Hodges, and this is going to pass really between the two and come up on Gwen Crossroads there. And that's the latest on that. And I tell you what, we got Laura who's in the newsroom. And hey, Laura, what you got over there?
Yeah, I've been talking to the EMA director in Hale County, Russell Whedon, and he says that they have teams ready. There are weather watchers and spotters out. There's about 35 people in his office right now, and they are just going to keep an eye on everything. And we will keep you updated. I just want to remind everybody that you can find storm shelters near you on our website, and just to continue watching Richard Scott as we continue to update you on the severe weather. Thanks, Richard.
Hey, thank you, Laura. And yeah, that's good to hear that, the folks down there in Hale County prepared, because my goodness, they've had their number of tornadoes over the years, and they're not taking any chances with any of this stuff. So we're getting really close now to the state line of Sumter County and Pickens County for these tornadic thunderstorms back here. There's 3 of them in a line that we've been keeping a close eye on. These 2 are confirmed. This one is not confirmed, but again, doesn't mean it's not a danger. It's certainly a dangerous thunderstorm. So again, we still have a tornado warning here in Maran County in northwest Alabama. And again, this tornadic storm's right over the Scottsville area, and it's just about to move out of the county, about to move into Franklin County. So I'd say in about 6-7 minutes, this thing should be totally out of the out of the county there. We still have that algo camera, Marcus. Just curious if we can see anything on that. And no, it's past the trees now. So let's go back over to radar. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see it anymore if there's anything down. But I tell you, looking at that low cloud base there, it did look kind of ominous for a while, as could have easily dropped a tornado for a little while. The rotation had strengthened, but now the rotation not quite as impressive. So let me stop this loop, and let's show you. There's Scottsville. That's Alabama Highway 19 that comes off of that I-22 corridor. There's Hamilton. And again, if you are west of Hamilton, if you're traveling along I-22, we still want you to just pull over for a little bit. Some rough weather still to go. But, I mean, for another 5-6 minutes, and then we can give an all clear for the I-22 corridor. And really, in about 10 minutes, we can give an all clear for Marengo County. But if you were in Scottsville, still want you to shelter for at least another 5-6 minutes before this thing moves on out of your area. And let's look at the velocity with this. And again, not overwhelming rotation, but it's still there. Still some evident rotation just on the west side of Alabama Highway 19. Let's look at the debris signature. Don't see anything there, so that's good. No sign of debris being lofted, which is a good thing. Hey, Nick, what's anything coming out of the storms in East Mississippi so far that you're seeing?
Yeah, so I've been keeping a close eye on the ones moving through Newton into Lauderdale, which that would be the one moving into Sumter soon. Looking at the Jackson chat, they have confirmed that there is not a TDS at the moment, but they are still monitoring it because there is some tight circulation involved with that. That's still a severe thunderstorm as it's moving through. It has very high DBZ values, producing some wind, and there still is a tornado warning associated with that storm, and that is moving closer and closer to the state line there. So I'd imagine that would continue as it goes into West Alabama to still be a severe thunderstorm. Now, in the south, more towards the south of Mississippi, there was a really bad storm moved through Covington County, and that was one that we did have a TDS confirmed tornado with that. That has now been dropped, so that is weakening at the moment, so that is good news. Now, that storm still does have some organization, so we're going to continue to keep a close eye on that as it continues to move towards the state line, but that one is about 30 minutes to an hour behind the one moving into Lauderdale at the moment. So we have some time to continue monitoring that one. So we'll continue to monitor those in East Mississippi. That's giving us good indication of what to expect as it moves through. Bigger emphasis right now is the one moving through Marion as it's, started to cross into the state line. But again, it's just the sliver part of the northwest county of Marion. So that should be out of here very soon. And, I'm confirming here that I'm not seeing much velocity as well. So things are looking good there. If we can just get to the next 5-10 minutes, that should be out of here. So.
All right, so we got our storm spotters. Also got some storm spotters on the road that we're checking in with them. And we're going to keep an eye on their feed here in just a moment. But they're watching these storms down here traveling northeastward. And so far, again, we got the tornado warning from Maran County. We can just about give an all clear from Maran County in northwest Alabama. Then our next issue would be after that. Okay. So, again, these will be our next issue. So let's go to the north and let's look at the storm that's in Maran County. And, again, it's over Scottsville now, and it's about to cross out of the county into Franklin County. And it looks like the storm that's south of Tupelo is no longer tornado warned, but that storm's going to stay outside of our coverage area to the west. perhaps moving into Alabama somewhere north of Red Bay. So that would be a storm of concern there. So let's look at the velocity and just see if we got any kind of rotational signature popping up here. And again, it's certainly not overwhelming. We got some inbound, outbound winds, but I'm not seeing strong evidence of a tornado at this time. So again, if you're at Bexar, I can tell you now, we can give an all clear for you for the moment. And I'm just watching. Hold on, I'm getting some information here. All right, so we got, again, a rotational signature that's now north of Scottsville. If you are at Scottsville, I think you're okay now. But if you're north into Franklin County, you've still got a tornado warning for you. But again, the rotation is not that oppressive. We'll go over to reflectivity and look at the rain or look at the raindrops. I'm going to go back to that. This is the watch warning map. There's that little tornado warning polygon. There's another one that's northwest of Meridian. We have no other tornado warnings in our entire area, so I did want to show you that, kind of reset the view for you, as we have no other tornado warnings in our area. So this is a kind of wide view here of West Alabama. We've got areas of rain and thunder that is ongoing, but at the moment we have nothing that's pressing. They're going to continue the tornado warning for Maran County for a few more minutes, and then it's going to get out of the county. So, again, if you're in Pickens or Sumter counties, we got storms back in East Mississippi, and if these can hold their intensity, they could potentially produce a tornado as we move into Pickens and even Lamar County. So just a heads up for the West Alabama state line. We've got a concern for you. Go ahead, Nick.
Jackson Chat's already saying that there might be a weak TDS associated with that storm moving through Newton heading into Lauderdale. So those would be the storms coming into Sumter County.
Okay, so let's take a look at those storms, and let's look at this together. And we're coming up on 2 o'clock here pretty soon, and they are mentioning this storm right here. Okay, so that's this storm coming out of Decatur, Mississippi. This rotation could move into perhaps Pickens County. And yeah, there's that spot right there, so clearly a tornado's down, and that's not a large tornado signature, but it really doesn't matter. A tornado's a tornado, so they're all dangerous. And this is coming up on Collinsville, Mississippi. This is going to be well to the northwest of Meridian, but it's going to clip the northwestern part of the county into the Collinsville area, so that's where that is. We'll put on the reflectivity out of Jackson. And that's your storm of concern. But I will say this, it is not overly impressive of a thunderstorm at this point. I don't see a strong sign of this thing continuing to produce a tornado for a long time. We got Jabari. Hey, Jabari, you got some information for Greene County.
Yeah, of course, I just talked with Utah Mayor Latasha Johnson, who's working very closely with the EMA director of Greene County, and of course she said that they have been working hard getting people to the shelters in Greene County. She did want to make sure that if people are watching this broadcast here, that they know they can go to Greene County High School, which has a storm shelter inside, and of course, right now she said that she wanted to let the Branch Heights community know that there is also a storm shelter over in that area. Of course, if you can remember the last time there was a tornado that came through, the Branch Heights in that area was hit. And they're just, right now she said they're taking all precautions simply because Greene County normally gets some sort of impact from a storm that comes through, so they have been working tirelessly since this morning, making sure everybody have all the information that they need to kind of get them to safety. But she just wanted to reiterate that shelters are open. They are still, trying to get people who may not have like internet service or anything, get that information to them and make sure that they can get to a storm shelter. And if there's any type of issues or something, she's asking the residents to dial 911. So right now she said everything is pretty clear. The wind is high in that area, but they, just right now just trying to make sure everybody get to a storm shelter.
All right, thank you, Jabari, for that update. And yeah, if you don't feel safe in your home, we want you to, go to a safe place and, and seek shelter in a storm shelter. If you got a friend that has a storm shelter or basement, go there and hang out for the rest of the day. This is going to be over with by around 8 or 9 o'clock for West Alabama as this whole thing shifts eastward overnight tonight. Again, we got Nick. You and I were just talking about this. There's 3 supercells. These things are, these 2 are really impressive. This one looks like it's beginning to reorganize a little bit northwest of Meridian. What are your thoughts on these things? They look pretty good, don't they?
Yeah, they do. I've been monitoring these for quite a while as they've tracked northeastward, and they've definitely maintained their organization as they've moved through East Mississippi, especially with looking at the severe parameters, seeing that we still do have high Cape values, in West Alabama. I can imagine they can continue to be a problem as they move across the state line. I still am monitoring the Jackson chat because that's who's really putting a lot of emphasis in these storms as they move towards our state line. And, they're definitely still putting their attention towards it at the moment, beginning to see some tighter strengthening. So we're going to continue to monitor those as they move through. Definitely some strong thunderstorms, nonetheless, are moving its way into West Alabama. So just to reiterate, though, nothing right now is severe entering West Alabama and Sumter just yet. We probably have about a half an hour to 45 minutes until then, but we're going to keep an eye on that. So I'm going to zoom in here. I know we noted maybe a weak TDS, tornado debris signature, with that. So definitely something is occurring. So as that continues to track towards us, we're going to keep an eye on that.
All right, so we're also watching, Nick, there's a camera that Molly's pulling up for us. It's over in York, and this is over in far southwest Sumter County. And again, this is the storm we are keeping an eye on that's approaching. Now, we're not going to see anything just yet, but this gives us an idea of how things look out the door there in far western portions of Sumter County. So just a heads up, that's something we're going to keep an eye on. We'll watch this camera too in that part of the state. We have no current tornado warnings, Nick. So far, so good, right?
Right.
All right. So let's go over to our weather radar and let's see what we've got. So we'll kind of reset things for you for folks just now joining us. We've got, again, several storms of concern here across West Alabama that are approaching West Alabama. And this one that is north of Meridian, we need to keep a really careful eye on this one. It looks like in terms of reflectivity, it's beginning to kind of beef up again. So, we'll see if this thing will continue. And if it continues on track, it would wind up in, I want to say, northern Sumter County or far southern Pickens, somewhere in this general area. You can kind of watch that thing. And again, the tornado warning, by the way, for Maran County has been allowed to expire. So again, if you are in the Scottsville, Bexar area, same place as about 10, 11 hours ago that had to go to shelter, you're now all clear from that particular thunderstorm. So that is that. Let's go down tight into the storm. And we're coming up on 2 o'clock. And tell you what, so look at this storm that's northwest of Meridian. That one has me concerned compared to other storms so far. And let's just kind of look at this thing together. And it's a rotating thunderstorm. The National Weather Service has a confirmed tornado with that based off the debris signature. We see evidence of rotation with that. And there's another little spot you see there near Shuqualak, Mississippi. And let's look at the velocity with that. And look at that, Nick. That thing's rotating there. So, again, that's north of DeKalb, Mississippi. And we'll have to watch that storm as it moves towards portions of western Pickens County and see if there's any kind of development or intensification. But no doubt that storm has got some rotation with it right now. The other storm we're keeping an eye on is this one. And let's see, from Jackson's radar, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation with that one. Let's go down to the south. Things rotating down near Collinsville, Mississippi, and there's another one that's rotating as well. So we've got multiple storms that's in Mississippi that are rotating, and they are approaching Alabama. So again, for folks joining us, we no longer have a tornado warning.
Yeah, that storm you just mentioned in Collins is quickly reorganizing, so they're expecting a possible new strong tornado could quickly develop with that as we're continuing to look at the latest scans from radar. So that is still in southern Mississippi. That is in Collins, so near Hattiesburg. So as that continues to track northeastward, that's another area of concern there. So there's about 3 different supercells that we're watching moving its way inward. So the latest one right now is moving just north of Meridian. And so we're going to continue to keep an eye on that as that continues to move towards Sumter County.
All right, so we got a camera pulled up. This is over in Geiger in Sumter County, and we're looking off towards a west direction, and you know it's really difficult to see anything with that, but just a heads up, we are watching that storm that's near Shelby, Mississippi, as it has some sign of rotation. That's going to end up in Pickens County. The other storm is going to end up in northern Sumter County. That's to the northwest of Meridian. But again, the rotation with that, I just want to mention, does not look overly impressive for the moment, so that's good. Hopefully that trend will continue. We're going to be ready for it if it changes. So let's get back over to radar and show you what we're looking at. That's the storm we're watching right there. That's near Shuqualak. That camera sits there at Geiger, which is in northern Sumter County. Geiger, very hard hit area for 2011 outbreaks on April 15th and April 27th. Had 2 tornadoes go through there. And again, those were devastating tornadoes. So that camera gives us a great vantage point. It's so high off the ground, we can see for a long ways away. Hey, Jabari, you got an update from Bibb County?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I spoke with Malvern Mayor Tony Lester, who's also working closely with the Bibb County EMA. He said that, you know, in that area they are pretty clear. The wind is high. Pretty much the sentiment of every county or mayor in their area are saying, you know, wind is high. But he said the shelter there downtown Moundville is open. He did say that right now, at this moment, it is about half full, but they will pack people in there as much as they could get people even there, even if they're shoulder to shoulder, as long as they can close the door if they're needing shelter. But he says right now that they are pretty clear, but they are prepared as much as they can be prepared, but they're just really trying to get that word out to people to take cover if they need to take cover, to make their way to that shelter. And like I said, that they would put them shoulder to shoulder just to make sure that everybody is in that storm shelter in downtown, you know, to take cover from that storm. So that is the message that came from Malvern Mayor Tony Lester.
All right, and I do want to mention this too, Jabari. Right now, there's no immediate threat to that area, to Bibb County, so that's good. Hale or Greene counties, it's a little closer. But again, you know, for Bibb County, we're looking okay for right now. So we got, again, several thunderstorms on radar that are moving our way. And I'm just checking kind of some information here behind the scenes too. All right. Tell you what, Nick, I want to go to you just for a moment. I was going to answer something behind the scenes here. So go ahead. Another update on those storms in Mississippi.
Yes. We're continuing to watch those storms. We're seeing some good news here. They're actually looking a little less organized at the moment. It's kind of just looking a little messy. But that could change in the next 10 to 15 minutes. We could see, you know, it recycle back up and re-strengthen. So keeping an eye on that. And I'm getting a lot of comments on Facebook about, you know, where exactly that storm could go. So right now we're thinking entering in Sumter County in the southern part of Pickens. A lot of you are asking about, you know, Northport and Tuscaloosa County. As these storms move through, we're definitely going to see, you know, some thunderstorms and some thunder, wind, all the sorts of things. The severity is what we're really trying to pinpoint and get down. And when we see rotating thunderstorms, that's when it really starts to be severe. So we're going to continue to monitor that. So that would be the first one moving in. Now, there is 2 more behind it that are kind of causing some problems. So we're going to continue to watch those 2. We still got a little ways before those start to enter into the state line. So right now our area of concern is the one north of Meridian entering Lauderdale County, Mississippi right now. And again, all signs are pointing to that, you know, it is kind of looking a little less organized at the moment. So while we are at a point where we don't have any current tornado warnings in our coverage area. Make sure that you are knowing where your safe place is, whether it's in your home or a storm shelter. I know we have it on WVUA 23, so continue to know where you're going to go if things start to ramp back up here soon, which I imagine it will, considering the severity of these storms as they started to move across into the state line.
Yeah, Nick, and I've got a kind of diagram for you, where you need to go in your home if you are issued under a tornado warning. So
that's right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, you want to stay away from, the outer parts of your home, especially if there is any windows. If you can go into the innermost region of your home, whether that's a hallway or a closet, that's going to be your best bet. Under the stairwell definitely is going to be a great place too. So, basement is even better. If you can be underground and definitely away from anything outside, that is the best bet. If you know somebody who has a setup like this, definitely try to get to their home, or definitely a storm shelter if needed. So this is the best setup where to go. If you don't have a place to go and your home, warrants this, definitely the innermost part of it. And definitely have, all the things there, and flashlight, chargers, all the things in case power does go out, because I'm already seeing a lot of power outages in Mississippi. I have it pulled up here. So as these storms are tracking through, we have about 25,000 in Mississippi without power, and I can see that number continuing to ramp up. The power outage map actually takes a little bit to update, so that could be numbers from 15, 20 minutes ago. So as these continue to cycle through Mississippi, I'd imagine more and more people will be without power. So that's when it's especially important for you to have phones charged, so you can continue to hear us, whether it's streaming on Facebook Live or on the app too. So now, did you guys have any cameras over there for?
Yeah, we're just we're watching these cameras close on the West Alabama state line, but Nick, I think they're just too far away to be able to see anything. I've got the watch warning map pulled up, and you see the tornado watch for a large part of Alabama, including all of West Alabama, Central Alabama. A number of tornado warning polygons back here in Mississippi. There's one that's northwest of Meridian, and several that's back here in kind of the southeastern part of Mississippi. That seems to be the sweet spot right now for tornado formation, where there's a good. Go ahead.
Go down a little bit. This is a good graphic because I feel like looking at it on radar is a little bit hard. So this is the storm that's entering north of Meridian that we're talking about going into Sumter County. So this is the one that we're talking about that has kind of lost its luster just a little bit. It's going to recycle possibly, so that's what we're looking for. But right now, that's that storm. These are the ones behind it that are really areas of concern. That's when I'm talking about how we still have some time to watch that storm, as it still has time to either strengthen or lose organization as well. So we're going to continue to watch those, but these have also produced already a TDS signature and been pretty, violent in terms of having a tornado. So that's why these are important to watch as those approach the state line. But right now, this is our area of concern as it gets closer to the West Alabama line.
All right, I want to show you too, kind of environmental conditions. We've got the temperatures pulled up, and hey, it's 83 in Montgomery, 80 in Talladega. West Alabama, we are in the low to mid 70s now, and that's plenty of warm air for severe weather for this time of the year. But we'll look at the dew points. Just want to see kind of where our air mass is setting now. East Alabama, your dew points are in the 50s now. That's a little too low for tornadoes, but you go into West Alabama, and you got dew points in the upper 60s in Demopolis, Meridian, Columbus, almost 70. That is clearly sufficient for storm organization. And you can see that moisture, there's a lot of it over our western counties of the state. And again, that's something we have to look at when we're talking about a tornado potential. Keep up to date with us online. Some of you are watching me on Facebook Live now. We're also on TV or a website stream, WVUA23.com, so some places you can get us and watch us. I want to go to our Brian Denny camera. This looks outside, 73 now. Wind out of the south at 18, so it is mighty warm here in Tuscaloosa. Let's go to our Demopolis camera. And again, this is over in North Marengo County. Okay, this is in North Marengo County in Demopolis, and you are looking off towards the southwest direction towards the Tombigbee River. And again, you got your storms that are back here over in Mississippi that are going to get closer to that camera side. And this is going to give us a great vantage point due to the high altitude of this camera You see well beyond the trees there. So, hey, we got Laura. Hey, Laura, you're in the newsroom. What you got for us?
Yeah, I just spoke to EMA Director Michael Stoker in Fayette, and he says that he is on standby. Crews are on standby. They are watching this storm. They are ready for anything if they need to take action. I just want to remind people of some locations of some shelters in case they are not aware. There is one at the Berry Volunteer Fire Station. There's one at the Fayette County Courthouse Annex. There's also one at the Multipurpose Complex. If you need those shelters, go there. Remember to keep updated on this storm. They are on standby right now. You are just in a severe thunderstorm warning, but we will continue to update you. Richard?
All right, thank you, Laura, for that update. And so far, so good for West Alabama counties, except for, again, we had that tornado warning from Maran County. This is how it looks in Demopolis. So let's go to our radar, and I want to take that full and just see kind of how it looks outside in terms of a wide view. And let's just kind of look at this all together. We've got some thunderstorms to the north. I see some tornado warnings up in Franklin County. That's in the Tennessee Valley. Hamilton south, there are no warnings in our immediate coverage area. I do see a purple polygon south of Meridian. That must be a confirmed tornado. But again, these are, I don't believe they're no longer tornado warned, except for that one. That one north of Meridian still technically has a tornado warning. Nick, what's that's below Meridian, the purple polygon, that tornado warning? Are you seeing confirmation of that?
Check here, the Jackson chat.
I'll tell you, while you do that, I'm going to go to Jackson's radar. And
yeah, so they're a warning for the coming through Noxubee County. So
okay.
That would be...
Oh, so they just put a tornado warning for Noxubee?
That's right.
Okay, so we got a tornado warning now up against the state line. And that's it right there. That's the one we were watching, the one that's near Scuba, Mississippi, or west of Scuba. So the Weather Service deciding to trigger a tornado warning for that, with the potential for a tornado. So we got several tornadic storms. Man, this one down here is something that's southwest of Meridian. So let's look at the storm that's on the state line. Let me go into this. And let's just look at this thing together. It's a tornado warning for this storm right here that is to the northwest of Geiger. And this is near Shuqualak, Mississippi. And let's just look at the velocity signature with this and kind of see what they are looking at. And there's some weak rotation there. It's not overwhelmingly impressive right now, but again, that could spawn a tornado. Wouldn't think it would be a very large tornado, but again, that's that storm. Let's go down to the south. We'll see this storm that's north of Meridian and see. And again, this one bears watching, kind of switching between radar sites. You still got some rotation pretty high up in the atmosphere, so need to watch that. That'll be coming up on DeKalb and Scuba and eventually Geiger and southwestern portions of Pickens County. That one, and I believe they still have a tornado warning for that. Then there's the confirmed tornado southwest of Meridian. Let's see that one right there. That's Taylorsville, not Taylorville, Taylorsville, Mississippi. And my goodness, that is a rough-looking signature. Let's go in tight to that. So this is in Mississippi. Man, look at that. That's what you don't want to see. Look at the debris out of this. Just want to see. Yeah, look at that. That is a confirmed dangerous tornado right over a town there. That's Taylorsville, Mississippi. I know that's way outside of our area, but my goodness, that is not a good sight for them. It's going right over the middle of town. So Taylorsville, Mississippi, that's where that violent tornado is. So again, right now we have no tornado warnings in our coverage area. We've got some rain that's in eastern Tuscaloosa County, stretching down to Hale County and Marengo. Nothing that would be concerning the moment for any evidence of rotation. But again, we'll monitor those carefully. I just don't see any sign of this becoming tornadic. I think our main show or our main problems is going to be this stuff back in Mississippi that continues to move northeastward. So again, we've got multiple thunderstorms here that are racing northeast. We got a tornado warning for portions of Noxubee and Kemper County, Mississippi. We've got portions of Lauderdale, or actually that's Noxubee and Lowndes. We got portions of Kemper and Lauderdale County under a tornado warning for that storm. that is fast approaching the state line. Now, I tell you what, Molly, let's keep a very close eye on that camera that's over at Geiger. And if you see anything on that, I would certainly be interested to see what they've got. I do see these are confirmed tornadoes. The one that's going over that community in Taylorsville, Mississippi, that looks like a really devastating tornado for them. And it is a very tight couplet.
It's pretty much maintained organization. That's whole way up. That one's caused issues. So
that's a long track tornado there. So hopefully this thing will weaken before it gets to state line. We've seen this happen with this storm right here. It has weakened some, but it's still, I'm telling you, if you're in northern Sumter County, let's keep a very careful eye on that storm in case it is able to recycle and produce a tornado. Hasn't happened yet, but let's watch it. And I see, and again, we're on a chat room with the National Weather Service office in Birmingham, so we're able to communicate with them and see what they've got. And they're just watching. They're watching Knoxville and Lowndes. They're not totally impressed with the rotation right now. No, there is a tornado warning, but they're not overly impressed with that at the moment. So let's go back into this storm that is coming up on the state line here, that's north of Meridian. And let's just look at this thing together. That's DeKalb, Mississippi. We got Scuba that's right there. This this rotational signature is going to be approaching them. Looks like they're not extending that tornado warning, if I'm not mistaken, Nick. Or are you seeing anything different there? I don't see an extension on that. So there is, again, it's not overwhelmingly tight rotation, but again, this thing could cycle and spin up and produce a tornado, so need to watch it. Okay, so yeah, go ahead, Nick.
we're just seeing right now that storm is starting to kind of recycle itself, so we're going to definitely have to keep an eye on that in just a few moments here. So
that's a watch warning map, and you see the tornado warnings that are now on the state line. So we are getting very close to potentially having tornado warnings in our county. It's been here for a while, just because the threat is so elevated. We just want to stay here with you and let you know what's going on and kind of do like a real-time analysis with this. And just checking my Facebook Live.
And Jackson chat's also in agreement about that storm moving through Newton County recycling. That's the one that's moving into Sumter there. So while it was disorganized just a few minutes ago, it's starting to kind of recycle itself and create an issue here.
And we got the Geiger camera that's over in North Sumter County, and we're going to pull that up for you. And again, we're looking towards the direction of that thunderstorm. And again, I believe it's just for the moment too far away to be able to see any kind of structure. But again, that is what we're looking at. I believe that's Highway 17, Alabama Highway 17 down there at the bottom. So we're looking towards that thunderstorm, and I can see a rain off of the distance, but I just cannot see far enough to be able to detect any kind of rotation or anything. But if there is a tornado warning that's going to be issued, it's probably going to be northern Sumter here in just a moment. So that's what we're keeping a careful eye on. Let's go back over to radar and show you the storm we're concerned about. And it's this one right here that may be in the process of cycling. It's just north of Meridian. We got this storm that's to the north of Scuba, Mississippi, that's interesting as well, but we'll keep an eye on it. Nothing else that's immediately pressing in terms of producing a tornado. So for people watching us in different parts of the state, that's what we've got there. But there's your tornado warning for this storm that's near DeKalb, Mississippi. Let me stop the loop. And let's pull up the velocity product. Just want to look at this thing and kind of see. Oh, let me zoom out a little bit. I'm way too tight on that. So yeah, there it is trying to cycle. You can see that signature there. There's Geiger. That's where that camera's located on Alabama Highway 17 in northern Sumter County. Geiger, very hard hit by two tornadoes in 2011, April 15th of 2011, April 27th of 2011. So we'll be carefully keeping an eye on that storm as it moves towards northern Sumter County. And we're going to keep an eye on that camera too. And Molly is behind the scenes here in the Weather Center watching all those cameras in West Alabama. And if we do have a tornado approaching that site, we could be able to get a pretty good visual of that thing pretty soon as it moves that away. Could be rain wrap, but we're going to monitor that. Let me go to the north. I want to look at this storm that does have a tornado warning near Macon. And we'll say this, the rotation has picked up a little bit there to the north of Shuqualak, right over the Macon area. And this is going to move into northwest Pickens County. So they may require a tornado warning for Pickens County if this thing wraps up a little more and becomes more ominous. So that's what we're looking at there. Let me show you, tell you what, let me go over some things right here. This is our watch warning map, and kind of just to reset things for people watching from different parts of the state. We have no active tornado warnings anywhere in our coverage area, but that is probably about to change, I think so, as these tornadic storms do enter West Alabama. The Storm Prediction Center maintains that high risk of severe weather. That's a level 5 out of 5, and the potential for a few long-track tornadoes still a possibility. So far, I will say this, we haven't seen a lot of tornadoes in central Mississippi. We've seen some warnings, but I haven't seen a lot of tornadoes back here. So hopefully that trend will continue and these storms will not increase and produce tornadoes. So that's what we're looking at. Tuscaloosa 73, currently out the door, south wind at 18 miles per hour. It's very warm outside. It's a kind of juicy air mass. And again, Nick, you mentioned this earlier. If you are looking for a safe place to get in your home, you had some good advice for people about where to go.
You to track these storms as they're moving into West Alabama. We implore you to definitely go to a storm shelter or in your own home if you have the right places to go. So if this is your home here, definitely make your way to the innermost part of your home. It's the outer areas that are near windows that are very susceptible to damage, whether it's trees or wind or a tornado if that were to happen. So you want to be on the most interior part of your home, maybe in a stairwell, and then definitely in the basement if your home has that. So those are definitely some helpful advice, and definitely make your way to a storm shelter if you need to, if your home doesn't set up that way. But Richard, I do want you to look, if you can, on radar here soon at the rotation in Macon that's approaching Pickensville. It's starting to be a little more tighter right now. It's what I'm seeing, and it's kind of being verified here on the Jackson chat. So.
Yeah, so we got two circulations there. And hey, Marcus, go ahead. We need a pause for station identification. Okay, go ahead. Now pause just for a moment. All right, so just had to break momentarily for a station identification. So we are coming back up with you. Oh, go ahead. Just had to do a quick reset. So again, we've got some thunderstorms that's approaching West Alabama, and I believe we're probably about to get a tornado warning. So y'all hang on just a second. All right, here we are. And Marcus, okay, go ahead. So y'all hold on just a second. Okay, yeah, we just had to do a quick station identification for people watching on Facebook. You have no idea what was going on, but we had to do a quick break for station identification. But we're back on the TV side of things, so thankful for you guys for bearing with us. So, all right, let's check out these storms that's coming into West Alabama. Now, I'll tell you what, I'm just looking at radar behind the scenes, and we definitely have some rotation that's coming up on Lamar and Pickens County. So let's go in tight, and I'm going to stop this loop here, and we're just going to look at these storms as they begin to cross over the state line. And I really wouldn't think these would be the ones to produce a violent long track type of tornadoes, but these could certainly produce a tornado. They're kind of like mini supercells here. One near Macon. There's another one that's just north of Columbus, and then we got one here that's to the west of Reform, and this is just across the state line, so we may require a tornado warning shortly. That one, my goodness, that thing's ramped up there, hasn't it? That's just northeast of Macon. That is a very tight couplet. So that'll be coming up on Pickens County. So just a heads up, you may be about to get a tornado warning for Pickens. It is a small supercell, but that thing is certainly rotating significantly there. And that's going to stay north of Sumter County. We got another storm down to the south that could impact Sumter, but if you're in western Pickens County from Pickensville north up to the Ethelsville area, we need to watch this storm as it begins to cross over and move into West Alabama. And this one's moving off towards tell you what, let me put on base velocity. Let's just look at this thing. And yes, tight rotation there for a possible tornado that could be developing. All right, so that's that. We got other storms out there as well that are tracking northeastward. So we still got these supercells down here. I will say this, there's a lot of rain developing down here, so maybe, just maybe, that will help kind of cut off some of the inflow to some of these storms. But, we can't let our guard down because there's still a potential for these things to produce tornadoes as moving to Alabama. But we do have a couple of storms of interest here that have moved into right on the state line now of Lowndes County, Noxubee County, Kemper County, Mississippi. And then we have another one that's probably going to move into Lauderdale County, Mississippi as well. So again, I'm just checking with the Weather Service office in Birmingham, and we're just looking at all this information together. So yeah, that is a very tight rotation that's just west of the state line. So let's go into radar and look at this storm. So hold on, let me zoom in tight to it. This will be moving into Pickens County. It's this one that's south of Columbus, that one right there. That one likely has a tornado down. In fact, I would imagine at any time they're going to be confirming that there's a tornado with that has come through Macon. And this storm's going to head more towards the Ethelsville area, just a hair west of Pickensville. But that's it. Again, a tightly rotating thunderstorm that is probably producing a tornado as we speak. So we're going to see if the National Weather Service office is going to extend that over into Alabama. So again, pull up the velocity. Again, a very tight couplet there. Let's look at the debris and see if we got any kind of evidence of a debris. So far, I don't see anything just yet. So they're in the process of drawing a tornado warning for Pickens County. And they're just going to hold off just for a minute, just make sure this thing doesn't quickly weaken. So I think we're about to get a tornado warning potentially for northwest Pickens County. Nick, the one to the south that's coming into Sumter County looks pretty interesting too. That one is another storm that's rotating quite a bit now. Let's go back over the velocity. And let's pan down to the south, and this one will be one that's coming for Sumter. And again, still seeing some strong evidence of inflow winds. Could be a potential tornado developing there. That'll be coming up on Geiger in Sumter County. In fact, Molly, you see anything over there on the Geiger cam?
Yeah, a little bit. You can see where that storm begins and ends. If I can get the camera pulled up real quickly for everyone else to be able to see it. you just see that shelf and that little bit of the break in between the clouds
Oh, I see
right there
that,
along
yeah.
the horizon. Looks like the clouds over in Geiger, especially that top left corner, seem to be clearing out a little bit, but you can see it awfully detailed in the distance. Now, it is still too far away to see any good details, but you can still see that storm and that horizon.
Yeah, that's the one that's really going to be approaching that camera. You are looking at what's probably a rain-free base right there. And again, that's Highway 17, that long stretch of highway that runs up and down the Alabama state line. So again, we're just watching this with interest. This will be coming into this part of Sumter County, close to Geiger. So again, we're watching the base of these thunderstorms here for any kind of potential for a tornado. And it's still just a little too far away, but you can clearly see that kind of rain-free base off of the distance. This thing's still a long way from that thunderstorm. So again, back over to radar, and this is moving directly towards that camera. So I'll tell you what, Molly, if you will keep a very close eye on that camera, that thing is probably going to be detecting something pretty soon. The storm that's to the north, and Nick, you're looking at this too. Nick, what are you seeing with that storm that's coming up on Pickens County?
It's definitely starting to look like it's having a signature hook to it there. And they're kind of confirming that on the Jackson chat too, that, you know, it's starting to really start to have a high probability of a tornado occurring soon. So we're going to keep an eye on the debris signature there, but we're definitely seeing that as it is approaching the line there. I don't know, Richard, if you can see that too. We'll keep an eye on that too. I'm looking at the chat here just to make sure that they're continuing these warnings as well. No debris signature at the time, but the rotation is definitely starting to be very tight on that storm. So I'd imagine within the next couple of minutes, we're going to start to see some things associated with that storm here in just a few.
Yeah, and this is what Nick's talking about, is these storms right here on the state line. So tell you what, let's go in tight, and we may at any moment have a tornado warning for Pickens and potentially Sumter as well. So this storm that's approaching Sumter County, coming out of DeKalb, Mississippi, this is approaching Geiger. And then we have another rotating thunderstorm. Again, Nick was mentioning a clear hook echo feature that is moving off to the northeast, and this is going to move into Pickens County here in just a matter of a few moments. And there we go. We got a tornado warning for Sumter County. So that's a tornado warning for Sumter County. All right, timeout. Weather Service making a mention. I don't know what they're talking about on there. Do you, Nick?
No, he said scratch that.
Yeah, they issued a tornado warning, then immediately said scratch that. I don't know. I don't know if they're taking that warning back or if they're talking about another storm. Okay, yeah, I see. It's a conversation earlier. Okay, so yeah, we do officially have a tornado warning for Sumter County. This includes Geiger and ML. This does not include Livingston. Does not include the University of West Alabama campus. This is going to be to the north of that, but again, for a possible tornado that's going to be moving into northern Sumter County. And this storm seems to be wrapping up quite a bit. This is, again, very close to ML and Geiger. There's Geiger, there's ML. Molly, is there a camera at ML too, or is it just Geiger?
It is just Geiger, but
Okay.
if you look at the Geiger camera, you can almost see that storm approaching back on that horizon. We're starting to see
Yeah.
the definition on the left side as well as that right
so
side.
We're watching that rain-free base there, and you know, it's kind of hard to tell. We're getting a lot closer to this thunderstorm, but again, down there at the bottom of your screen, that's Highway 17, and the potential for a tornado is going to be back here in this part of the thunderstorm. So we are going to really closely watch this as it does move into Sumter County. But again, a heads up, if you are in northern Sumter County, you need to be in shelter now for a potential developing tornado that's moving your way. So let's go into this tide and let's do a track on this warning. Since we have a warning, we need to kind of track this and show you where it's heading. And Nick, what is the motion and the speed of this thing, or the direction?
50 at northeast.
Okay, so moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So this is, again, in a favorable spot for a tornado based off of the environmental conditions. And again, there it is there. Let me stop this loop and let's just do a track on this. And again, we're going to start right where the potential tornado is, just below Scuba. And it's moving northeast, you said, at 50 miles per hour?
That's right.
All right, there you go. So again, if this thing stays on its potential track, we got Geiger at 245, Fair Oaks at 252. These are possible arrival times. You've got a Benevola at 316. It's probably going to be north of Moundville, but even there, let's pay attention to it at about an hour from now. So that is
They're even saying it might have fizzled out. So.
the one to the north, the Pickens Lamar.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So Fire Chief, Sumter County Fire Chief Christopher Vaughn, he is watching that Geiger camera as well as we are for this potential tornado that's going to be basically coming right to that camera site. The storm to the north, Nick, you said that thing has weakened, so let me clear this off real quick. And I'm hearing something over my IFB. I'm not sure what that is, but we need to cut that audio. So there we go. We got the storm to the north, they are saying, has quickly fizzled. Move this out of the way as it is tracking off towards the north and east. Yeah, so the one that was north of Macon, this thing was really rotating rapidly to the west of Pickensville. They had a tornado warning actually drawn up for northwest Pickens County, but they are saying the rotation has weakened with that. Let's look at that together and see. And yeah, it's not nearly as impressive as it just was a few moments ago. So again, if you're in Ethelsville, if you are just north of Pickensville, we need to keep a careful eye on that, as there could be some redevelopment with that. But again, for Pickens County, let's watch that carefully. Let's go down to the south, back into Sumter County, where we do have a tornado warning. And there is your storm that's basically to the west of ML that's going to be coming up on Geiger. And we got a strong inbound winds here and a possible tornado that could develop. And again, we don't have a confirmation of a tornado down, but let's look at the debris signature. Very noisy. I don't really see anything there. Put the warning on so you can see that polygon. Now, it does not include Greene County. It solely includes Sumter County. That's it, the northern part of Sumter County. In fact, that's what we're watching there. Nick, are you seeing anything else that's approaching West Alabama so far?
Yeah, so they just issued another tornado warning for southern Mississippi, kind of originating where that Covington, Mississippi storm that's currently moving up. So another one has kind of developed, another supercell to the south. I know that's kind of a ways away, but just noting that there are still some strong storms that are developing in southern Mississippi, about west of Hattiesburg. So those are going to continue to track northeast as well. So we're going to continue to be tracking these storms for the next several, hours, really, as they start to continue to track northward. The good news is some of these storms will go disorganized, or some of them will recycle. So it's not like we've seen any really long track tornadoes just yet today.
Yeah, and hopefully that trend continues. Tell you what, Molly, let's go to that Geiger camera that's in Sumter County. And I just want to take a close look at that. Again, the National Weather Service is watching it. Christopher Vaughn also watching it very carefully. So let's go over to that if we can, and show you that camera. There we go, and let's see what we've got. And again, I don't see anything that's screaming evidence of a tornado. I see a rain-free base, but I'm not seeing anything that is indicating certainly a tornado there. So again, a thunderstorm that could produce a tornado, and this thing could be rain-wrapped, so perhaps we just don't even see it if this thing is wrapped up in rain. So again, this is, just for reference, that is Alabama Highway 17 that runs up and down the Alabama-Mississippi state line on the Alabama side. You go over to Mississippi, you got alternate or Highway 45 that runs up and down East Mississippi on the state line. And again, that's a storm of concern that's kind of coming in. But again, I don't see any sign of a tornado, Molly, or you kind of got a better perspective than I do. Are you seeing anything with that?
Not really. I do see the rain that is associated with that, and as that imaging does continue to update, it becomes clear that that rain is definitely headed that way, but it's still looking relatively just more storm-like rather than that tornado.
Okay, and again, that's something we'll keep on watching. So that's good. We're not seeing a strong evidence of a tornado right now, but it is certainly something we need to monitor. So again, if you're in Sumter County, we want you in shelter now for a possible tornado that could develop and move essentially towards this camera, and they're kind of moving this camera around looking at the cloud bases. And again, that's your heavy rain associated with the supercell storm. You got a rain-free base right here. And again, if there's a tornado down, we'll be able to see it here pretty soon. In fact, I see a kind of suspicious area there. I don't know if y'all see that or not, but that's an interesting, could be rain, just essentially wrapping around that mesocyclone. But again, for Sumter County, we need you in shelter now. So again, they're just kind of zooming around looking at this storm right now, as well as we are. And just kind of zoom into this thing. Again, this is part of the mesocyclone. This whole thing is rotating, and if there's a tornado, it's going to be somewhere perhaps behind that rain curtain. Okay. Hey, Jabari, where are you at?
I'm still here in Foster's. Just kind of going back, I just spoke with the Tuscaloosa County EMA Director, Nick Lawley, kind of going back to when we first started talking around 12:30 when I saw firefighters leaving. Now, he said that incident was wind was blowing so hard it knocked a tree on a power line and started a small fire. But that has been taken care of, and that's kind of what that was going from. So the only kind of issue that we've had in Tuscaloosa County so far was that down tree that went on a power line in Foster's that started a small fire. But he did say everything else in Tuscaloosa is pretty clear, which, they are watching you as well. But right now we are pretty clear. But just kind of when I was saying earlier, I wanted to kind of see exactly what that was, that call was for, and that is what it was. But everything right now is pretty clear, and that's coming from the Tuscaloosa County EMA Director, Nick Lawley.
All right, thank you, Jabari, for that update. We are carefully watching this thunderstorm that is severe and tornadic that's coming into West Alabama, Sumter County. And again, this is the area we're watching. Your wall cloud's going to be back here. And we've got this spot. And again, there's a lot of rain that's kind of wrapping around. Those kind of difficult to see with the lighting. But again, if you look carefully right there, you can see a rain curtain. So the mesocyclone is right here, and your rotation is going to be inside that rain curtain. So I'm afraid we're not going to be able to see if there's a tornado inside there or not. This thing is coming directly towards that camera. Molly, I want you to keep an eye on that, and I want to take weather graph. Let's go over to radar if we can, and show you that, Molly. And again, I know you're keeping a very careful eye on that particular thunderstorm. So again, well, time out. Before we go into that, let me show everybody out there. We have no other tornado warnings. There's areas of rain and thunderstorms, but clearly our more serious storm and pressing storm is this one coming into Sumter County that has a rotation with it and could produce a tornado. Now, it's not a confirmed tornado at the moment, but again, that could easily change as this moves into West Alabama. In fact, this thing is very close to Geiger right now, so we're going to watch this storm move in. Let's look at the warning, and you'll see that tornado warning polygon right there, including Geiger, Gainesville, and ML up and down Highway 17. It does not cross the Tombigbee River just yet, but we may see that cross here pretty soon. So I'll tell you what, let's go back. I want to see that camera, and Molly, I appreciate you working hard behind the scenes. I know you're back and forth changing all this, but I want to just look at that camera. And if you watch, these are images. It's not a perfectly live stream. Every few seconds an image updates, and clearly that air is pulling into that. I want you to watch that carefully right here. Watch the clouds. When we get an image update, I think it's about every 5 or 6 seconds. And let's see, there we go. You see how that kind of pulls into this rain curtain. So this whole thing is rotating, and what you're looking at is the rain that's kind of wrapping around the mesocyclone. And unfortunately, you know, there's a hidden spot here. But I will say this, that right there, Molly, you may have a better look than I do. That looks awfully suspicious right there. Within the edge of that rain curtain. Are you seeing anything with that?
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit darker within the clouds, so it seems there's more tighter rotation on that side. I'm trying to compare it to my radar as it updates to see, and you are correct, that is coming right at this camera. And I think that new update, I don't know if you're able to see it, but yes, you can see that darker area to the right of that wall of this rain. It is rotating for sure because parts of the rain are coming forward as that storm approaches the camera. You can see it pulling the clouds out in front of it, and it is definitely rotating. I don't see anything indicating it's on the ground. Maybe somebody else is seeing something, but...
Yeah, and I just put a message out to the Weather Service office in Birmingham, kind of get their take on that too, because they're watching this camera. And again, all this cloud cover, part of the wall cloud, and the forward flank downdraft is getting pulled into this. And again, this the possible tornadoes is literally coming right at this camera in Geiger. And they're saying the same. Yeah, Nick, they're saying the same thing we are. It's hard to tell, but you know there could be something inside that rain curtain. So we want you to be in shelter if you are in northern Sumter County. In Geiger, especially between ML and Geiger up to the Pickens County line, the circulation is now totally into Sumter County. Nick, you see anything else so far?
No, I'm seeing the circulation that they're talking about in Sumter County, kind of passing over Emile right now, heading towards Gainesville and just south of Geiger. So those are definitely areas of concern at the moment.
So, and again, they're going to continue the tornado warning for Sumter County. Okay, I'm just checking. Let's see, the tornado warning, I don't know if I mentioned this or maybe you did, Nick. The time on this tornado warning is, let's see, 3:15. Okay, I see that now. 3:15 is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. We're looking at the rotating mesocyclone here, and again, we got this rain curtain. You see the very distinct edge of this rain curtain. So this thing is all wrapping around, and if you've been monitoring these clouds here, they're pulling into this thing, and the whole thing is rotating. So you know, if there's a tornado in there, we're going to see it pretty quick here in just a moment. So again, that is Highway 17. We're looking in the direction of what could be a tornado in North Sumter County. We're watching the National Weather Service chat room very carefully. And Molly, I want to kind of ask you too, what are you seeing so far?
I'm seeing a little bit of a northward curvature back towards Geiger. Like Nick said, it's definitely going towards Gainesville area, but it's almost looking like it's going back up north straight into Geiger. Now on my end with this camera, I see a little bit more detail than I believe you all do, but this is getting close very, very fast. It is a fast moving storm. It's definitely got some rotation getting closer. Yeah. I think if there is a tornado down in there, it's rain wrapped. It looks like they're moving the camera right now.
Yeah, they're just kind of scanning this thing. And you know, we got this spot, I don't know, do you see that, Molly, that's kind of right in there? That has that kind of suspicious look. I don't know if that's just a heavy rain curtain wrapping around or if that's something. They moved the camera a little bit, and you know, the National Weather Service is very interested in this too.
Yeah, they're in the chat talking about the sensors and the height and all of that on the camera. That left side is very suspicious.
Yeah, right there,
looking.
That spot right there. And I know you got more contrast on your end, so they're just kind of moving this camera around, and you're now looking at part of the forward flank downdraft. Again, that's not a tornado. That's the scud cloud associated with the forward flank downdraft. And again, we don't have control of this camera. They're looking at this thing as well as we are, just kind of making sure they're seeing everything with us. But again, that's looking across Highway 17 and northwest portions of Sumter County, northern Sumter County. This is not in Livingston. This is north of Livingston. So if you're in the University of West Alabama campus at Livingston, there's no threat from this storm to you. Our concern is going to be what's up here close to Geiger in ML. And this may be just a hair north of ML, but we still want you in shelter. Looking at the radar, it looks like the rotation is passing just north of ML, really between ML and Geiger. And again, I don't know what that spot is right there, but it certainly has me interested. You guys seeing that? Y'all see that?
Yeah, when they move the camera a little bit to the left further, I wish we had control of it. You can definitely see the edges of both sides of this rain coming towards us. And then you can see it in the distance. It is pouring.
Yeah, that area right there, I don't know if that's just the rain wrapping around the mesocyclone, but whatever that is about to directly hit the camera. It's coming right towards us. Again, this is Highway 17 at Geiger. And again, there's just an awfully suspicious spot there, and we're kind of just losing our visibility of this thing as the heavy rain begins to come in. But we are certainly watching this, and here we go. Here comes the heavy rain. It's coming into Geiger now, and the potential for a tornado could be there. Notice again, this is an updating image. Unfortunately, we don't have real-time, perfectly streaming video. This is kind of chops. It's called a streaming video. So again, this storm continues to move through the Geiger area now, and again, unfortunately, I just don't think we're going to be able to see any detail with that. And look how that burst of rain just moved on. That is very suspicious with that. So, all right, tell you what, we're not going to be able to see much anymore, I don't believe. So let's go back to radar. And Molly, I know you're keeping a careful eye on that. They're going to extend the tornado warning, I believe. Nick, is that what you're seeing? Did they mention? I think they're mentioning that for parts of Pickens, perhaps.
That's right. They're going to expand that warning here soon. They're working on it at the moment. The good news is, when I'm looking at the radar, I really don't see a significant, tornado debris signature on correlation coefficient at all. So while it is spinning, I'm not seeing anything significant here on my end.
Okay. Again, the radar site's pretty high off the ground here, so it may be quite difficult to see, but clearly this storm has a well-defined hook echo feature. There's the new tornado warning. Looks like it includes parts of Greene County and Pickens County. So essentially, we've got parts of the Sipsey River involved in this tornado warning. Is this possible tornadoes coming up through Geiger now? Let me zoom out, and I'm going to tell you what, I'm just going to stop this loop too. And let's look at this tornado warning polygon and kind of where it is heading. Again, your possible tornado near Geiger. It's going to track along the Sipsey River and basically run parallel to the Sipsey River. And if this continues, it's going to move into northwest Tuscaloosa County. So again, we got a little while to go before this gets to Tuscaloosa County. But that is what we're watching carefully. So again, tornado warning for Pickens and Greene County until 3:45. So again, it's 2:52 now. So warning for about 50 minutes for Pickens and Greene. And again, this storm is moving northeast pretty quickly. And 55, okay. And I'll tell you, I am impressed with the rotation with this. It does look very impressive. So let's go back into this thing. All right, tell you what, before we do that, let's do a track and show you where it is heading. And Nick, you said 55, right? 55 miles per hour to the northeast. So about like that. So again, these are kind of the times of arrival for you. Warshaw there, that's 3:03. New West Greene, that is at 3:10. Lewiston, that is at 3:30. So again, these are just generally times of arrival. In about 4:15 or so, we're looking at communities like Buell, the Gina area. We're looking at 3:55. So those are generally times of arrival. And Nick, you see that report from North Sumter?
Yeah, seeing a transformer blue in North Sumter County. That's coming from the fire chief there. So that's
So they may be seeing power flashes.
Yeah.
So So that's what we're watching. Again, this is a dangerous thunderstorm that could produce a tornado that's going to continue moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So let's clear this off. And again, there's also another storm that's up here on the Pickens and Lowndes County, Mississippi line that certainly bears watching. But this storm that's over Geiger means some business. And I'm looking at the velocity signature kind of behind the scenes, and it is certainly rotating again. And again, just monitoring this as well. Molly, can you see anything for that camera anymore? Have they taken that away? Or I assume that the camera is no longer visible?
It's visible of the fields, but it's getting blurrier every second. They've turned it, and I don't know which way it's facing, if I'm being honest, but it is a solid sheet of rain. There's a little bit darker
they're probably looking right
area.
into that thunderstorm. So again, that's the supercell thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado in North Sumter County. It's about to cross the Tombigbee River here in just a moment. And really, this thing's moving up on the confluence of the Tombigbee River and the Sipsey River. And man, that thing is looking more impressive. And you know, this was the same storm in East Mississippi that just began to kind of weaken and fall apart. But there's no doubt this thing has wrapped back up. So let's go in tight. And this is a classic tornado signature. So again, we've got New West Green. You're going to be directly in the path of this potential tornado. It's come through Geiger. Now, we had reports of, again, transformer blowing, but I don't know if I don't know what that means. Does that mean that there was a tornado there or power flashes? And again, I'm just checking some things behind the scenes. Nick, can you see that stuff they just sent the fire chief down there?
Yeah, I think you sent a video. I'm not able to get the video to play.
I can't either. So, all right, we'll it may be not important, but we'll see what it is.
I'll check Twitter, see if maybe something's posted there.
So again, that's what we've got. We've got a dangerous hook echo feature, a possible tornado that's very close to Geiger that's now passing east of Highway 17. That is the curvy line that separates Greene County from Pickens County. We have the potential tornado that's going to be crossing the Tombigbee River very close to New West Green. It's going to cross over Highway 14 and essentially run almost parallel to the Sipsey River. Let's look at the velocity signature with this thing. I just want to kind of look at it together. And again, there's still pretty good evidence of rotation with that. So no doubt this storm's rotating and could produce a tornado.
Yeah, they're thinking the circulation's intensifying too.
Yeah.
Taking a big look at that.
And again, they were looking at something with the video. I think they were seeing the same thing we were, Nick and Molly. I wasn't able to see the video that they sent, but Weather Service office in Birmingham, they're saying it looks more like a rain shaft. We were looking at that suspicious spot for a while, and it may have just been a rain shaft, but it certainly looked interesting. And it was really in the right spot to be a possible tornado in Geiger. I'm not seeing any sign of any sign of debris so far, but that could change if this thing continues to kind of ramp up. So we're going to carefully watch the debris tracker and see if there's any sign of a debris. So, and I tell you what, let's go to Birmingham radar, and let me just widen this view out. And there you go. There's your tornado warning polygon. And again, there's your supercell thunderstorm moving off towards the northeast at 55 miles per hour. And I guess you guys are also keeping an eye on the Facebook Live. So let's see. And I'm going to look at this too.
Just continue the tornado warning for Sumter.
Okay, so just an update on the time, I assume, for that. So, okay. So again, a possible tornado. This is not a confirmed tornado. This is a possible tornado that's going to be crossing the Tombigbee River in far northeast Sumter County here in just a matter of a few minutes. And again, I'm checking my Facebook Live too. And I tell you what, if anybody out there has any reports of damage. If you're seeing anything where you are, let us know. That is life-saving information. I do see a confirmed tornado warning for Lauderdale County back in Meridian, Mississippi. So that is something we need to watch. And it looks like several confirmed tornadoes back here in East Mississippi that's going to move into West Alabama. All right, so again, here's the watch warning map. This shows you the polygon and who's in this tornado warning polygon. This thing's going to be essentially running parallel to the Sipsey River as it crosses over the Tombigbee. And this is a very sparsely populated part of the state between Pickens and Greene County, right there on the Greene County, Pickens County line. There's a lot of wilderness there. You got a lot of swamps, the Sipsey swamps there, and it is not a lot of people are there. So it may be difficult to get reports of any kind of damage or real-time information just based off the fact that it's in that spot. There's not a lot of people to report from that. So that's that. I'll tell you what, Molly, we've got that camera that's in downtown Tuscaloosa, too. I'd be very interested to see that. We've got one that's on UA campus, and again, Molly's pulling up the downtown camera, too, just to monitor that. So that's where we're watching. Go ahead, Nick. Did you have something?
Yeah, just that they continue the tornado warning for Pickens and Greene. So just updated time there. So just still watching that storm.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Nick. And again, we are looking from downtown Tuscaloosa, and that is Lurleen. That's the bridges that cross over the Black Warrior River. Hunt Oil sits about right there. And again, we're going to watch this storm as it passes just to the west of downtown Tuscaloosa. It's a supercell storm, and it could spawn a tornado. And I'm carefully watching the velocity products behind the scenes here just to make sure we are keeping an eye on where this thing is heading. And I'll tell you what, the rotation is still fairly decent, but it's not extremely significant at this time. But again, we need you in shelter. A potential tornado that's going to be to the southwest of Tuscaloosa. We're not going to see it just yet. So let's go back over to our radar and show you where that thunderstorm is in relation to where you are. And this is a 30-minute radar loop. Now, I can say with confidence that this storm is going to stay north of Tuscaloosa. This will not be a Tuscaloosa city impacting type of storm. This is going to be more the northern and western part of the county if it continues to hold together. But again, if you're on the Sipsey River there, between southern Pickens County, south of Gordo, and if you are near New West Greene and north, that's what we're concerned about for a possible tornado. There's another storm that's in northwest Pickens County that has us interested too. And let's look at this thing because it is rotating as well. And all these things are rotating. You can tell there's a lot of wind shear today. This environment is conducive for producing tornadoes, no doubt. And there's your supercell thunderstorm that's continuing to move northeast. Let's look at the rotation, the velocity with this, and see if we can see any kind of a strong indication of a tornado in Pickens County as well. Tell you what, let me zoom in tight. It's right behind that highway indicator. So this is a spot they're also kind of keeping an eye on. Yeah, right there. You see that near Ethelsville. You know, a little spot of rotation right there. Again, there's not a tornado warning for that, but no doubt there's a little circulation there that's crossing Highway 82 between Forest and Coalfire. This is well to the west of Reform. But that little thing there is spinning. Look at the debris and make sure we don't see any sign of debris. I don't see anything there, so that's good. And on reflectivity out of Columbus, you kind of see that feature right there. So again, that's not a tornado warning storm. Let me just say that. This is northern Pickens County. We are just watching the potential for some rotation. All right, so let me go back out to a little bit wider view. Now let's look at this thing together, because there is a tornado warning that is for parts of southern Pickens County and northern Greene County. And this is a storm of concern as it is a supercell thunderstorm and clearly a hook echo feature that is right on that point, that confluence of the Tombigbee River and the Sipsey River. That's exactly where this potential tornado is going to be right now. And it's going to track up the Sipsey River. It's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So again, a possible tornado that is in West Alabama to the west of Tuscaloosa. I can say with confidence this tornado is not going to impact downtown Tuscaloosa. This one's going to stay more to the north as it's on a path like that. So again, if you are in southern portions of Pickens County, far northern Greene County, need you in shelter right now. So again, we've got a strong updraft and a possible tornado that could be developing. Nick, I want to go to you too and see if you got any updates on this storm and what's happening elsewhere that's coming towards West Alabama.
West Pickens County storm, it doesn't seem to be a storm of, concern at the moment. Just as we zoomed in and looked at it there, it is still a thunderstorm that's moving through, but nothing that is going to be probable of a tornado at the moment. That's not a tornado-warned storm. I have been tracking a lot of East Mississippi and the storms that are coming through. It seems to all be following a similar track coming from, Jasper County into Lauderdale County, which would eventually come into Sumter County there. So there's a lot of some strong storms moving through right now with some confirmed TDS, which is tornado debris signature, on the ground there. So we do have some powerful storms on the way up and multiple coming behind it. So this is long from being over at the moment. As we're continuing to track these through. So let me check the Jackson chat just to make sure one more time here. Yeah, we're continuing to see, a lot of storm damage come in now that we've seen those storms move through East Mississippi. And, I'm going to try to get these pictures up here in a second, but we're seeing legitimate pictures of some tornadoes on the ground, a lot of damage with some trees down as those storms have moved through. So I can imagine that same kind of thing is going to move here too. And just to, update the numbers, in Mississippi alone, power outages are nearing 30,000. So as those storms are tracking through, they're definitely packing a punch here in Alabama. We're not quite seeing that just yet, but shortly here, I just seem so.
All right, so again, we got a pretty dangerous looking supercell storm here, and this thing is no doubt wrapped up. And I was just in a text message conversation with my wife who's in the path of this thing. So just trying to get her updated and what she needs to do, and they are going to be good to go. So kind of getting out of the way of this thing just in case. Again, I live in northwest Tuscaloosa County, just right up here. And that thing is going right towards where we live. And, it is what it is, unfortunately. But as long as I know my wife's okay, my two sons are okay, that's gives me a little relief that, they're going to be okay and get out of the way of this thing. So, again, there's your possible tornado. There could be some large hail falling in Aliceville right now. Again, that's the Sipsey River. This is going to stay north of Tuscaloosa. Again, I can tell you right now, I know, if you go back on April 27, 2011, we had a tornado in a very similar part of Alabama right here, and that did come through Tuscaloosa. The motion of the storm is a little bit different. This is more northeast. That day, they're a little bit more east-northeast rather than a perfect northeast motion. All right, we got another storm that's up in Millport, so we want to mention that, a possible tornado that could be developing up there. National Weather Service, they say they have a polygon drawn up and they are ready to issue if they need to for this storm. But let me tell you now, if you're in western or northwest Tuscaloosa County, unless this storm dramatically weakens, we're probably going to have a tornado warning for you. So just a heads up, that will not be long from now. So let's go into Lamar County in northern Pickens County. Again, the National Weather Service watching that spot. We're just talking about that rotational signature we saw, and let's look at it. All right, let's kind of do a little diagnosis here and look at that. And no doubt there's rotation there. That's north of Ethelsville, north of Highway 82. There's Reform, there's Gordo. And this thing's going to be coming right up on Millport and Kennedy for a possible tornado. There's not a warning for that, but just know there is a chance this thing could produce something. Now, I will say the one to the north is not as strong, so we're keeping an eye on it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so they have a polygon drawn up for that, but like you said, they haven't had anything worth noting for that storm to warn just yet. But they're going to continue to watch that. Nonetheless, that still is a pretty severe thunderstorm coming down there, moving towards Etholsville.
All right, so again, a potential signature there. All right, so again, we got a pretty dangerous thunderstorm that's to the south, and let's look at this thing, and let's go with this thing tight. Again, it's 3:08, a few minutes after 3 o'clock now. We're looking at a possible tornado that could be developing the northern end of the county. But again, the rotation's not that impressive, but it could spin perhaps a brief EF0, EF1 type of tornado. The one I'm really concerned about is this one right here. This is a pretty strong evidence of rotation. This could have a tornado that's crossing Highway 14 right now, and most likely we're going to have to require a tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County pretty soon with this signature. And I tell you what, Nick, are you doing a radar loop on this thing? It almost looks like it's a little further south than it was earlier. It may be making a slight right turn, so it may have to, reassess who's going to be in the danger of this thing as it comes into Tuscaloosa County within the next 20 to 30 minutes. So we're watching it. All right, so again, that's the Sipsey River right there. There's Benevola. There is Gina right there. Mantua right there. Lewiston, Olney, Pioneer, Kirk up there at the top of your screen. There's Clinton in Greene County. And our possible tornado is just north of New West Greene. There it is. Again, this thing, it's looking pretty stout there, guys. That's right on the south side of the Sipsey River. That is a strong rotational signature. So let's look at the debris and just see if we got anything there. And, man, that is awfully noisy, but I need to watch that. That spot looks suspicious, doesn't it? Let's go to the base velocity and just kind of get our best idea of what this thing's doing. Again, this thing is spinning like a top. And let's take Columbus radar. And that's what it looks like. All right, so I'll tell you what, let me go out to a wide view just for a moment. And let's go back into this storm. Before we do, I just want to show everybody out there, we've got a lot of rain that's across the northern half of the area. We've got a small eddy or little circulations coming into southern portions of Lamar County. That is not tornado warning now. We've got a dangerous supercell thunderstorm that's right on the Sipsey River moving northeast. It's about to move into Tuscaloosa County within the next 15 to 20 minutes. So heads up if you are in West Tuscaloosa County. We're talking about places like Coker, Buell, Elrod area, Mount Olive. You need to be in shelter. Even though there's not technically a tornado warning for you, based off the signature, I would be surprised if they did not extend it. So again, this is a dangerous thunderstorm that has really wrapped up. So again, if you're just now joining us, I'm Richard Scott here. We've got Nick Temple and Molly Starr that is in the studio with us, and we're monitoring this severe weather threat. And really, the big storm so far of the day for us is that one right there. That thing looks impressive, and it could have a tornado with it. Tell you what, Molly, if you want to pull the downtown camera up that's in Tuscaloosa, the Alabama Power camera, I do want to look at that, and she's pulling that up for us here in the background. Nick, you're seeing that too, and we're just all looking at this thing together. And I'll tell you what, is it Charlie, or is it you or Marcus in the control room? Hey, Charlie, all right, let's pull this up full if we can. All right, and again, we're looking at this area back here, and it's just going to be too far. This is from downtown Tuscaloosa. All right, so in fact, the Tuscaloosa County Courthouse sits right back here. This is the Lure Lane. That's Highway 69 north, heading north. Downtown Tuscaloosa is right here. And again, we're watching back in this direction with this thunderstorm. So this thing is really wrapping up. All right, so let's go back over to radar. and look at that. So again, we're not going to be able to see anything just yet from downtown, but again, we're going to monitor it. All right, we've got multiple tornadic storms down here that's near Meridian and Point Southwest. But the one that I'm certainly concerned about is this one that's moving into, about to move into Tuscaloosa County. Hey, I tell you what, real quick, let me switch this over to Columbus and look at the velocity with that. And we've got a couple of rotations here. The one's approaching Meridian, one that's down here near Bay Springs. Those are not overwhelmingly impressive at the moment, but they need to be watched as they are moving northeast. Let's see. Okay, so again, let's go back to the north and let's look at the storm of concern of this supercell storm that's on the Pickens and Greene County line. Now let's look at the rotation with it. And looking a little odd in terms of rotation. There's no doubt it's still rotating, but it's not a very tight couplet. So let's go to Columbus radar. And again, there it is. That's our hook echo feature. Could have some hail on Highway 17. That's to the north and east of Aliceville now. Probably some quarter-size hail with that particular storm. See, we still got the tornado warning for Pickens and Greene. They canceled Sumter because it's now totally out of Sumter County. And that warning is until, 3:45, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So again, that's that storm right there. So let's go back to the southwest. Just want to see what else is coming at us. This back here does not look tornadic at the moment. These are the storms of concern that continue to move off towards the northeast, but you see that one kind of sticks out like a sore thumb there as it's moving into a taller thunderstorm. You see it further away from the radar. So here's a loop. Just want to show you a wide view briefly. We got that one supercell storm. We've got other thunderstorms that are to the north, but these are not classified as severe. And again, just to mention, we do have a tornado watch until 8 p.m. this evening, and hopefully after 8 o'clock, this threat begins to end for West Alabama. Right now it's 3:16. So let's go back into this storm that's rotating. And this has a pretty classic hook echo feature. It does look like it may be going through a cycle. Again, a very strong inflow notch into this thing, but it could be going through a cycle. You know, these things can be cyclical. They can spin up very quickly and then kind of weaken some. So, again, that's I think it may be going through a bit of a cycle. But it still has some really strong inbound and outbound winds right now. That's right over the Sipsey River. Again, that's it right there. So we're going to watch it, see if it does confirm a tornado, if one drops or not. We don't know that there's one down or not. But I tell you what, this thing's about to move into western Tuscaloosa County here in about 15, maybe 20 minutes. This thing should be knocking on the doorstep of places like Coker and Ecola. So you're going to deal with this storm pretty soon. And even if there's not a tornado there, I would say there's a pretty decent chance there's going to be some large hail falling. And that large hail course coming up on Gordo. Nick, you remember this morning the hail we had in Gordo had some large hail fall through there with that thunderstorm. And they're about to deal with, looks like, some more. So go ahead, Nick.
Right, I mean, it really does have a very classic hook echo to it. So while it isn't a confirmed tornado at the moment, we're still looking at the debris signature, making sure. But I would still, if you are in the path of this, definitely go to a safe spot because, you know, there's still a severe thunderstorm that we're watching for, and at any minute that could drop. So those are places, just to reiterate right now, you know, on the edge of Tuscaloosa County, approaching Elrod, Coker, Samantha, you know, near Foster's, moving through Aliceville. Those are the places of concern right now as that starts to move its way through there. Again, still monitoring that, and like Richard said, definitely some hail associated with this storm. We're seeing, you know, up to a ½ an inch of hail on radar falling at the moment. So that's the storm of concern right now, moving through Pickens, going into Tuscaloosa County now. So like Richard said, knocking on the doorstep of Tuscaloosa County at the moment. I'm starting to see some storm activity in there. So let me check the Birmingham chat to see what they're saying. You know, we're having some issues statewide with, some, wind problems that are ahead of the storms. We haven't seen much storm damage quite yet with the storms that have entered into West Alabama at the moment. So when we see those, we'll definitely start to let you know of that. Again, this tornado warning has been continued. So,
yes, at some point they'll have to make a decision if they're going to extend into Tuscaloosa County. And that's what we're just kind of waiting on to see that. But again, if you are, technically Gordo is in the tornado warning polygon, but I clearly think this potential tornado is going to stay a little south of Gordo, more on the Tuscaloosa County side of Highway 82. And I'm just sitting a note. Tell you what, Molly, you are with us too. Molly, are you seeing anything on the camera so far at downtown?
Downtown, not too much. It's coming this way, but we're really seeing it on the, I think this one is in Northport, potentially. It's one of the schools, and you just see it moving on the right side of the screen, but it's really not doing too much.
So, yeah, it's still a
downtown.
bit too far away.
Very much so, just too far away. We've got some clouds moving, and it looks almost kind of like a hurricane band where it's pulling it out from the inside.
Yeah.
But it's still too far away. It's still too far off to the side of the screen.
All right, so again, let's show you radar, and here's what we got. Again, a rotating supercell storm, and still the tornado warning from Gordo down to the south, and that includes the Sipsey River there. And again, Nick, that's what we're watching. There we go. So again, there's Carrollton. We got the hail core that's just a hair south of Carrollton. This large hail core is coming up on Gordo now. So in the next 5 to 10 minutes, you'll likely start to see some hail potentially impact you. So clearly this thing's rotating. In fact, if you look at the loop here, you can just see that rotational signature. So again, what you need to do if you're in the path of this thing, lowest floor of your home, away from windows. If you're in a mobile home, you need to get out of that, find a site-built structure, something that could protect you from flying debris. Wear a helmet. Hard sole shoes, we tell people this over and over again, and just find a safe place and hunker down, and this storm moves on, and we'll be in the all clear from this storm once it moves past you. There could be more storms west of you, but again, once this one moves past you, I can give you an all clear from that one. So again, let's tell you what, let's zoom out, and let's look at a path of this potential tornado. And again, this is not confirmed, so let me just say this is not a confirmed tornado in the moment. That could change, and if it does, we'll certainly let you know about it. So I'm going to stop this loop, and let's go in tight. And clearly, this is the most organized thunderstorm we have in our entire area right now, and that one is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So let's do a path on this thing. Again, there's your possible tornado on the Sipsey River moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, just like that. And again, Benevola, you need to be in shelter now. The Gina community, we're looking at 3:32. Those are general times of arrival. We've got a Kirk community at 3:37, Buell, Cola area. I'd even say Elrod, if you're in that area, 3:40, 3:45. Northport, Samantha area, you need to be in shelter. And I would say if you are at Northport, north of the Civic Center on Highway 43, anybody north of there, I would go ahead and go to shelter. No, technically Tuscaloosa County is not in a tornado warning, but this thing could be producing a tornado. Based off the signature, it does look pretty tight. So, hopefully this thing weakens, but if it doesn't, we just want you to be in shelter to be safe. Still got the tornado warning for Pickens and Greene County, and that's until 3:45. They're saying moving northeast about 40, so speed has come down a little bit. This thing was moving at 55 at one point. So still got the tornado warning till 3:45. And I tell you what, Molly, if we can take that downtown Tuscaloosa camera, Just want to see kind of what that looks like. There we go. And again, just still too far away to see. Whatever is in this area is what we're going to need to watch. But again, that's your severe tornadic thunderstorm that's to the southwest of Tuscaloosa. So again, that is the darker area off in the distance. That's what we would need to monitor. But again, it's just too far away to know or to be able to tell at this point. We've got our Bryant-Denny camera too. We can take that. And I believe we got the thing pointed west. And see what we've got. Again, that's our radar. And Molly, you got our downtown camera? Okay. Sorry. You're good. I've got way too many graphics in there. Yeah, that's from downtown. You saw the lightning. Look at the lightning flash out of that. So again, we might be able to see something from our Bryant-Denny camera as this thing passes just a little to the north of Tuscaloosa in terms of the city. Again, so far, it is a cell that's producing some rotation. And again, this thing is to the west of Tuscaloosa. And Molly, I think that's going to be probably our best shot right there off to the west. So again, we don't technically have a tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County at the moment, but based off the rotation, the Weather Service may require one pretty soon. And they're just kind of watching it as well as we are. All right, here we go. Tornado warning, Tuscaloosa County. So the National Weather Service did go ahead and issue that. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go to you, Nick, if you want to get us that update on the warning.
Yeah, so we do have a tornado warning now for Tuscaloosa County, and this is until 4:30, so well over an hour at the moment. So if you're in any of these areas, Whitston, Lake Tuscaloosa, Northport, Coker, Buell, Wyndham Springs, Samantha, I'm just naming off a few, Ecola, Lake Lurleen State Park. Just make sure that you're, finding your safe spot soon, because, this is a classic hook echo on radar at the moment. And, it is kind of rotating and it's creating some severe storms at the moment. So definitely make your way to your safe spot, whether that's into the interior of your home or if you can quickly make it to a shelter. And that is, again, until 4:30 p.m. that is issued for. Now, the good news, I'm still monitoring the East Mississippi storms, and there's really only one storm moving through Jasper County into Lauderdale that's of concern. The rest have been expired, so that's good news at the moment.
All right. What was the speed on that, Nick? I didn't catch that.
That was 45 miles an hour.
Okay. In northeast?
That's right.
All right, so a lot of people in the path of this potential tornado that could be developing. So let's take a radar full. And tell you what, Molly, I know you're in the Weather Center too. Keep a very careful eye on the downtown camera and the Bryant-Denny camera. So let me stop this loop, and let's just show you the polygon and who is in this polygon. So again, we continue the tornado warning for parts of southeast Pickens County and far northeast Greene County. Your potential tornado right there. That's going to cross Highway 82, very close to Coker. It's going to cross Highway 171, somewhere not too far from Lake Lurleen State Park. Nick, I know you mentioned Lake Lurleen. You could be directly impacted by this possible tornado. It's then going to cross Highway 43, I think, to the north of the Civic Center, probably north of Chapel Hill Baptist Church. And I would say this is most likely going to stay south of Northside High School, probably going to be somewhere in that area. Most likely this potential tornado is going to go over places like Bone Camp Road, Rue Road, Tears Patton Road, Cedar Ridge Drive, Beacon Point area. Those communities, those neighborhoods, those could be impacted by this possible tornado. Now, it's not confirmed, so that's one good thing. We don't have a confirmation of a large tornado. This is a possibility of a tornado, and hopefully it stays that way. We don't want to see this thing touch down and produce damage anywhere. And I tell you what, Nick, I haven't heard of any damage from this thing at all so far. Have you heard of anything?
I haven't either. And, I'm looking at power outages too, and I haven't seen anything significant either, other than far north counties of Alabama that are out of our coverage area. So that is a good sign at the moment.
Yeah, so far, I mean, that's great, and hopefully this storm will behave and not produce a actual tornado. But Man, this is a classic supercell thunderstorm. Even had that V notch right there. There is your hook echo, that fish hook feature that could have a tornado within that. If there is a tornado, it's going to be right on top of the Sipsey River. It's really going to follow that Sipsey into Tuscaloosa County. And then again, cross Highway 82, cross Highway 171, 43, and eventually Highway 69. I think this stays mostly north of, say, Lock 15 and Holt Lock and Dam. I think it's going to stay north of that. In downtown Tuscaloosa, I think it stays north of you as well. So let me zoom in tight, and let's just show you kind of the path of this thing. There's the Tuscaloosa County line. This is Tuscaloosa County, Pickens County, Northern Greene County. We got Pioneer there. There's the Kirk community, Holloman. We got Coker. And again, that's Highway 82 that runs into the downtown Northport area. So this potential tornado is right there on that kind of triple point of Pickens County, Tuscaloosa County, and Northern Greene County. And again, you see that the polygon does not include the University of Alabama. It does not include downtown Tuscaloosa. This includes roughly downtown Northport from the Civic Center points north. This is going to be mostly a northwest Tuscaloosa County type of storm here. So again, Nick, you're looking at the velocity on this thing. Is there any changes so far?
I'm not seeing any changes in velocity. I do see it on there, and that's what we're monitoring too. You can see a little bit of some rotation, but nothing super impressive other than the classic hook that we're seeing there. But yeah, just to reiterate the places that it's heading towards Coker at the moment. But yeah, just keeping a close eye on that storm. We haven't seen any reports, again, just to reiterate that as well.
And we got some lightning outside here, the thunder. Tell you what, let's, Molly, if we can, let's take that Brian Denny camera. And we're pointing in the direction of the hook echo feature that's right there over the Gina area, coming up on Romulus. And again, we're watching kind of back in here for any kind of sign that we have a visual of a tornado. And have they changed the downtown camera any at all, Molly? I figured they'd probably try to follow this thing.
They actually have not, nor with the Skyland camera either.
Okay, tell you what, can you see anything with the downtown camera?
You can see some clouds coming in and a little bit more of that cloud wall, but I can pull it up.
I'll tell you what, pull that up and let's just look at it. That may be the edge of our wall cloud right there. Let's see. Again, this is the spot we're watching. This is downtown Tuscaloosa. That's the Black Warrior River off of the distance, close to Hunt Oil. And again, if there's a tornado, it's going to be back here. And I just cannot see it that far away. So let's go back to our Brian Denny camera. Probably need to turn that downtown camera a little further north, be able to capture this thing. So again, there's your thunderstorm. And again, there's a rain-free base back in here. So again, this is a tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County until, what time was that, Nick? 4:30. All right, for Tuscaloosa County till 4:30. And this possible tornado, there we go, Molly. That's what we're looking at right there. And look at the lightning in front of this thing. So we got a tremendous amount of lightning, so strong updraft. So we're looking at the rain-free base of this thing. And again, it's kind of difficult to see if there's a tornado there or not. But again, if you are in west or north Tuscaloosa County, you need to be in shelter now for a potential tornado that could be there. We don't have confirmation of a tornado. We just want you to know that the possibility is there that we could have a tornado. And again, we're looking in that direction of that, a severe tornadic thunderstorm. And again, just right now, it's just a little too far away to be able to tell any kind of definition of if there's a tornado there or not. But we are going to carefully monitor this thing and seeing a lot of lightning here. So most likely we're probably getting some large hail being produced by this thing. And yeah, this storm means business. It is a rough-looking storm. In terms of the rotation, I am seeing sign of this thing still there. Depends on what radar sites you use. And again, this is going to be coming up on Coker pretty soon. So this possible rotation is going to be crossing Highway 82 somewhere in the vicinity of Coker. So again, this is looking west from our Brian Diddy camera towards downtown. All right, let's get back over to radar because we just can't see anything just yet. I want to make sure we show who's in this path of this potential tornado. And again, let me just zoom in tight. Again, I'm seeing a lot of rain develop out there, so that's one thing that may help us out, kind of lower some of that instability just a bit. And the thing's still rotating. You kind of see the mesocyclone if you watch that spin right there. Again, this is about to cross Highway 82 in Tuscaloosa County. It's in the process of crossing out of far southeast Pickens County, moving into western Tuscaloosa County. And at any time, again, we haven't had any reports of damage so far. That is good news. Hopefully this thing will not produce a tornado, but the rotation is there and the environment is capable of producing a tornado. So we want you to take it serious in case there is a tornado down. So again, I don't see any confirmation, and hopefully that will continue. But again, it's just about out of Pickens County. This thing's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Again, if you're at downtown Tuscaloosa, you're fine. This is not going to impact downtown at all. This storm is moving more northeast. And I'll tell you what, this thing may have made a slight turn more to the north. I was just looking at the velocity couplet. But again, if you're in Akola area, if you're at Mount Olive area, Mount Olive Baptist Church, over towards Samantha, you need to be in shelter now, as this possible tornado is going to continue moving your way. But so far, it is awfully quiet in the chat room, Nick. I haven't heard of anything. Have you?
I have not. It's been awfully quiet in the chat room, too, which is a good sign, of course. It's kind of been the same in the Jackson chat room, too. They've extended a tornado warning for, southern Mississippi areas, but nothing that's going to be approaching the state line just quite yet either. So good news right now.
Nick, what about storm reports? Any kind of power outages coming out of the storm so far?
In Alabama, we're not seeing that many power outages, still more to the north. Mississippi has seen quite a bit, but they've actually had a little bit more damage move through there. So,
all right, and you said we have Jabari on the line?
Yes.
Hey, Jabari, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Of course, we got an update down here in Foster's and Raft that the Foster's community storm shelter here. I'm just making an update. Just kind of the storm shelter here is full and at max. But however, they have just announced that Myrtlewood Elementary School, that is directly next to this shelter, is open. So they have opened up Myrtlewood Elementary School as a storm shelter. The Foster's Community Storm Shelter is at capacity at this point. I just actually made my way here, and it is standing room only. So they have started to kind of asking people if they want to go down to Myrtlewood that are standing, they can. But at this point, in the Foster's and Raft community trying to get to a storm shelter, Myrtlewood Elementary School is open as a storm shelter right now.
All right, so Jabari, you're saying a lot of people are taking advantage of these local storm shelters. I mean, that is a wonderful thing compared to years past. People just didn't have that option, right?
Years ago, me growing up in this area here, going through storm shelter, through severe weather, rather, I should say, we had no storm shelters. We just kind of rode out the storm until it was over. But, in the past, I would say probably 8 years this storm shelter has been here, maybe a little less. It has, been the biggest blessing for this community that they actually have a place where they can actually go and take cover from the storm. So this is a huge, huge deal. And for them to be at capacity right now, and right now I'm actually looking at people who are making their way to the shelter, and they're turning people around and heading them to Myrtlewood Elementary School at this time. So this is an amazing, amazing thing that people are actually taking advantage of this storm shelter here in Foster.
Hey, Jabari, that is a wonderful thing, and I really appreciate that report. You guys stay safe down there. The tornado is going to stay north of where Jabari is, and again, we're looking with our Bryant Denny camera in Tuscaloosa. And again, we're just kind of trying to look for this thing, and it's difficult to see. But again, right now, we've got, again, that tornado warning polygon that includes much of North and West Tuscaloosa County. And I tell you what, Molly, you got me in okay, I'm going to take control of radar here. So let's go to Birmingham radar. So we're going to go to Birmingham radar and look at this storm close, and let's track this thing along. Let's see what it is doing now. And really, this is the only storm of concern, as it has really wrapped up again. And this thing is coming up right up on Ecola. So if you're in Ecola, if you're up at Lake Lurleen State Park, again, this potential tornado is going to be right here. It's now crossing Highway 82, and it's about to cross Highway 171 very soon, somewhere close to Brownville Food Mart. I would say it's going to be really close to that. They did take Greene County out of the tornado warning because it's now out of the county. So let's look at the velocity, and let's just look at this thing together and see where the rotation is. A very tight couplet right there that's, again, crossing Highway 82 south of Gordo. Again, if you are in Gordo, this thing is just a hair to your east along Highway 82. And Nick, what was that? They just made some kind of change. Did you see that on the chat? What are they doing?
So they just continued it now until 4:30 for northwestern Tuscaloosa County, which I believe was the original time.
Okay.
So
yeah, and they're going to continue for parts of East Pickens just for a brief amount of time.
That's right.
So again, let's go back over to radar full. And I know, Molly, you're in the Weather Center too. Keep an eye on the downtown camera and the Bryant Denny camera. Anything from that, Molly, that you're seeing?
Downtown and Bryant Denny, we're just watching this rain come in.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to decipher. Tuscaloosa camera, you see, or Bryant Denny Stadium camera, you see all the lightning. There's a little bit of a drier spot where there's a little bit of light in the clouds, but not too much to decipher if there's actually rotation on the ground or any of that. I'm not seeing any of that reported.
All right, so again, we are watching, and we got some images coming in, and I don't see any sign of a tornado from any of these images, so that's good. I'm not saying there's not one down, but I don't see any confirmation. And this thing is crossing Highway 82 as we speak. That's just outside of Gordo, really to the west of Coker. That's this signature, and it's moving northeast just like that. So again, if you are at Highway 171 to the north of the interchange at Highway 43, the split off, you go up 171 there, and if you are north of that, we want you in shelter. If you are north of about, say, Chapel Hill Baptist Church up to, I'd say all the way up to Northside High School, let's go to shelter. Weather Service, do you see that, Nick? Mentioning a possible debris signature popping up. Yep. There it is. All right, we've got a tornado down. And I believe we can confirm there's a tornado down right now. So let's go in really tight and show you where this thing is. This thing is crossing Highway 82 right at Hallman. Hallman, right now, you need to be in shelter. You have a confirmed tornado. We can say that is a tornado signature right now. That is moving northeast pretty quickly. So again, that's Highway 171. The tornado is west of Buell and Coker. That little outline right there, that is Lake Lurleen. That's Lake Lurleen State Park. You've got all the hiking trails around Lake Lurleen. This is going to be just a hair to the north of that. This is going to be really close to Mount Olive. Again, Ecola somewhere shooting the gap between that. But again, it looks like we have a tornado down right at Hallman that is on the Tuscaloosa Pickens County line crossing Highway 82 based off of what we are seeing. And again, we have a TDS. So we have a confirmed tornado now. So we'll go back to radar, and you're going to see that polygon change colors. Okay, so now we have a pink polygon representing where we have a tornado down. That's going to track through northern Tuscaloosa County. So again, this is a dangerous situation. We have a tornado down. Tell you what, let's take our Bryant Denny camera just for a moment and I want to look northwest into this thing and just kind of see what we've got going on. And again, this is a confirmed tornado. And tell you what, I'm going to step off the screen here and just see if we can see this thing. So again, this is from our Bryant Denny camera in Tuscaloosa. And your tornado is going to be in that direction right there. And again, it's just difficult to see. Most likely this thing is wrapped up in rain, or just not going to be able to see that tornado. But there's one down. It's crossing Highway 82 right now. And this is certainly a dangerous thunderstorm that we know has a tornado down. Again, we're looking at this from our Bryant Denny camera in Tuscaloosa, and we see the rain shaft. We just cannot see the tornado itself because it's obscured by rain. Unfortunately, we cannot see it. So again, if you are just now joining us, it is, let's see, 3:44. Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott here. We've got a dangerous thunderstorm that is producing a tornado in parts of West Tuscaloosa County. And again, we're looking at this, the cloud base. We've got a tremendous amount of lightning right here. And our tornado is going to be somewhere in this vicinity. We just can't see it because of the rain that's wrapped around it. But we know it's there based off the signature we've got. And I'll tell you what, it's there's no doubt there's one down, and we may have another one trying to develop. So we could have two tornadoes that are very close to each other, maybe a new circulation forming on the south side of the old one. So let's go to radar. And tell you what, Molly, when we do that, just keep a close eye on tower cam. And if you see something, let me know. So we're going to go back over to radar and show you the storm of concern. And Nick, we have no other storms pressing that are tornadic, right?
That's correct.
For the moment, except for that one back there. See that tornadic storm? So, all right, let's go in tight. And again, we've got a confirmed tornado down very close to Cola in northwest Tuscaloosa County. And you saw that tornado warning polygon change colors. It's now a pink polygon because we got one confirmed down. And it's the first time we've had one confirmed so far. And again, that's your original tornado that's near Ecola, but there could be a new circulation developing down around Coker. It looks like maybe potentially two circulations that are developing. Maybe this one is decaying and this one's a new one that's beginning to develop. We'll put on the radar out of Birmingham and see if we can get a good perspective. And goodness, unfortunately, it's not a good perspective from Birmingham's radar. We're kind of in between Columbus and Birmingham. And I will say this, now this storm does not look as impressive as it did just a few moments ago. So perhaps this storm is about to be in the process of weakening just a bit. Valerie Hughes reporting a funnel cloud in Gordo, or reported a funnel cloud in Gordo. Let's see.
Starting to see some power outages too in the chat from places in Gordo, definitely where the storm is going over. So definitely starting to see the impacts of this. But I do want to point out, Richard, they just put a tornado warning for Noxubee and Kemper County, Mississippi, which that storm would move into about central Pickens and north Sumter. So keep a close eye on that one as that starts to move its way in.
All right, and we got Valerie Hughes that's on this storm too. She's a storm chaser that's out there looking at that storm, and they see the rotating funnel and a potentially tornado down. They can't see if it's down, but they were in Gordo looking at this storm. So again, a dangerous thunderstorm that could still be producing a tornado generally to the north of Coker now. And this is about to cross Highway 171. And next up would be Highway 43 close to Samantha. This would be on the north end of Lake Tuscaloosa over towards Binion Creek, the boat ramp. This is going to then cross Highway 69 somewhere in the vicinity of Yellow Creek Road, Barger Road as well, where it gets off of Yellow Creek in that area. And I think this stays north of Lock 15. This is going to be further north than that. But our possible tornado, we actually got a confirmed tornado, but again, don't know if it's still down or not. It's still the possibility it could be. So let's look at the debris signature. All right, there it is. So let's go in tight and see exactly where this tornado is. And I'll tell you what, we need to watch that second circulation developing close to Coker. So again, a tornado, we got the debris signature that's right over the Cola area. That's Highway 171. The Brownville Food Mart sits right about there. The gas station Food Mart, that is right there about where 171, that icon is on your screen. And this tornado, what's likely still a tornado, is moving northeast in that general direction. I do think this stays north of Lake Lorraine State Park, so I think this tornado stays just a hair to your north, but still it's going to be a mighty close call. And again, a lot of people reporting funnel clouds, so, you know, wall clouds, they can see structure with this thing. But again, we know there's a tornado down in that part of Tuscaloosa County. But again, if you are on 171, I'd say near and north of Bone Camp Road, if you are on Highway 43 between 69 and 43 near Tierce Patton and points north, you need to be in shelter. I think if you are on the south side of Tierce Patton, if you're on the south side of Bone Camp, most likely this tornado is going to pass just to your north and west. So again, this is going to be a little bit closer to where Banyan Creek boat ramp is on Highway 43, right there where my finger is. That's where that is. I got Samantha, Northside High School sits up there at the top of the screen. And I will say this is going to be a little further south of Northside High School. So north of the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center, south of Northside High School. So that's generally the zone we're talking about for this tornado. And based off the velocity, I don't think this is going to be an overly powerful tornado, but goodness, Nick, I'm looking at another circulation forming south of there. You seeing that? And I can pull up velocity, and you see that too. So, you know, we need to, right there, I mean, there could be another circulation forming a little bit further towards the south. And if this becomes a dominant circulation.
Yeah, that southern part is definitely recycling, intensifying. They're noticing that in the chat too.
So I'll tell you what, if you are, you know, Bone Camp Road, Tierce Patton Road south, you could be in the direct line of this thing. So we're talking about, you know, places like Beacon Point neighborhood, Cedar Ridge neighborhood, Carmel Bay, areas like that. You need to be in shelter. We got Carroll's Creek Fire Station that sits right there on Tierce Patton Road. Then you've got Bone Camp that connects Highway 43 to Highway 171 and a possible tornado there. I'll tell you what, let's take our Bryant Denny camera and let's look. We can do that in the control room, guys. If you want to take that in the control room, and there we go. And that's what we're looking at. That dark spot. That's kind of that recycling that we're talking about. So let's look at these cloud bases here and just kind of see what we've got. So again, this does not include the city of Tuscaloosa. This is north of Northport. Goodness, and it's just so hard to see what's inside there. But no doubt there's a rain-free base and a lowering, but I just can't see if there's a tornado in contact with the ground or not. This is the new circulation forming, and this could be the dominant circulation. And that is what we are monitoring. All right, so tell you what, let's go ahead, Nick. You got something?
We're continuing to get updates that they're continuing the tornado warning in Tuscaloosa County. So those are locations like Lake Tuscaloosa, Coker, Windham Springs, Samantha, Tierce Patton Bridge, Wiley, Bankhead Lock and Dam, E. coli, and Lake Lurleen State Park. So definitely those areas, if you're in that area, you need to take shelter.
All right, so again, we're watching this from our Bryant Denny camera here in Tuscaloosa, and that lowering right there. Now, the parent tornado has dissipated. I believe the parent tornado that's near Acola, it has dissipated, but we got a new one that's developing to the south of that, and that's that kind of lowering we're looking at. And again, it's really difficult to see if there's anything down or not. We're just going to try to look for power flashes too in this zone, but you can see in that rain-free base, that's what we're looking at for a potential tornado. but just cannot see if there's anything in contact with the ground or not. But there's no doubt that the rotation is increasing with that. So again, this is further south. The original tornado, it has fizzled out. So we're watching a new circulation that's formed on the south side of that. And that's what we've got. So again, if you're in downtown Tuscaloosa, University of Alabama campus, you are fine. There's no problems there. Getting a lot of pictures in. You see those, Nick. So, all right, let's tell you what, let's go to radar. And let's look at that storm. We got another one that's back here in East Mississippi. But let's go into this storm that's in North Tuscaloosa County. And just keep an eye on tower cam, too, if you guys don't mind, our Bryant Denny camera, because, again, yeah, we got new circulation developing. It's very evident there. See how it's kind of wrapping up right there. So, again, that's Highway 171. This is very close to Lake Lorraine State Park. Again, this potentially new developing tornado is really close to Lake Lorraine. And, again, it's going to cross Highway 43 right there, close to the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center. It's then going to cross Highway 69, somewhere in the vicinity of, I'd say, a Yellow Creek Road, somewhere close to Yellow Creek Road, maybe a hair north of there. So, again, if you're on Tierce Patton, if you're on Bone Camp, you know, some of the neighborhoods I mentioned, Carmel Bay area, Beacon Point, if you are at Cedar Ridge, you know, our friends over there, we need to be in shelter right now because we got a possible tornado that could be recycling and redeveloping. Now, one good thing is the polygon has changed back to red, which means we no longer have a confirmed tornado. However, this was the original tornado, was that one right there, and it has dissipated up close to Brownville Food Mart off of 171, and that has dissipated, but a new one is forming right here, and this could be the dominant circulation, have a tornado. So let's look at the velocity, and there it is, pretty tight evidence of rotation, about to cross Highway 43, or I'm sorry, 171, the next up would be 43. If you are at downtown Tuscaloosa, you're fine, there's no problems at downtown. In fact, if you're at downtown Northport, you're okay. This is going to be north of there. So the further north on 43, if you're at the Northport Civic Center, I would pull over and let this storm pass by, as it is a dangerous thunderstorm. We hear the lightning outside of our studio, or hear the thunder outside of our studio right now. I don't see any confirmation of a tornado down at this point, and hopefully this thing will not touch down. So let's see, I'll tell you what, let me get out of this and let's go to our Bryant Denny camera. Hey, Charlie, let's take our Bryant Denny camera full, please. And I just want to see, all right, that's what it looks like. Let me zoom out. Goodness, we're just not going to be able to see anything at all. This thing is totally rain-wrapped. So, again, unfortunately, we can't see anything there. And I say unfortunately, I mean, I'm glad we can't, but the bad thing is if there is something there, we can't identify it. So let's go back over to our weather graphics. All right, here we go. And again, here's the radar. I do see that confirmed tornado down there approaching Meridian. You see that. Nick, are you, would you mind looking at that storm and just kind of see how it's looking and where it's heading? And also need to pay attention to that storm that's coming towards northern Sumter and southern Pickens County,
I was going to bring your attention to that one.
Yeah.
Because that one's approaching Scuba right now.
I'll tell you what, do you have, Molly, do you have that camera that's at Geiger?
Yeah, because it's right across the state line of Geiger right now. It has fairly good rotation, so we could take a look at that. But I'll take a look at the one near Meridian.
Okay. Yeah, my sister lives in Meridian, so we need to look at that storm for her. I know that's outside of our TV market, but we'll make sure they're safe too. Here's the storm over Scuba, and this is just to the west of Geiger. Let's look at the velocity. And again, the evidence of rotation that's just west of Geiger. Molly, did they have anything on that camera? Okay. We're going to take that camera full, and we showed this earlier, Geiger, and go ahead and tell us what you're seeing, Molly. Are you seeing anything at all?
Not really, not even on the zoomed
too much
inside.
rain.
Very, very much solid rain. Oh, there's a raindrop. I have been watching this as it's come forward, and it is just like the last time. You see the rain come forward as well, straight towards the camera. I honestly don't know if they've moved the camera in the direction of the storm in the way the storm is moving, but it looks like they have not moved it in the past little bit since that last storm went through.
Okay, and hey, we've got Laura outside. I want to go to her real quick. Laura, what you got going on?
Hybrid propellants.
Hey, Laura, can you hear me?
Watch or warning going into effect. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I got you now. Go ahead, Laura.
Awesome. I'm standing outside of Bryant-Denny Stadium, not straying too far, just to be cautious and safe. But as you can hear, the thunder is picking up out here. It started to come down and rain, but it seems like it doesn't want to come down just yet. It's lulling just a little bit. I've seen behind me some students, it seems like, running, getting caught up in the rain, but that was just a little bit earlier. There is some really intense lightning and thunder out here, I'm not gonna lie. That wind is starting to pick up, but earlier when I got out here, I was noticing it was just a little bit humid. So the conditions are really confusing for me, honestly, and it seems like this rain and this storm just doesn't want to come down just yet. So I will continue to update you, and if it gets nastier out here, I will be out here showing you. But staying safe, of course, in the case of any tornado warning, so I can take shelter just like everybody else should, and keeping weather aware. Richard?
Hey, thanks, Laura. And you mentioned that humidity. That's what's fueling these thunderstorms, and so that warm, humid air, and you can hear the wind blowing outside. And Laura is safe where she is. Well, saw the lightning strike. Goodness. Somebody want to check on Laura real quick just to make sure she's good. That was close. My goodness. We think Laura's safe. Are you good? Laura, you okay?
Yes.
We saw that flash of
Yeah,
light
I'm
there.
safe. There is a pretty... Yeah, I can see it in the reflection of the stadium behind me. There's some thunder. I bet you there's going to be some more lightning just here in a few seconds or a few minutes. But yeah, I feel fine. I feel safe. The moment I hear those sirens going off or anything, or the moment I feel unsafe, I'm going to be right back in the stadium. It's a concrete jungle. You know, it'll keep me safe. But yeah, I'll be out here reporting, keeping you updated.
Hey, thank you, Laura. Appreciate that update. And yeah, saw that lightning strike there for a moment. It's like, man, that was close. So from Bryant-Denny, we're looking north. We got 73, and you know, Laura's outside. You see the wind. I mean, we had a wind whipping into these thunderstorms. It's sustained at 24 miles per hour. So let's go back into these storms tide. And you know, I tell you what, this is such an odd situation. It kind of reminds me of the night of April 28th of 2014. You know, not quite to that level, but again, it's kind of this big mass of rain, and you've got these embedded mini supercells, and they're occasionally rotating and producing tornadoes. It just kind of reminds me of that night of what we're looking at. Now, I don't see any sign of any strong, violent tornadoes, but there could be certainly something down. So let's go back in North Tuscaloosa County, and hey, I tell you what, this storm, the reflectivity is coming down some, so hopefully that is a trend that will indicate the storm is weakening and will not produce a tornado. And again, there's still got rotation. Man, this thing is right over Tiers Patton between Highway 43 and Highway 69. So let's go in tight to this thing. Again, it is showing sign of weakening. But no doubt this is still a dangerous storm. There's the old scan. That's Lake Tuscaloosa right there. Highway 43, Binion Creek, the boat ramp sits right there. You got a Lakeland, the gas station, and Ollie's, Rooster. People call it Roosters. Ollie's is Texaco gas station right there. And again, that tornadic circulation is crossing that part of the lake. Right there, you've got the fire station, Carroll's Creek Fire Station sits right there. Tiers Patton connects Highway 69. There's a Dollar General that sits right here. And again, this is a dangerous thunderstorm that could still produce a tornado. I don't have confirmation of one, which is good, but man, that could change. So again, I will say this with confidence. If you are west of Highway 171, I think the tornado threat for this storm has moved on past you. We've got some strong wind indication, potentially a tornado crossing Highway 43, and eventually we'll cross Highway 69, somewhere in the vicinity of the Dollar General there, just about a mile south of Yellow Creek Road that connects to Barger. So just those areas, that's where we're looking at. So let me go to a wide view and show everybody out there. And while we do that, Nick, what you got?
I do want to point out there is a cell that's about to enter into Sumter and Pickens County. That is a tornado-warned cell in Mississippi. We are asking the National Weather Service in Birmingham if they plan to issue a warning for that entering Sumter and Pickens. At this moment, it does have pretty high reflectivity values and a slight circulation there, but it doesn't seem to be anything just yet.
Hey, tell you what, let's can we pull up the weather iPad and show you this? This is, if we can tell, I don't know if you can see it. There we go. Let me change this. This is the Carroll's Creek storm shelter, and man, you talking about a packed house. So again, a lot of people are in the path of this storm and have decided to seek shelter, and we are really thankful that people are taking advantage of these local storm shelters. That's what we like to see. And that is over at Carroll's Creek, the storm shelter they've got there. Let's get back over to graphics and show you again from our Brian Denny camera and what it looks like outside. And again, I appreciate the pictures and the videos. I'm going to try to get a lot of these to you here in just a moment once things kind of calm down a little bit. So we're going back over to radar, and that's what we keep hearing many people talking about, going to those storm shelters and not taking a chance with any of these storms. Nick, you said something about a rotation that's coming into Pickens County.
That's right.
And let's look at that. So this is a very similar spot to the rotation that's currently in Tuscaloosa County. Let me stop this loop and let's just look at this thing together. And again, we've got a high reflectivity, kind of mini supercell storm that's embedded in this large rain mass. And we'll look at the velocity product. And yeah, there's no doubt there's some pretty decent circulation right there just north of Geiger. In fact, Molly, have they turned that camera over there at Geiger? If they could turn that thing north, man, that would be looking right into it.
They have not, but you can definitely tell the rain has picked up, and I honestly don't know what direction this camera is facing anymore.
Okay, that is looking southwest. I've been down there many times through that part of Alabama. Some beautiful land. You get into the cedar forest, and man, it is awesome down there. Good deer hunting also down there. All right, let's go to. So tell you what, let's go back to the Tuscaloosa County storm. And Nick, you know, that thing, they're probably going to issue a tornado warning for this storm as well, if I had to guess. That's a pretty impressive rotational signature. The one to the north, again, this is what's left of the rotation. And again, this thing is between Highway 43 and Highway 69. It's literally crossing Lake Tuscaloosa now. And again, I'm going to zoom in tight so you can see that. And again, I wouldn't say this is an overly strong tornado. If there's one down, it's most likely going to be an EF0, EF1 type. But again, every tornado is dangerous. But that's the outline of Lake Tuscaloosa. That's the Lake Tuscaloosa Bridge on Highway 69. That is the Binion Creek boat ramp, the bridge there. A lot of people put in a large boat ramp facility, and people have bass tournaments on Lake Tuscaloosa Park there. This thing has crossed Highway 43, not too far from the Texaco gas station in Lakeland. A lot of people call the Texaco gas station Roosters or Ollie's. Mr. Ollie, who's an awesome man that owns that gas station there. So this is the rotation. And again, this road right there, that's Tierce Patton. If you follow that, it goes over to Highway 69 right there. There's a Dollar General that sits there. Again, that's where your potential tornado is. And again, this is going to continue off to the northeast like that. So again, if you keep going, you go up here to Yellow Creek, you keep going up Highway 69 to Wyndham Springs, and this possible tornado is going to cross to the north of, I'd say to the north of the Lake Tuscaloosa Bridge on 69. That's where I'm concerned about for a possible tornado. And that's what we're watching. Nick, you got anything over there that you're seeing? Anything new out of this storm?
It's a storm, no. I've been keeping my eyes on this storm as it's coming into Sumter and Pickens County. National Weather Service has not issued a warning just quite yet, but it definitely does have some rotation to it and some high reflectivity values as well. Seeing some hail reports on radar too. So as that starts to make its way into southern Pickens County and northern Sumter County, that's definitely a storm of interest to keep watching there.
All right, so again, still following this rotation, and this storm has just kind of got what we call transient rotation. It'll come and go. It's not necessarily a consistent long track type of circulation, so hopefully this thing does not have a tornado down. Let's go over to the dual pole radar. Hey, Laura, you got some trees down? What you got?
Yeah, can you hear me, Richard?
Hey, I got you, Laura. What's going on?
So I just spoke to EMA Director Michael Stoker in Fayette, and he says over by the Wayside Fire Department, Volunteer Fire Department, on Highway 107 and mile marker 12, they're on the scene of a tree across the road at intersection of Highway 107 and County Road 36. So if you're anywhere around there, there's obviously some storms that's coming through and picking up and blowing over debris and things like that. So just be safe. And if you have any updates or any videos or pictures of damage, please send them in so we can show them. But that's just going on in Fayette right now, Richard.
All right, thank you, Laura. And again, we got a pretty widespread swath, some strong winds that's going on there. So we're going to see some occasional trees come down with that. So let's take a radar full, and again, we're looking at the dual pole technology, and we don't see any sign of a rotation or in terms of a tornado. So I don't see any sign of that right now, but we're going to carefully monitor it. Nick, you got something? Oh, okay, I thought you had something. All right, so again, we've got a possible tornado that's crossing over Lake Tuscaloosa. We'll take on the velocity. And let's just look at this thing together. There's your rotation. Again, not overwhelmingly impressive, but it is something that we're going to watch. I don't have any confirmation of a tornado, but it's still just it's just a storm that you just can't get your eyes off of because it could still produce a tornado. Let's see. That storm to the southwest, that's in northern Sumter County. The rotation. Let's see, the rotation is still there. And goodness, trying to get some information here. We've got a lot of stuff coming in. So here in a little bit, we've got a lot of video and pictures that are coming in of some damage. And this is an interesting note. Nick from the National Weather Service, my buddy John DeBlock over there, he's an excellent meteorologist, and they're trying to figure out what we're missing here, because these storms, while the environment is just about perfect for tornadoes today, they're just having a hard time producing tornadoes, and we just really don't understand why. I'm happy for that, by the way. That is a wonderful thing, and we have had some tornadoes. We've seen the debris signatures, but they just don't seem to last very long, and this is certainly not a long-track violent tornado situation tonight across Alabama, or this evening across Alabama, and I'm very thankful for that. We have talked about this many times. Nick, you and I talked about this. If we end up with only minor damage or no damage at all, man, what an awesome thing to happen. I know I hate to scare everybody to death. We just cannot ignore the parameters that we've had today. All right. Hey, Jabari, I got you live. What you got going on? Hey, Jabari. Hello. All right, hey, Charlie, just let me know when we get Jabari. Okay. Hey, Jabari, can you hear me? I cannot hear him. Hey, I've got a report. I've got a report, Nick, if you want to pass this along in the National Weather Service chat room. There's a tree down on Mitt-Larry Road, blocking portions of Highway 43. So we're getting some reports of some trees down in scattered pockets, and that's where that storm tracked. Now, I'm not seeing any major damage out of that, but we're seeing some scattered trees coming down with that. So again, we're not seeing a lot of damage from this storm so far. I think where the tornado touched down, that was Mid-Larry at Highway 43, or close to that. So again, hey Jabari, we got you now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Rich, of course, I've been talking with the Pickens County EMA Director, Lakita Bell, who says that in her area it's pretty clear, clean, but there are reports of trees down in that area, but no reports of like trees falling on houses or structures or anything like that, but trees are down in Pickens County. Then over in Greene County, Utah Mayor Latasha Johnson, I just spoke with her. She says everything is pretty clear there. They have not got any phone calls. Again, people in Greene County, she did say, are taking advantage of all of their storm shelters. So the storm shelters, are, people are taking advantage of that and everything. So like I said, Pickens County, trees down, no reports of any structural damage or trees on houses or anything like that. Just trees are down. And in Greene County, no reports of injuries, damages, or anything. Everything is pretty clear. Everybody have taken advantage of the storm shelters in both of those counties.
All right, Jabari, so that is awesome. We keep hearing everybody that's taking advantage of local storm shelters. And, I'm looking at some of these videos and information that's coming to us and just kind of trying to decipher what all that has happened. I know we had a tornado touchdown not too far from Gordo. And, it looks like it was just a brief, probably an EF0 type of tornado. But I tell you what, this storm just continued. Look at that new confirmation there of a tornado down. We're just talking about this in North Tuscaloosa County. So here we go. We've got a confirmed tornado. Nick, if you have any information, let me know. This is coming through Windham Springs right now. So the National Weather Service has confirmed this tornado being down.
Yeah, they just continued the tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County till 4:30, which that's no change.
Yeah, but they've got a pink polygon here, so they're seeing radar indicated tornado somehow. What?
They're also seeing a TDS over State Route 69 in Birmingham.
Okay, so Highway 69, so that's 69 right there. They're seeing a TDS. I don't see it on my radar yet. Let me pull it up on my other radar source here. Yeah, I see that very light TDS. So it looks like a tornado is, again, has touched down. It's not a big tornado, but it is most likely an EF0, EF1 type. And again, I'm going to pull up the velocity. I cannot see it on correlation coefficient yet, but that's it. That's your tornado. So again, if you are at Tierce Patton Road and south, you're now in the clear, but this thing has spun up, has moved over you, and is now producing a tornado. So that's the tornado right now over Bull Slough Road, Highway 69. So again, that's Bull Slough Road, runs right through there, joins Highway 69. We've got Dunn Road right there. And again, this potential tornado, in fact, confirmed tornado, is crossing Highway 69 right now. This is about to move in a very sparsely populated part of Tuscaloosa County. And again, there's Windham Springs. And again, you got Goodwater Road that jumps off of Windham Springs. There's Dunn Road. And again, that's where our tornado is. This is to the north. Let me show you this. I'm just going to show you the Lake Tuscaloosa Bridge. That's at Lake Tuscaloosa at Highway 69. Keep going up Highway 69. There's Bull Slough Road right there. You see Tierce Patton Road right there. Tierce Patton and the Dollar General is there. So this tornado went right through there, but most likely it was still lifted. It wasn't down at the time. At least we don't think it was, but has touched down somewhere as it crossed over into now the very rural part of Tuscaloosa County, but still, we need you in shelters. We got a confirmed tornado down. Again, most likely it is a brief one, but it is certainly a dangerous deal. Yeah, seeing several trees down on Tierce Patton Road. So this tornado may have been down when it crossed over Tierce Patton. So again, that's the road that connects Highway 69. See the text there to Highway 43. It has crossed over that now. It's coming up on Dunn Road in Goodwater. So let me pan this to the north. There's Wyndham Springs. That's Goodwater Road there. Again, that is, okay, there it is. All right, clearly this thing's wrapped back up. And again, that's your tornado right over Goodwater Road there. Again, this is a very wide open part of Tuscaloosa County. It's going to move into Walker County pretty soon, and the Weather Service office is going to have to make a decision on whether they will issue a tornado warning for Walker County. And I'm getting all kinds of damage reports off of Tierce Patton now. So I tell you what, I know a lot of people that live over there. If you guys wouldn't mind, text me and just make sure y'all are all okay. Looks like this tornado may have moved over parts of Tierce Patton. So you guys just let me know that y'all are all good and if you have any damage. So again, the tornado has moved northeast, and we got some power lines being reported down, some trees down as well. So again, there it is. Again, it's spun up. It's across Highway 69. So again, if you are further south than this, if you are south of, say, Yellow Creek Road, if you're below that, you're all good. This is about to move into Walker County. That is the Black Warrior River. Bankhead Lock and Dam sits right there. Old Lock 15 sits right about there. That's going to be north of you. So again, if you're at Lock 15, you're going to be in all clear. There's no threat from this storm to you. And again, they're going to issue a tornado warning downstream for Walker County because this storm is still producing occasional tornadoes. And it's a deal where it's not producing these long track violent tornadoes. It's producing these quick spin ups, and they just don't seem to last very long. So that's I consider that a good thing, that they're not long track violent type of tornadoes. So let me zoom out. And let's go down to this circulation that's over in Pickens County. And let's just look at this thing too. Now, there's not a tornado warning for Pickens County, but there is a storm watching the southern end of the county. That's below Aliceville. And I don't see much rotation with this. It looks pretty good on reflectivity, but this thing is not very well rotating. So let me go over to Columbus radar. And look at that, Nick. I mean, you can see that clear indication of rotation. It's got to be off the ground, but still there's something going on there. So just a heads up, we've got what could be a developing tornado there in Pickens County, the southern end of the county. There's not a warning for it right now, but we just want you to know that, hey, this is a storm to watch as it moves northeast towards Aliceville and eventually the Gordo area. Let's see. All right, just check in with reports here, and we've got a tornado warning now for Walker County. Looks like everybody is all good. All friends that I have, old neighbors on Tierce Patton, used to live over there, and they're all okay. So just a heads up for people that know exactly where I'm talking about. They're all okay, so they were not hit by this thing, thankfully. So let's go over to the tornadic storm. And while we do that, Nick, I want to go to you, and I want to talk about this next warning, this Walker County, and I want to get that information from you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so they just issued the tornado warning for eastern Walker County until 5:15 p.m. That's because of the tornado-producing storms located near Bankhead Lock and Dam, which was 20 miles southwest of Cordova. And this was a radar-confirmed tornado. So these are places like Good Springs, Barney, Gorgas, Steam Plant, Empire, Rocky Hollow, Summerton, Burnwell, Sipsey, Gorgas, and Jasper. So any of those locations, it is on the way there. Now, this is really the only storm of interest at the moment, as they still haven't issued a warning for the storm in Pickens County at the moment. So we're just following this track as it tracks northward into Walker County.
And I'll tell you what, I've got a damaged picture. Here in just a moment, I want to take the weather iPad in just a second. And if we can take that, see if I can make this larger. It cannot. This is Roosters, the gas station I was just talking about. It's a Texaco gas station. Mr. Ollie that owns this, he's had some damage from this potential tornado. And again, just showing you what happened. Again, that's at the gas station there, close to Tierce Patton Highway 43, just south of there by about a half a mile. And clearly they've had some damage there from a potential tornado. And looks like they don't have power in the store there. Again, that's a gas station, but that is where that damage is. Again, just below Tierce Patton and Highway 43. You know, we're talking about that area. So let's go back over to radar and show you where that storm is right now. Hopefully everybody's okay in that store. But they've clearly got some damage from what was probably a tornado at the time that passed through. So again, we've got one tornado warning now. We're working. This is for Walker County. And this is that same storm that has produced occasional quick tornadoes that haven't lasted very long, but this storm continues to do that. And again, it's a supercell storm. I'll tell you what, let me go over to Birmingham radar. It's a supercell thunderstorm that has been producing tornadoes. And again, there it is right there. It continues to move off towards the northeast. And you can see the hook feature with it is kind of involved in some rain. But this thing has produced damage. We've got several reports of damage back to the southwest. Looks like this possible tornado crossed close to the Texaco gas station, Roosters. Some people call it Ollie's. Mr. Ollie that owns it, you know, he's got damage there. We got some damage, some trees down, some power lines on Tierce Patton Road. And just checking reports here, we got a lot of damage coming into that area. So it looks like there was a tornado down that passed through that. Of course, what we'll do, the National Weather Service will come out with a survey crew tomorrow. They'll look at all the damage and determine if it was a tornado and how strong. So again, let's go back over to this and let's talk about this storm. So we still have that tornado warning for Walker County. We'll put on the warning polygon, and that's it. So this includes places like Sipsey, Summerton, that I-22 corridor, Parish, Cordova. You're going to be in the path of this possible tornado. Again, it has touched down occasionally, so we need to treat the storm serious, as it does have the potential to drop a tornado. And so let's go in tight and show you where it is. Again, there's Cordova. It's going to stay south of Oakman, basically following the north end of the Jefferson County line. This is going to be basically along the Mulberry Fork area. This is going to ride right along Mulberry Fork. You can kind of see the outline there. So there is the tornado warning polygon. There you go, Mulberry Fork. You've got Adora. Summerton sits right there on that Highway 78 corridor. You've got Alabama Highway 269, the old Birmingham Highway that goes into Jefferson County. Then goes up to the north to Jasper. So again, you got Jasper. You're technically not in the tornado warning polygon. I think the risk of a tornado is going to be just a hair to the south. Let's see. All right. Just we've got a lot of stuff coming in at the same time. So again, tornado warning continues for Walker County, the southern end of the county. This is going to be coming up through Highway 269 near Parish, if not just a hair south. I'd say between Parish and the Jefferson County line. We've got Alabama, or excuse me, that's interstate, the new I-22 corridor. That is in the path of that. So if you're driving from near the Jasper area heading towards Birmingham or coming back from Birmingham, we want you to seek shelter now for the possibility there could be a tornado. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this storm is definitely packing a punch as it moves through. We're seeing reports of, trees down in Samantha. So it just passed through Samantha, seeing trees down on homes too and in roads. And we've seen multiple reports of trees down on roadways too. So as this storm is moving through, it's definitely packing a punch and creating some high winds and things. The good news is we don't have that many power outages statewide just yet, so that hasn't been an issue thus far.
All right, tell you what, I'm pulling this up. I've got the actual address from dispatch from Samantha Fire Department through the National Weather Service chat. And let's see. Let me just find where this is. And again, this is a thunderstorm that has produced quite a bit of damage. So I'm just steadily getting reports in, so I'm trying to get all this information at the same time. So let's see. All right, so again, I've got more pictures coming in. I'll tell you what, Nick, I'm going to go to you just for a moment. I've got a lot of stuff coming in right now. Nick, if you want to bring that report to us of what you're seeing with that warning.
Yeah, so this is what we're looking at right now, just to reiterate here. So this is the tornado warning right now moving through. This is northeast Tuscaloosa County heading into Walker County, so places like Parrish, Drifton, Cordova, Dora, Empire, even the surrounding cities too, like Oakman, Calumet, Jasper. You guys are under the gun right now for this storm that is moving through there, so definitely make your way to your safe spot as that storm is moving through there. As you can, as we've said, there's been a lot of storm reports of trees down and things like that on the roadways. So the storm is definitely capable of producing some, very fast winds and things of that nature. So we're continuing to track that. And we're also continuing to track the storm that is moving through Aliceville at the moment right now. It hasn't been warranted any type of tornado warning at the moment. It does have some high reflectivity values. So if you're in Aliceville or Carrollton or even Gordo, you could see or hear some very strong thunder here in just a few moments, or really right now, a very messy storm moving through, but not seeing anything significant for National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning at the time. So, and we're just getting they're continuing the tornado warning for Walker County. I'm just going to reiterate here that is until 5:15 p.m. So still have about 45 more minutes there in your safe spot, and that is because of a confirmed tornado. So that definitely puts it in perspective that get to your safe spot, because it is because of a confirmed tornado there. A lot of trees down and things like that. So I'm keeping up to date with the chat room here. As we get more reports in, we'll definitely let you know. And I'm still on the Facebook Live, so if you're on the Facebook Live, the more you can let me know there if this storm is moving through your area. That's super helpful, because then I can relay the information here. If you have power out, if you have any trees down, if you're hearing anything noticeable, it definitely helps us out as we're looking at radar and looking at all these camera angles there. So just to reiterate one more time, so this is the storm right here that we're looking at on Doppler radar. So it's just moved out of northeast Tuscaloosa County and into Walker County. Places of interest are Drifton, Parrish, that I-22 corridor, Cordova, Dora, Empire, and Baldo there. So that is places of concern right now. Definitely make your way to your safe spot. So the time now is 4:30. That warning does not expire until 5:15. So yeah, so continuing to monitor that there. So let's take a look again at the Aliceville storm as that's moving through. Still not seeing anything super significant there. We have behind us the Tuscaloosa cam.
Hey Nick.
Yep.
I've got a damaged picture in. If we can take the weather iPad, this is on Tierce Lake Road. This is just off of Tierce Patton Road. So this is very close to the Carroll's Creek Fire Station, as that's where the tornado crossed. So the tornado was down. It crossed Highway 43 close to where Bone Camp Road hits Highway 43. Looks like it has crossed Tierce Lake Road, very close to the Northport Fire Station. The Carroll's Creek Fire Station, and is continuing northeast. So again, that is tornado damage right there. Most likely at EF0 or EF1 type. So that is, again, Tierce Lake Road off of Tierce Patton Road. So let's go back over to radar and show you the storm we're talking about. We've got multiple reports of damage now, some trees on houses, a car in the ditch. Let me get that report for you.
We're getting a lot of reports out of Tuscaloosa County of trees down. So this particular storm has definitely caused some issues as it's made its way through. And that's the same storm that's entering into Walker County right now.
Yeah, so we've got tornado across Tierce Patton. There's no doubt there's multiple reports of damage in that area. So let me put this in the chat room real quick. I can't type and talk at the same time. I've never been able to do that. I'm sorry. Look, I'm the one that I can't chew gum and rub my stomach at the same time. I just cannot do that. All right, so again, we've got a confirmed tornado. This is the same storm, has produced a tornado. The tornado looked like it crossed somewhere where Bone Camp Road hits Highway 43, went across Tierce Patton, kind of right between Tierce Patton and, right between Highway 69 and Highway 43. It crossed through the Edwardian area, Willow Point Drive, Larry, let's see, where's that other one? Tierce Lake Road. So those areas were impacted by a tornado. And again, it looks like an EF0, EF1 type based off the damage. But again, the National Weather Service will confirm that tomorrow. So we got to go back into the storm and show you where it is. Again, this is over in Walker County now. There are no other tornado warnings in our area. This is the storm of concern here. This is coming right up on Cordova. It has had a history of producing a tornado. And it has produced some damage. We know that. There's the circulation right there. So that's it. So a possible tornado about to cross Highway 269, the old Birmingham Highway. We got Summerton that's right about there. Empire, Sipsey area, Cordova, you're going to be in the direct line of path of this. Again, if you're in Cordova, you need to be in shelter now. Again, I don't think this is a strong, violent type of tornado, but it doesn't matter. A tornado is a tornado. You need to seek shelter. This is a dangerous thunderstorm that could still be producing a tornado. In fact, this is still confirmed by the National Weather Service office in Birmingham. Let's go to the debris. And I'm not seeing much there, Nick. I mean, I see a little bit there maybe of some sort of noise. I don't know if that's debris, but gosh, the storm itself, the DBZ, the reflectivity is so low that I would not imagine this would be a really powerful tornado like an EF2 or stronger. But still, it doesn't matter. This is still a dangerous situation. Let's go to Birmingham radar. Let me stop this loop. There it is. There's your hook echo feature. Crossing Highway 269. Cordova, you're in the direct path of this thing, so you need to be in shelter. And this thing's moving northeast, pretty good clip, about 45, 50 miles per hour. So again, there's Parrish, Cordova, Kershaw community, you got to be in shelter. This is going to be near the Mulberry Fork, in fact, just on the north end of Mulberry Fork. What are they looking at in Pickens? I'm assuming it's that storm. Oh, goodness. Let's go to Pickens County. Man, we got a tight circulation coming up. So let's go to Pickens County. Oh, tornado warning just issued. So we got a tornado warning for that was quick. Brand new tornado warning in Pickens County. All right, there it is. So this is come through Aliceville. So again, we've got a tornado warning on the north side of the Sipsey River. And let me show you the velocity. This thing is quite impressive now. Look at that. I mean, my goodness, that thing spun up, didn't it? So again, we've got a tornado warning for Pickens County. Tell you what, let me do a loop on this behind the scenes. We'll see where it is going.
So this is for Pickens County until 5 p.m. there. The storm is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour, and this was because of radar indicated rotation, so exactly what we're looking at right now. And we had just taken a look at this storm maybe 5 minutes ago, and it has definitely changed in just the last couple of minutes. So these are areas like Aliceville, Kirk, Dilberg, Pioneer, Benevola, Johnston Lake, Gordo, McMullen.
Yeah, and again, this is a dangerous storm. If you are in Gordo, you need to be in shelter now. This thing is heading right for Gordo as we speak. So again, a dangerous thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado. Based off the environment we're in, I'd say likely it is. This is about to come up on Gordo on Highway 82. Again, this is going to cross, again, that highway right there is 86, goes from Carrollton and joins Highway 82 just on the east side of Gordo. And I'll tell you what, that is a tight circulation. Let's look at debris. And I'd be willing to bet, Nick, we're going to have a debris signature pop up right here at any time as this thing looks impressive. So this is likely a developing tornado that is in Pickens County. That's just north of Benevola. This is north of the Sipsey River. This storm's moving northeast right towards downtown Gordo. So if you are in downtown Gordo, you need to be in shelter right now. And goodness, we got a ton of reports coming in of damage from the previous storm. So again, if you're in Pickens County, we need you in shelter now. If you are in Gordo, all the way to the Tuscaloosa County line, I would think at some point they'll probably extend into Tuscaloosa County, but this is going to clip the far northwestern part of Tuscaloosa County. But again, this is a urgent situation for a very tight couplet. In fact, Nick, the other storm that had a much weaker couplet had a tornado with it. So, I mean, this thing could easily have a tornado. In fact, it could be a fairly strong tornado based off of what we're looking at. That thing right there means business. So y'all seek shelter. Again, Gordo, you need to be in shelter right now. Let's look at debris. I'm telling you, this thing's going to have one down. We're going to see that debris signature pop up at any time. So let's go back over to the velocity. And again, your tornado's right there. So let's go in tight. And again, if you're in Gordo to the Tuscaloosa County line, shelter now. There's the Kirk community. You've got Bell. You got Zion. If you go up towards the north out of Gordo, again, that's Highway 86. It runs from Carrollton. The Highway 17 and 86 intersection. This is going to be just southeast of there. We got a tornado that is likely down that is going to cross Highway 86, and this is going to be very close to Gordo. So if you are in downtown, need to seek shelter right now. I tell you what, in the control room, we've got a camera that's in Gordo. That's an algo camera. Man, look at that, Nick. I think it looks good. Okay, yeah.
TDS southeast of Carrollton.
All right, so we've got a TDS, a tornado debris signature. We just talked about that. Speeds Mill Road is where this tornado is. So we've got a confirmed tornado down. This is a very dangerous situation. Look at that. There it is. All right, so we're going to watch this tornado. It's clearly south of Carrollton. But if you're on Highway 86, it runs up to Highway 82, the interchange there, the cutoff. You got to be in shelter. And I would say this thing could make more of a northern path, and this could end up right in downtown Gordo in just a matter of about 10 to 15 minutes. So, again, if you're at Gordo, you need to be at shelter right now because this is a very dangerous thunderstorm that's likely producing a tornado. It is producing a tornado. We see it right there. So, again, Pickens County, shelter now. We got a confirmed tornado down at this time. And this thing is coming right up on downtown Gordo. Again, we're working on, we got a algo camera that's in Gordo, and we're working on that. We've also got a algo camera that's in in Reform, but we're probably not going to be able to see anything with that. We're too far from our Brian Denny camera to be able to see it from Tuscaloosa, so no way we'll be able to see it from there. So let's go back over to radar, and we've got, again, several confirmed tornadoes now. One there in Pickens County, one in Walker County. So let's quickly go back into the Walker County storm and kind of work these storms. So again, a confirmed tornado that's crossing that I-22 corridor right now, and this thing is right over Cordova. And I do want to mention, look, I've got a lot of pictures coming in of damage. We're just going to have to wait just a few minutes before I can get some of those on the air because we got a pretty pressing situation right now with the two confirmed tornadoes down. The one that's at Cordova is crossing I-22, so certainly don't want anybody traveling up and down I-22 from Jasper to the Jefferson County line. This is over the Mulberry Fork now, and again, this is right over Cordova. There's Lynn's Park. Even if you're in Empire or the Door community, we need you in shelter. This is a very dangerous thunderstorm. It's going to cross Highway 5 in a matter of just a few minutes. All right, Pickens County, got to go to that. This is a big deal for our friends in Pickens County. Nick, if you want to get that information to me, that just came out with the National Weather Service.
Yeah, so they're just continuing the warning until 5 p.m., so a good 15 more minutes there, and that is because of a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado spotted near Carrollton, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So,
all right, there it is. Look at the debris ball. You
Yep.
can see it on reflectivity.
wow.
So, and I tell you what, I'm going to do, let me zoom into this just a little bit, and let's go in tight, right there. Oh, too tight. There's our confirmed large tornado. You can clearly see that on the reflectivity. And let's just look at this thing together. And no doubt this thing is heading right for downtown Gordo. So again, this is a very dangerous situation for a large tornado that is now on the ground approaching downtown Gordo. So I cannot stress how dangerous of a situation this is for a tornado that is down. And again, stop the loop here. There's the purple polygon representing a confirmed tornado. That's it right there, coming up on downtown Gordo. Seek shelter now. Again, lowest floor of your home. Got to get out of mobile home quick. You don't have much time. This thing's going to be on top of you in less than 10 minutes. But this is a very dangerous tornadic thunderstorm, Nick. And, hey, what is the speed on that?
That was 55 miles an hour.
55 miles per hour northeast?
That's right.
Okay. Yeah, bring that Gordo camera up, the Algo camera. And again, this thing is coming right up on downtown Gordo. That's right at Highway 82, that gas station down there on the corner. And again, this is on I believe on the west side of Gordo, that camera position. And it's raining heavily there right now. And we're going to possibly see this thing as it comes into town if they continue to have power. And again, this is a very dangerous tornado. And I'll tell you what, what I'm looking at here, it may pass just a hair to the south of, hair to the west of Gordo in terms of where downtown is. So let's go back over to radar and show you where it is. Again, there's your very dangerous tornado about to cross Highway 86. Let's look at the debris. My goodness, look at the debris signature. That thing is massive. So we've got a very dangerous tornado. All right, our debris is kind of stretching out a little bit. That's crossing Highway 86 right now. This is a big tornado. It's picked up something. And again, this is a considerably dangerous tornado that is coming up on Gordo. So you got to be in shelter. Again, shelter now. This is a serious situation. This is not a brief EF0. This is a very strong tornado that can be a threat to life and property. If you're mobile home, you got to seek shelter right now as this thing is coming into town as we speak. Look at the rotation with it is very extreme. We know it's down, and it's been down for a little bit from this, based off what we're looking at with the correlation coefficient. We got a brand new tornado warning for parts of Fayette and Tuscaloosa County now as this storm continues. And again, the tornado threat is considerable. Nick, I'm going to go to you for that update on that warning.
Yeah, so that tornado warning is for northwestern Tuscaloosa County and west central Alabama and eastern Fayette County there, and that is until 5:45. So that is as that is moving into those areas, and that is because of a radar-confirmed tornado there. So definitely start to make your way to your safe spot if that is you. So we're going to continue to monitor both of those storms, but like Richard said, this is a very dangerous situation. If you're in any of those areas, now is the time to make your way to your safe spot and get there.
All right, just looking at more damage also being reported out of the previous tornado. Okay. So again, we've got a very dangerous tornado that is crossing, about to cross Highway 82 right at Gordo in just a matter of moments. It's Highway 86 you see right there that joins 82. It looks like this thing is going to stay on almost the west side of Gordo. But, man, it's an awfully close call. But I would say if you're on the west side of Gordo by just a couple of miles, this thing is coming right up on you. So I have a big fear that this thing is going to do a lot of damage as it comes over some populated area in Pickens County. So let me go out to a wide view just for a moment. I've got to show where the warnings are. So again, clearly we've got 2 that we're working on the board here in our local area.
There's also a storm about to move into Sumter coming out of north of Meridian.
Okay. So let's tell you what. Let's go down here. We've got a confirmed tornado at Meridian. And tell you what, Nick, what are they saying on this storm down there in Lauderdale County? So there it is.
Yeah, so they've said that the rotation has definitely tightened up down there in Lauderdale County. It's become a little bit more broad over the past several minutes, though.
All right, so again, we've got rotation. It looks like a little spot down there in South Lauderdale County. Not a huge concern at the moment, but we need to watch it. This is going to move up into Sumter County. Let's go to the north where we have a very dangerous thunderstorm that is in Pickens County in West Alabama. And there it is. Very, very tight evidence of a tornado. Hey, let's take that Gordo camera. I want to see the Algo camera at Gordo if we can. Just see what they've got there. Just let me know when we can get that. Because I know this thing is... okay. Yeah, just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, they just...
There's your... my goodness.
Yeah, they've just continued that tornado watch there in Gordo until 5, and that's because of a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. So it's a very dangerous situation right now if you're in Gordo.
All right, there it is. It's on the west side of Gordo. Yeah, if you can get that Algo camera up as soon as you can, please let me know. All right, there it is. Okay. They're searching for the tornado now. And you see the rain-free base. This is the Algo camera, and they're trying to look at this tornado. It's going to be right beyond that horizon there. So again, you're looking at Highway 82 towards the west. And again, the tornado's clearly going to pass on the west side of Gordo. But it's there. And again, we're just trying to look at this. I know it's kind of a grainy image, but clearly there's a tornado down. And this thing is very large and is creating a lot of damage right now on the west side of Gordo. As we speak. So again, that's it. We're watching across Highway 82. And I believe we can see, can you punch me up in front of this, Charlie? I don't know if you can, but if you can punch me up in front of that. Get us crossing 82 right there. So it's going to miss downtown Gordo to the west by maybe a mile or two at the most, or maybe just a mile. So yeah, let me know when you got me. All right, there it is. All right. Man, this is a mighty close call to the west end of downtown Gordo. So I hope you have been in shelter for a while. All right, here we go. So again, this is the Algo camera. You're looking at this right in Gordo. You know, your tornado is going to be back this way. I know they're just trying to look for this thing. And again, man, this is a really bad situation. It looks like the tornado itself is most likely going to miss downtown Gordo. And I think the tornado is probably going to be over here by now. If they can keep going that way, there we go. Your tornado is probably right here at this point. And again, that is, I tell you what, that's Alabama Highway 159, or Highway 159 that runs north of Gordo. Your tornado is going to be right here now. And again, we see, here's the edge of the wall cloud. So again, your tornado is going to be right there. And see the people driving on Highway 159. This is a very dangerous situation for a tornado that is down on the west and northwest side of Gordo as we speak right now.
There's a weak TDS near Sipsey too.
Okay, that's over in Walker County. And again, the Algo operators, they're just panning the skies here. And again, we got very heavy rain and wind blowing into this tornado. Again, the tornado's crossing 159 right there on the north side of Gordo. You see the sheets of rain just kind of blowing into this thing. But, man, this is a bad situation Your tornado is right here on Highway 159 on the north side of downtown Gordo. It looks like from this camera perspective, downtown is probably okay, but it's right there. That's it on 159. And you can kind of see that really heavy rain that's being wrapped around the tornado just here on the north side of downtown Gordo. And again, it continues moving off towards the northeast at, what is that, 50 miles per hour? So again, your tornado's back here on 159 right now. So I'll tell you what, let's go over to radar, because I think we've lost it. So, all right, here's your tornado right here. All right, there's Highway 159. I was telling you 159. So it's crossing Highway 159 right now. There's downtown Gordo. Again, the tornado itself is just passed on the west side of Gordo. And that's what we're looking at. So this is a very dangerous situation. We need you in shelter now. Nick, one more time on that warning for Walker County.
Yeah, so that tornado warning remains in effect until 5:15 in Walker County, and this is because a tornado was confirmed over Sipsey, moving towards Summerton, and this is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So if you're in those areas, definitely make your way to your safe spot, because there has been a confirmed tornado debris signature located on radar there. So that is starting to move towards and through Walker County at the moment. And again, that is located over Sipsey, moving near Summerton, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour.
All right, so again, we got a damaging tornado that's passed through the west side of Gordo. And man, this thing meant some business as it went through. Tell you what, can we take our Molly, you got a Brian Denny camera. I assume we can't see anything from, no, it's just going to be too far away. So again, northwest Tuscaloosa County, we've also got the tornado warning. So let's zoom this out a little bit. Your tornado is now crossing Highway 159 on the north side of Gordo. We'll put on the reflectivity out of Columbus. And again, there it is. That's your tornado. You can see it in reflectivity. That's your hook echo, your rotating mesocyclone. There's, again, downtown right there. This is the Pickens Tuscaloosa County line. You got West Tuscaloosa County right there. So let me go to the north just a bit, because we got to show other people in the path of this thing and where this tornado is going. You know, man, this thing wrapped up quick, Nick. It did not take long at all. This was a very rough call for our friends in Gordo. Hope everybody's okay. So we're trying to get all the information we can from this storm. And there it is, still going northeast just a bit. Again, there's Moore's Bridge. You're going to be in the path of this tornado, Moore's Bridge. Again, this is going to be, I think this is well north of Bone Camp Road. This is going to be north of Binion Creek Boat Ramp. This is all north of you. And Nick, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, I see no evidence of a new circulation developing to the south of that. Unlike our last storm, that the northern circulation fizzled and a new one formed to the south. And man, this thing is still very tight. And I'll tell you what, you know, we got is that a confirmed tornado down in Lauderdale County, Nick?
Check really quick. I know that they've continued that tornado warning down in Lauderdale County as it approaches the state line. That is actually a weather spotter's confirmed tornado, so I believe so. That was located near Tumsumba, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So that is in effect till 5:45 there, so I'd imagine that would approach our state line very soon.
Okay. And again, that's for Lauderdale County. And I tell you what, for our folks watching that know me, if somebody wants to give my sister a call, she lives on the north side of Brady and just want to make sure they are okay and hunkered down. And I know some of y'all are watching our coverage too. And trust me, I would be all over that storm if we didn't have confirmed tornadoes all over, in our area. We got 2 tornadoes for working. So again, somebody call and make sure she is okay. So again, we've got a very dangerous thunderstorm that's about to work across northwest Tuscaloosa County. This is going to be more closer to the Tuscaloosa County line. This is going to be up there close to Big Al's, the restaurant up there off of 43, very close to that. So again, if you're in that vicinity, close to Big Al, Edmondson's, the deer processing place out there on the Fayette-Tuscaloosa County line, Bowley Springs, Sandtown needs you in shelter now, as this storm could still produce a tornado. You know, I will say this, Nick, it does look like the reflectivity's come down a little bit. So perhaps this storm is just about to lose that steam. But man, we don't want to take a chance. I still see a tight rotation.
I agree there.
On velocity. Let's go into that. Go ahead, Nick.
I'm thinking the same about the storm moving through Walker County as well.
Okay.
Just kind of losing a little bit of its reflectivity values there.
Yeah, and it's moving out of Walker County. So, you know, for this particular storm, we can give you an all clear for this storm. Understand there's another one coming, but for this storm, it's totally into Coleman County now. But let's go back into Pickens and Tuscaloosa County. We have a confirmed tornado that's down. And again, that's why you see that purple polygon. This will not include the cities north border of Tuscaloosa. Does not include any of them, so just a heads up. We are okay. Again, I'm just checking everything here behind the scenes. So yeah, it looks like it was a pretty big tornado go through part of Gordo, based off of what I'm seeing here, that this was a pretty rough situation.
Yeah, I'm seeing that too. I'm also seeing a lot of people in the chat talking about how it's looking very ominous in Marengo County and Linden. They're definitely seeing some strong thunderstorms down there right now, so that checks out there. Nothing right now that is severe, but we are closely watching some storms that are approaching the state line, but nothing right now, just to answer some of you guys' questions in the Facebook Live.
Okay, and let's tell you what, let's go in tight to this storm and look at the velocity, because this is a dangerous thunderstorm. So we still got a pretty tight couplet there. That's right on the Tuscaloosa-Pickens County line. And again, that's coming up on Morris Bridge right now. So again, there's that tight couplet. There could still be a tornado down with that. Again, really a little small, tight couplet. Most likely this tornado may be in the process of dissipating, but a new one could form and cause problems. So again, this is about to cross the Tuscaloosa County line. You got Zion Road there. This is going to cross Highway 171 right at Morris Bridge. That's where this tornado is. And we'll look at the debris with this. And again, still got evidence of debris, not quite as much as we saw a little bit earlier, but certainly still some evidence of debris with that storm. So again, this is a very dangerous thunderstorm that is... Okay, that is moving into northwest Tuscaloosa County. So again, that's what we're watching there. Tell you what, let's do a quick reset. It's now 5 o'clock. I'm Richard Scott. If you're just now joining us, we've got, again, Nick Tipple and Molly Starr that's in the studio with us. And we're just watching this situation. We had two tornadic storms work across the area. And right now we have one that's on the Tuscaloosa-Pickens County line. We have no additional severe thunderstorms in our local area for now. But again, doesn't mean we're out of the woods. We've got more to go. So let's take a wide view. And I'm going to change the radar over to Columbus. And again, we got that storm that's coming into western Sumter County. Nick, any indication they're going to issue a tornado warning for Sumter again, or update on that?
They haven't said anything quite yet about that. We're still watching that one super closely as it makes its way to the state line. So I'd imagine here shortly there'll be a little bit more answers there as it continues to make its way. All
right. What about the Walker County? Is that thing out of Walker now?
Yes, and that tornado warning has now been canceled for Walker County.
But we got another one that could be potentially heading that way. So again, if you are just now joining us, we are watching a pretty dangerous situation for northwest Tuscaloosa County, specifically the Morris Bridge area. We still have a tornado that is down, and we have another potential tornado that's going to be moving into Sumter County here in a matter of just a few moments. And then the third tornado warning is the one we've been working for quite some time. It has now moved totally into Walker County. The most dangerous thunderstorm is this one in northwest Tuscaloosa County. And I would even say the one to the south that's coming out of Lauderdale County, Mississippi, it needs watching. I mean, we were watching the storm in Pickens County, and all of a sudden it spun up very, very quickly. So let's look at this one that's in Lauderdale County, and it's on the northeast side of the county, about to cross into Sumter. And just we'll look at the velocity, and I'm not seeing very strong evidence of a tornado right now. Doesn't mean there's not one, but you know, if you are in western Sumter County, I'd say York or Livingston, Epps, and Bollinger area, let's watch this. If you feel better about it, go ahead and seek shelter, as there's could be a possible tornado with that. All right, so again, just checking some reports here. Man, there's a lot of stuff coming out of Gordo. And a lot of people mentioning this was a rain-wrapped tornado.
Yeah, just to reiterate, the National Weather Service has continued the tornado warning for northwestern Tuscaloosa and eastern Fayette counties. That is because a confirmed tornado was located 7 miles southeast of Ashcraft Corner and 10 miles northeast of Gordo. So there's still some active weather there in northwestern Tuscaloosa and eastern Fayette counties.
Pull up the weather iPad. We got the tornado damage in Gordo, and it looks very significant right now. So, Charlie, if we can pull up that weather iPad, and I tell you what, I'm going to try to. I wish I could make that wider, but again, that's the tornado damage in Gordo on the west side of town. And again, the damage is quite serious. See if I can replay that. So watch as they move the image over, and you see a lot of damage to some structures there in Gordo. Looks like a pretty significant tornado went through there, and we saw that with the debris. Tell you what, take that off just for a moment. Let's go back over to radar, and I'm going to try to get more information. So hold on, folks. My goodness. This is, wow. So this is actually a very close friend of mine. Their home was hit by the tornado in Gordo. Let's take this weather iPad and see if I can zoom in on this a little bit. This is in Gordo. And again, Laura Lee Land and Sean Land that lives out there on the west side of Gordo. This was their home that was, I believe this is their home that was sideswiped or hit by the tornado. I'm going to try to get more information. Yeah, this is their house. In fact, that box right there is one of my swarm traps for my honeybee colonies. So, you know, I put that in that tree about 2 weeks ago, that tall tree, and that's it right there. So I have been told that they are okay. But again, that's close friends of mine. That's Sean. In fact, that's Sean and his son right there. And they're okay. So just letting you know, it's close friends of ours. We go to church with them, good friends with theirs, and they have had the tornadoes hit their home in Gordo. All right, let's go over to, let's take weather graphics full. And again, just good to report that they are okay. and they took shelter and did everything right, so they're okay. All right, we got, let's see, Nick, where are we now with the tornado warnings?
If we could take a look at eastern Lauderdale County moving into Sumter.
Okay.
That seems to be our biggest threat right now as it's moving into the Alabama state line just shortly.
All right. There it is right there. So, again, we've got Highway 17, that's ML. Geiger's at the top of your screen. That is York and Cuba. Again, there's not a tornado warning for Sumter at the moment, but it is a very dangerous thunderstorm that could produce a tornado. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation with that. Yes, Charlie, if you don't mind. All right, so that is down in York, and again, this is that intense thunderstorm that's coming through Sumter County. There's not a tornado warning, and you're looking at the algo camera in York, and that's again in the southwest portions of Sumter County, and we're going to monitor that very quickly. Just a note from the National Weather Service, Nick, you see that from John DeBlock, if you want to bring that out.
You know, information that debris from Pickens County got up to 21,000 feet. That's significant of a very strong tornado that had moved through there. So I'm sure we're going to see some damage reports here soon from when that tornado went through Pickens County.
Yeah, again, we got damage. Again, some friends of mine, they've had damage to their home. I was told their home is okay, but they've lost the structures around their home, their trees. You know, they got damage to their vehicles, but they are okay. And again, I'm just checking. Man, there's a lot of stuff coming in, so bear with me. I'm trying to get all this information best as I can. And I tell you what, we are, Molly, we're still live on Facebook on my weather page, right? Okay, I don't see it on here, so I'm just, do you see it, Nick?
Yeah, I'm on here.
Okay, I'm just making sure that we are still, yeah, okay, I see it now. Okay, so again, we've had a pretty rough go with a tornado that has touched down, again, in Pickens County. That tornado is now in Tuscaloosa County, so let's go back to radar full. And let's just look at this thing together. And based off kind of a wide view of this, I don't see the distinct rotation like we had in Tuscaloosa County. Looks like this thing is weakened quite a bit. Again, there it is. What's left of it is crossing Highway 171. This is north of Samantha. Again, this is very close to Big Al's, the restaurant there. I mentioned Edmondson's deer processing. If you've been up there, if you killed a deer in that area, a lot of people take them up there to Edmondson's, and that's where that circulation is, right on the Fayette-Tuscaloosa County line. That's the turnoff over towards Berry. You got Bowley Springs there. There's Sandtown. And again, this part of Fayette and Tuscaloosa County is very rural. There's not a lot of people in that area, but it doesn't matter. We still want to treat this thing serious and take shelter, as there could still be a tornado redevelop. And right now, I don't see any sign of that, Nick. Or what are you seeing with this storm?
Seen anything else either. I know we had mentioned Moore's Bridge here in the chat just a few moments ago, that the correlation coefficient was still ongoing there, but that was about 8 minutes ago. So as of right now, I'm not seeing anything at all either. And they're also getting word that the Pickens tornado looks like it might be decoupling now too. So that is good news.
And I've got a report of my old buddy Scott Robertson. We were roommates at college at Mississippi State. He's got leaves falling out of the sky at his house in Fayette. If we can we take that Fayette camera, Molly, here in just a moment, because we got reports of leaves falling out of the sky. in Fayette. And again, this is from the tornado that come through Gordo. And again, this is, as Nick mentioned, the debris was lofted at 21,000 feet high, and it takes time for all that debris to come back down to the ground. So most likely we don't have a tornado down now, but we still have the debris that's just fallen out of the sky. And we're going to take the Fayette camera. And let's see, I'm just going to try to look, see if we can see anything. And there's leaves falling out of the sky. This is over the Pfeiffer facility in Fayette. Again, Fayette, you're not in the danger from this storm. So let me just say that downtown Fayette, you're okay. We're just trying to see if we can see anything, any kind of debris that's still falling out of the sky. And again, it's going to be difficult to tell. But again, Scott Robertson reporting debris, some leaves that were falling out of the sky at his house in Fayette from this tornado, and I'm not surprised at all based off of what has happened. So, all right, still got a tornado warning for northwest Tuscaloosa and southeast Fayette County. I do want to mention that really the tornado warning itself, let's go back over to your radar. Thank you, Molly. This storm, it looks like it's beginning to weaken just a bit. And if you notice, it has made more of a northward turn. And most likely that is a sign of that thing fizzling out. We still need to treat it serious and take shelter if you're in southeast Fayette County. This is now totally out of Tuscaloosa County. There's no longer a tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County.
That's right.
Go ahead, Nick.
They've just canceled the tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County. I was just going to reiterate that.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're all clear in Tuscaloosa County from this storm for the moment. Now, it could be another one come up, but from this storm, you're okay now in Tuscaloosa County. The potential tornado, what's left of it, and again, this thing is decoupling. It's really falling apart pretty quickly. But still, if you're in the Berry, Bankston area, Bowley Springs, you need to be still in shelter. Okay, they're gonna cancel this tornado warning for Fayette County. So, John DeBlock on the National Weather Service, we are in communication with him, and he's saying that. Yeah, they're going to drop that tornado warning. And I tell you what, Charlie, is it still you in the control room? All right, Charlie, I want to take in just a second the weather iPad. So just give me just a moment. We've got so much damage coming in. I'm trying to decipher all of this and get it to you. Okay, go ahead, Charlie. This is damage over in Gordo. This is some of the damage. Again, the Friends virus we were mentioning. You know, she's sending us some video of some of this. And again, numerous trees down, damage to structures and chicken houses there. And again, that's just kind of what it looks like, what they have dealt with. And again, their barn looks like sustained a lot of damage. So this is over on the west side of Gordo. And tell you what, I think I've got one more. Yeah, here we go. That is a video. See, their dog is okay. So again, that's their house looks like. Their house is generally okay. Their vehicle sustained some damage. But again, that's over in Gordo on the west side of town. Let's go back over to our graphics, Charlie, and take a look. Okay, they're officially canceling Fayette. So Fayette County, we can give you an all clear. You're going to be okay in Fayette County from this storm. Still 72 in Tuscaloosa. We're still in an unstable environment. But we could have, gosh, I really think this is about it. We got a tornado warning in Sumter. I was going to say, other than that storm, I think that's about it. This is kind of the last storm we're watching that's come out of Lauderdale County. So you go to the north of that, I don't see much sign of anything else happening. So we got the tornado warning for Sumter. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that was that storm that was moving out of Lauderdale County that we were watching as it crossed into Sumter County, that is. So the reason why they issued that was because of some rotation, so we'll look at that on radar in just a second. But that warning is until 6 p.m. for southern Sumter County and west central Alabama. And again, that's because of a severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado was located near that area. So we'll look at that in just a second there. But again, that is for southern Sumter County as it's moved across the state line. And that is because of radar indicated rotation.
Okay, and you notice you got the tower cam behind you, the Brian Denny camera, Nick, and you've seen the lightning. The lightning has been pretty tremendous here. Even though there's not a tornadic storm here, we've got a lot of lightning in the area.
That's right. And I know a lot of people on the chat, too, on Facebook Live have been saying that, it's thundering a lot and it's looking really ominous. And while there is a lot of severe thunderstorms moving through the area, that is the only severe one at the moment. So it's normal to hear the thunder and see the lightning. Those are just the thunderstorms that are moving through, and we're keeping a close eye on which ones may turn severe.
And we got a camera in Demopolis. I'm just going to pull up and check that out. And I'll tell you what, let me take control of the camera real quick, Molly, and I want to pan this thing west. And again, what you're looking at is radar, but we've got a camera that's in Demopolis, and I'm going to punch this up on air here in just a moment. And let's see. I don't know if we're going to be able to see this because there's so much rain involved, but this possible tornado is not going to be too far from that camera site in Demopolis. It's going to pass a little to the northwest of there. So let me get this camera kind of in position and we'll show it on air. So again, it is what time? Coming up on 5:20 now. Richard Scott, again, we got Molly Starr here, and also we got Nick Temple, who is in the studio. We're going to take our camera that's in Demopolis, and this is what it looks like there. Again, we've got a tornado warning for a tornadic storm to the northwest and west of Demopolis. Again, we're just kind of keeping a careful eye on this, but unfortunately, it's going to be so difficult to see. So I'll tell you what, Molly, if you want to just keep a close eye on that camera, and we'll be monitoring that. So we got to go down into this storm and show you where this tornado warning is. It's the only tornado warning in West Alabama right now. And again, that is for Sumter County in West Alabama. This is to the west of Demopolis. And again, a possible tornado that is crossing Highway 80, not too far south of Livingston. Now, this tornado warning polygon does include Livingston and the University of West Alabama campus. And again, this is going to cross the Tom Beebe River shortly. Let's put on the velocity and just kind of see what they are looking at. And again, there's your rotation to the west of Demopolis. And again, as this thing tracks northeast towards Belmont and Forkland, we may be able to get a glimpse of this thing, but quite frankly, it's just going to be mighty difficult to see this tornado. But I can tell you with confidence, if you are in downtown Demopolis, I do think the tornado will stay to your north and west, and eventually to your north. And if the rotation continues, they may require a tornado warning for Greene County, southern parts of Greene County, and then into Hale County. So again, this is a storm that's in an environment that could produce a tornado in West Alabama. So let's take the radar data off and put the warning polygon on. There's your tornado warning. By the way, that's a flash flood warning for Lauderdale and Kemper County, Mississippi. Your tornado warning polygon, that includes really the southern part of Sumter, just below Interstate 59. It does not include areas to the north like the previous storms did. And again, let's look at this thing tight. So, I'm zoomed way too far in. Technology. Gotta love it sometimes, right? Okay. Yeah. Hey, Charlie, just hold on a moment because we got to show this storm, and we'll get to Jabari here in just a little bit. All right. So again, if you are in the Ward community, Scratch Hill, that's Highway 17 that runs down to Derby. Highway 80 that goes through Scratch Hill, the interchange there of Highway 17 and Highway 80. We still need you in a safe place. Next up would be Highway 28 that connects Highway 80 to Highway 11 in Livingston. Go ahead. Oh, Molly, go ahead.
On the Demopolis camera, we can see a bunch of hail bouncing off. Clouds are moving pretty fast, so they definitely want to be watching that.
In Demopolis?
Yeah, so the area in the red, your warning area.
You may be seeing the rain come off because that thing, it is pretty high off the ground. If you can see any kind of structure, let me know, Molly, if you see anything with that storm. Just checking. Got a lot of pictures from Gordo. Not a clear picture of the tornado. Most likely it was rain wrapped at the time. All right, so again, if you are in Kotopa towards Livingston, you need to be in a safe place now. There's Old Bluffport. That is the Tombigbee River. Tishabee's right there on the Greene County side. That's Highway 43 at Forkland. You got Demopolis there. That camera is at downtown Demopolis right here, again, at the tip of my finger, and we're looking in the direction of this thunderstorm. And again, it's a storm that could produce a tornado at any time. So let me zoom out. And do we have any reports so far, Nick, from this storm?
Not yet.
Okay. So not yet, but that could change at any time. So we'll go to Birmingham's radar. Okay. Charlie, if you don't mind, let's do that. And just let me know when you've got it pulled up. So here's the velocity. And goodness, it's just hard to see. It's not a very well-defined signature at the moment based off of velocity out of Birmingham. But I tell you what, let's look at Columbus because I think we've got a better perspective from the Columbus radar. So let's look. Okay, yeah, Columbus a lot better. Hey, we still got that York camera, right? Charlie, if we got that York camera, let's take that if we can, or just tell me when you're ready. And again, that's a tornadic thunderstorm. The rotation, rotation very close to York right now. This is what it looks like from York. And again, look, there's so much rain involved with this thing. It's going to be difficult to see if there's anything down or not. And I tell you what, we've got that camera in York too, don't we? Gosh, it's just covered in rain. I tell you what, let me look at something real quick. Again, what you're looking at the Algo traffic camera. This is over in York. In the background, I'm looking at the Demopolis camera that is at downtown Demopolis in Marengo County. And let's just look in the direction of this thunderstorm. And gosh, I mean, clouds are just screaming. So again, if you're just now joining us, it is coming up on 5:30 now. And we've got one tornadic storm working at the moment. We've got one that's to the west of Demopolis. I do not think there's a threat to Demopolis. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, no threat to Demopolis, but the tornado warning stays in effect till 6 p.m. Just to reiterate that, it's just been reissued till 6 p.m. for southeastern Sumter County. And that is because at this moment, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near the University of West Alabama or near Livingston, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So tornadoes are possible with this thunderstorm that's moving through. This is because of radar-indicated rotation. So if you're in any of those areas, definitely make your way to a safe spot that is Bluffport, Old Mallard Airport, the University of West Alabama, especially Livingston and York.
Yeah, we got reports of hail coming down in Livingston. So, Charlie, if you get a second, if you want to transfer to the Livingston camera, we got reports of hail falling there in Livingston. So that's what we got there. All right. That's what it looks like in Livingston right now. And again, trying to look, can you see anything with that? Nick, are you seeing any hail with that? I mean, obviously it's pouring rain.
Really not seeing much hail at the moment.
And it may have already passed by there.
Yeah, hail reports, not seeing any. I'm looking on radar too. I'm not seeing much either.
All right, so again, if there's any hail falling, it's probably going to be pretty small. Again, we got Molly that's also watching the Demopolis camera. She's going to let us know if she sees anything there. Most likely it's going to be a rain wrap. This is going to be to the east of Livingston. This does not include the University of West Alabama in terms of the tornado threat. I do think it's going to be just to your southeast. All right. Just looking at reports there. All right, so again, still got a tornado warning. This is it for our area, is down to the south. And again, we're watching additional showers and storms to the west. And really, I think this is going to work over our atmosphere. I would highly doubt there's anything tornadic come out of this. Now, that being said, we're going to watch things just in case something does touch down. But right now, we think the main threat is shifting to the south. So again, places like Forkland, towards Greensboro, you may be impacted by this particular storm. So again, let's go back into this type, into Sumter County. We've got a lot of rain out there now across much of the area. There's going to be some tremendous lightning also being produced by this. So there's your thunderstorm that's to the west of Demopolis now. And again, let me stop this loop. And I just don't see screaming evidence of this storm having a tornado right now. Nick, you mentioned that too. I mean, there could be something there, but I really think the odds are fairly low at this time. Now, it could have dropped a tornado at some point, but the reflectivity's coming down. It doesn't look as impressive as it once did. Again, there's a Highway 80 that runs up to Saltwell. That's the river bridge over the Tom Bigby. Downtown Demopolis sits right there. And again, this is all to the northwest of downtown Demopolis. This does not include Demopolis at all. And just looking at some of these pictures here. These pictures are incredible. My goodness. These storms today, there's been plenty of rotation, and these storms have been able to produce a few tornadoes so far. We kind of had this period where not much happened, but now we've had, look at Livingston now. That's University of West Alabama, and it is absolutely pouring there. Probably some small hail falling. But again, I really think the core tornado threat is just going to be a hair to the south of Livingston. And the University of West Alabama campus. So that's what we're looking at. All right. So again, just trying to go through all this information coming in. There's a lot coming. So we're gonna get to pictures and video and kind of everything that's happened as this event comes to an end. We're not out of the woods yet. I was just checking the environmental conditions, and Nick, have you had a chance to look at kind of what things are doing out there with the instability and the wind shear? Anything new coming out of that?
Yeah, we've definitely seen a drop off in CAPE values at the moment, and the rain has definitely increased our SIN values too, especially at the surface. I think that is good news. I'm seeing more SIN over the East Alabama regions too. So it seems like the storms, as they track eastward, are fizzling out. And
again, SIN is the negative buoyancy. You've got rising air, you've got sinking air, and you've got a pocket of sinking air or warm air loft that prevents the parcels from rising. And as long as you kind of, cap things off, it's harder to get surface-based rotation. It's harder to get a tornado down to the ground. We still have it down here, though. We'll say that. We still have some positive instability down here to the south, but in terms of further north, I just think the atmosphere is pretty much worked over. Not saying it can't happen, but goodness, I just don't see much of a sign of anything to the north, and I'm just trying to look at the new data coming in, and we have been so worked over. So I would say if you're in like Pickens or Lamar, Fayette, Walker, Winston, Marion, I would say if you're in that area, your severe weather threat has really dropped off for the rest of the evening. I don't want you to let your guard down just yet, but I do think the chance for tornadoes is lower there. And this stuff's moving on pretty quickly now. So again, it's 5:30. Richard Scott here. We are in the middle of tornado coverage. Been on air for quite some time. Nick, what time did we go on? Do you remember?
We've been on here for about 4.5 hours. So it's been.
They did?
They're about to.
Okay. So they're going to cancel Sumter. There it goes. They canceled Sumter County. There's no longer a tornado warning for Sumter County. And gosh, I've got so many pictures and video. I'm going to try my best to go through that. Nick, what you got?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate because I'm seeing a lot of comments, especially on the Facebook Live right now. People are asking for particular areas. So right now there is no severe risk in terms of a tornado at the very moment, but there still are some strong thunderstorms moving through. So you're still going to hear some thunder and see some rain come down. So places specifically like Moundville, I've seen that multiple times in the chat. You guys are okay right now. There is nothing that we foresee becoming severe enough for you guys, but there is some thunderstorms that will move through.
Look, I'm not surprised. People in Moundville, Utah, Oak Village, man, it's like, Tornado City down there for some reason. And Nick, we get all these storms, and it seems like they're always hit. So every time there's rain and thunder, bless their hearts, they've been through a lot over the years. I'm glad you mentioned that, Nick, because we do want to kind of assure people that, right now we don't see a tornado threat there. We're going to watch it and look if there is a tornado develop. We're going to be here on top of it, but I'm just telling you now, the environment is really worked over at this point, but we don't want to let your guard down just yet. If you are south of Interstate 20, again, we're still watching this stuff down here. Now, they did cancel the tornado warning, but we still need to watch this. So, if you're in Moundville, you're okay right now. I don't see anything coming your way, or Utah, but if that changes, we're going to let you know about it and keep you up to date. Hey, we've got Jabari, and hey, Jabari, can you hear me?
I can't hear you. I was just kind of giving an update. The Pickens County EMA Director, Lakita Bell, just actually called me about 10 minutes ago and said that they have some major damage in Pickens County on County Road 16 and Bostic Road. Trees are down and several homes are destroyed. Also, County Road 6, Bostic Road is impassable. Right now she said she's out. She was going out to assess some damages, but there have been no reports yet of any injuries, but damage, Gordo, Bostic Road, County Road 16 is where the damages are. So she will, give us an update after she finish assessing the damages. So that is coming out of Pickens County.
All right, so again, a friend of mine I grew up with in Marengo County, he sent my sister a text and and said, I told him to check on you on national TV. We're not quite to national TV, but I'm glad for the people to check on my sister down there in Meridian. Because usually, this is a deal where, Meridian is in Lauderdale County, Mississippi. We can't cover Meridian through TV and programming, but if we don't have tornadoes ongoing, I can go down there and show that, but I just couldn't at the time because we had multiple tornadoes down. So again, I'm very thankful for friends and family that can check on people and make sure everybody's okay. Jabari mentioned something that is a wonderful report, that there's no injuries reported or fatalities. Had a very powerful tornado go through in Gordo on the west side of town. And again, Jabari mentioning that there's no reports of fatalities or injuries from that tornado. And that is good. And hey, we got a new tornado warning for Winston County. This is going to be a fast one. This won't last very long. It's about to move out of the county, but you see that? Man, is that the same storm? Or is that the same storm, Nick, or is that a different one? We have to back the radar up just a bit. That may be the same one we just keep dealing with. So let's go into Winston County. This is a very brief tornado warning for Winston County. That's it right there. It's crossed the north side of Smith Lake. It's come through Arley and the Eagle area. It's crossed 278 right now, so it's in the process of crossing over 278. And again, we'll go over to the velocity. Wow, look at that couplet. My goodness. Right on 278, so right at the interchange of 257 and Highway 278. That is a pretty dangerous storm. Nick, if you'll get that information on that warning for us and pass it along.
Yeah, so this is a tornado warning for northeastern Winston County. This is until 6 p.m., and the reason for that is because of that rotation that we just saw on the velocity there. So this could produce a tornado there. This is a severe thunderstorm at the moment. Locations right now are Addison Town Hall, Sardis, Helicon, Addison, Upshaw, Neesmith, Addison Municipal Airport, and Smith Lake. So if you're in any of those areas, definitely seek your safe spot at the moment, because this is a severe thunderstorm that could produce a tornado.
Yeah, and they did put a tornado warning for that, but yeah, it's capable of producing a tornado, so it's not confirmed, Nick. As you mentioned, it's not a confirmed tornado yet. Based off the rotation, let's treat it like there is one down. We'll go to the debris and see if we see anything down. And we'll do that one more time. There we go. I don't see anything, but it's right over the Addison area. Again, that's right there where Highway 257 tees into Highway 278. And again, it's going to pass north of there towards Upshaw here in just a matter of a few moments, and then moves into Coleman County. Coleman County is outside of our TV market, but again, Winston County is our county in West Alabama. So we'll go over to the velocity, and let's just look at this. And still a very tight couplet there that's about to move out of Winston County into Coleman County. So this was a quick tornado warning for that area. So again, that's coming out of Addison and Eagle. And that probably produced a tornado, or is in the process of producing one, based off what I'm looking at. Again, Molly, you're watching the cameras. You see anything in towards Demopolis or from that previous tornado warning?
No, I haven't seen anything over there. And then all of the closer York cameras were completely shades of white, so no shot in seeing anything. It was completely
You're not going to see it, right?
No, you weren't.
All right. Well, I appreciate you trying, Molly. Thank you for trying to find something. But, you know, what do you do when you've got so much moisture involved in these thunderstorms? You just can't see much of anything until it's too late. I'm just checking down here towards Sumter County. Again, I don't see any sign of a tornado there. Again, tornado warning continues for Winston County, the very northeastern part of the county. This includes Addison and points northeast into Jones Chapel. This is Highway 278 that goes from Coleman back towards Addison, Double Springs. Again, this is an area where the atmosphere is pretty well worked over, but still the potential for a tornado there. But look at that, Nick. Next scan, it's just kind of vanished, or it's in the process of vanishing. So we're kind of in a spot where there's not a whole lot of instability for these things to work off of. So I really don't imagine they're going to last very long.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting to a point on radar where we're seeing a little bit more rain than we are actual thunderstorms, and you kind of see it as it's going through, kind of just fizzle out as it tracks northeastward.
So tell you what, let's go back to Jackson's radar and let's just kind of look what's downstream. And, you know, all this back here, we need to watch it. There's no warnings on that. But you see all this rain out ahead of it. Again, this is kind of working over the atmosphere just a bit. So we're not really seeing really much of a chance for this to produce tornadoes. That being said, we're going to be here and watch it until it gets out of West Alabama. And again, that's in the process of happening now. Let's see. In fact, they canceled the tornado watch for Lauderdale County and all the way down here to the south. So they're not expecting anything out of that. So that is good news. All right. Just checking information. It's like Sipsey had some damage. I'm seeing a lot of damage in the Sipsey area. That's in Walker County.
Yeah, so that's that storm that just passed through Walker County. Seeing, you know, considerable damage here. A lot of people are saying that there's housing damage. People are trapped in houses at the moment, too. That was a pretty fresh storm, too, just a few minutes ago. So given the severity, I'd imagine we're going to see a little bit more damage, too. Seen a lot of trees on houses as well, so.
Yeah, and, you know, that's that same storm went up through Walker County that came through Tuscaloosa County. So it looks like we've had really 2 or 3 storms that's kind of gotten out of hand that has produced tornadoes. But I'll tell you what, based off of what could have happened today, if we get through this day without any loss of life and any injuries, that is a good thing. Now, we've had tornadoes. Obviously, we've had some devastation in spots. But, you know, this kind of reminds me of the night of April 28th of 2014. If you're watching earlier, I mentioned that as we had these robust supercells back in Mississippi. And as they moved into Alabama, it kind of became this big mass of rain and these embedded little mini supercells. And they, let's see. Okay, yeah. The tornado warning's out of Winston County now, so they're all good in Winston County. They still have that little bitty sliver. It's out of the county now. So, again, in Winston County, I can give you an all clear. They have canceled the watches in East Mississippi. That is flash flood warnings. And, you know, that's something we really didn't expect a lot of is flash flooding. And, Nick, I think that's really what's kind of helping us out in terms of preventing a widespread issue of tornadoes is the fact that it's raining so much. And that kind of helps us out.
I think we've seen a lot more rain than we definitely anticipated seeing. That's cut off a lot of the instability for these storms.
So we have no tornado warnings for the first time in a while in our area. Not saying we're out of the woods because we're watching areas south of Tuscaloosa very carefully for any kind of potential for rotation. So again, if you are south of Tuscaloosa, we need to watch everything down there. That's a 71 in Tuscaloosa, still warm out there. Southeast wind at 15, but again, the atmosphere getting rather worked over. Let me go back to radar. And that's out of Columbus. I'll tell you what, let's take a Birmingham's radar and let's look at what's going on down to the south. So let's go down towards the Marengo County. Just make sure we don't have anything down here. This is kind of the spot where the atmosphere has not really been worked over very well yet. But this looks very disorganized. I don't see any sign of anything that would produce a tornado. Let's look at the velocity, make sure. I don't see any sign of rotation. Let's go to storm relative. Yeah, I just don't see anything here. And Molly, we've got the Demopolis camera. I'd love to see that here in just a moment. I know it's probably just going to be a whole bunch of rain. But if we can take that Demopolis cam, I'd love to see it and see what it looks like there. And that is a whole lot of rain. Still 75 there, though, man. It's warm in Demopolis, south-southeast wind at 10 miles per hour. Again, that's kind of that area that the atmosphere hasn't totally been worked over yet. So if there is a tornado, it's going to be down here in that part of the state. but I really don't see anything. I mean, Nick, I'm looking at the radar loop. I've got a radar scope pulled up over here on the side, and it just looks like everything's waning downward just a bit. Hopefully that trend will continue, but that's what we're looking at right now. Hey, well, we haven't checked on this in a while. What's the update on power outages from Alabama Power? I haven't heard anything in a while.
So we actually haven't had that many power outages. There was a brief moment where Pickens County was without power for a lot of the county, but it seems like we've either gotten it back on or maybe that was a misread in numbers. But, we only have 14,000 without power statewide, which is a really good thing. We have more power outages concentrated to our north. I'd say Pickens County is the most without power right now at 1,200. And that's in comparison to the 11,000 that's tracking. So, it definitely could be worse. We've definitely had some events where, I'm tracking the power outages and there's way more. So we're looking good in terms of power outages. And so I'd be curious to see how this changes over the next few hours as this continues to update. But as of right now, 14,000 without power here in Alabama.
We just had a wind event. In fact, we had two of them with 100,000 plus out of power.
That's right.
So again, that's a good sign. We're not seeing a lot of strong wind with this stuff. So, Nick, that's one difference between this system and the last is the lack of really strong wind. And we just haven't seen a lot of those reports. Just going through some stuff. I'm going to pull up here in a moment. Charlie, is it still you in the control room? Thank you, sir. I'm going to pull up some stuff here in just a moment that I would like to show. Not yet. Just hang on just a minute. And again, we got a lot of pictures and videos coming in, so I'm trying to go through all of this and let you know what is going on. All right, so, gosh, still getting reports on Tierce Patton. Let's go over to, there we go. Thank you, Charlie. I didn't even have to ask. Charlie, you read my mind. We are in sync, and I don't mean the band. We are literally in sync with each other. All right, so this is Willow Point Drive. This is off of Tierce Patton Road. You can see trees down. This is over at, let's see, Tierce Lake Road. This is just off Tierce Patton, and again, clearly this is a tornado path that has come through. This is the Ollie's I was talking about. Before this thing hit, this is Mr. Ollie's place. It's a restaurant and a gas station, and man, he's got the best burgers. Goodness, the best bacon cheeseburgers you can buy. And anybody that knows him knows that. But he's got damage to a store, and I hope the damage isn't too significant to that store. But again, this is over at the Texaco gas station. A lot of people refer to this as Roosters, close to Lakeland, just off Lake Tuscaloosa. In fact, the lake is right behind this this service station, and this just south of Tierce Patton. So it looks like the tornado crossed from Bone Camp Road across Tierce Patton Road and ended up Highway 69. Where that storm ended up. So tell you what, let's go back over to radar, our Demopolis camera. And again, here's radar. Let's go out to a wide view. And this is how things are going. So again, I'm just trying to go through all these pictures and videos and information because I know there's a lot going on. And happy to report my former neighbors are all okay. They were in the path of this tornado, and they're all okay. So give a shout out to friends on Cedar Ridge Drive. And also over on Beacon Point, so happy you guys are okay. Okay. All right, so watching a cell coming out of Choctaw County. Let's go down to the south and let's look at this thing coming out of Choctaw. So for friends in Marengo County, let's monitor this. There's not a tornado warning for that, but it's something to need to watch. Again, this is on that south end I was telling you about that hasn't really been worked over yet, so we could see another tornado warning added here. So let's look at it. It kind of looks messy, but again, this is Butler. Again, this goes up Highway 69 into Sumter County. That's Marengo County. Let's put on the velocity. Just kind of look at this thing together. Nick, are you seeing anything? I'm trying to figure out what they're looking at. I know it's John DeBlock mentioned that. What is this, Darius? Is this that tornado in Mississippi last night? I think it was. You can play that. Go ahead. Hey, you can play that if you want. That's a video from West Mississippi last night. If it's a video, maybe it's still image, but man, this was a rough storm. Oh, okay, I got you. Okay. We had a big tornado touchdown in West Mississippi. Nick, you probably know more about that storm. You were paying attention to that too. That was south of Greenwood, Greenville area. That thing was a big tornado last night.
Coming through Grenada, that one really produced a lot of damage. There was a lot of reports on that one.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that we didn't see as many tornadoes like they did here in West Alabama. We've had several. We had quite a bit of damage, especially in the Gordo area. That's where most of this damage is kind of concentrated. We had damage in Tuscaloosa County, right through, Lake Tuscaloosa area. It looks like a tornado crossed through there, and most likely the tornado is skipping around. So, based off the damage I've seen in Tuscaloosa County, I would say this is probably an EF0, EF1 type of damage. Nick, I mean, would you agree with what we've seen so far? With trees down, some power lines down. That's kind of the theme of that. But the Gordo tornado, now that tornado was stout. That was a pretty powerful tornado that went through the west side of Gordo. Now, I tell you, I'm trying to see what they are. John DeBlock is on here with the National Weather Service in Birmingham. And man, John is a legend. He's been at the Weather Service for a long time, and if he's seeing something, I'm just looking around too, Nick.
What radar are you looking at?
I just went down to Mobile. I don't see anything from Mobile. Yeah, it's just kind of in a bad spot. I mean, you just can't see it very well. Now, from Birmingham, you kind of see something that's northeast of Butler. Yeah, from Birmingham's perspective, it's a little more obvious. So let's see if I can switch over to Birmingham. And there it is. It's not much to it, but there's something to the west of Pennington. That's what the National Weather Service is watching. And the reason they're keeping an eye on that is because these things have been able to pretty easily produce a tornado. So they kind of lowered the threshold on issuing a warning, and they want to issue before they happen because these aren't going to last long. These are very brief tornadoes. So let's go to Birmingham's reflectivity and see where this thing's going. So that's what they're watching, that spot between Butler and Pennington. So again, if you're in Myrtlewood, Linden, Jefferson, Old Spring Hill, or even Demopolis, you may get a tornado warning. Let's see, heading for Pennington, north of Butler. So that's where they're watching. Watching that little spot right there for a potential to produce a tornado. So they haven't issued a warning. In fact, the National Weather Service in Mobile hasn't issued a warning for that storm just yet. So we're just gonna watch it. All right. I don't want to go and all of a sudden a tornado warning be issued, and have to come right back on TV. So we just want to stay here with you to make sure we're not going to have a tornado there in Marengo County. Choctaw County is the National Weather Service office out of Mobile issues tornado warnings for Choctaw County. Birmingham National Weather Service would issue for Sumter and Marengo County in that area. So, we'll have to watch as it crosses the Tombigbee River. If you're at Pennington or Myrtlewood or Linden, over towards Jefferson or Old Spring Hill, let's keep an eye for you guys, as there could be something trying to touch down. Nick, anybody on the Facebook Live asking about other areas or anything they are concerned about so far?
Yeah, a lot of people are asking and telling me about Linden, seeing a lot of lightning strikes right now, and just in that general area from Linden to Marengo.
Yeah.
They're definitely seeing some strong thunderstorms right now push through their high reflectivity values, but nothing severe just yet. We're watching that, storm moving from Butler to Pennington at the moment. So keeping you up to date. Stand by if you're in that area south of Tuscaloosa. But it's normal right now to be feeling the rain and hearing the thunder and the lightning right now. Trying to see what else people have been saying in here.
Yeah, and
seeing shaking in Linden, nonstop lightning in Linden. Yep.
I got a report of a possible injury over on Tiers Patton Road. Goodness, we've been talking about Tiers Patton for a while, because that was kind of an area that was hit. And a tree fell through a house, and there may be some issues. So I've got people checking on them to make sure everybody's okay. So that was over on Tiers Patton, a tree falling through a house with some people inside. So just want to make sure everybody's okay. And I see John DeBlock is sending us a message. I feel like this is the old AOL chat room. You see the message coming. He's typing the message up. What's it going to be? Y'all don't know what AOL is, do you? Is that beyond y'all? Y'all wasn't even alive during AOL times. Goodness. Let's see. So, the only thing we're watching right now is Marengo County for a storm coming out of Choctaw. It has the best potential to produce a tornado. If a storm is going to produce one, that's probably going to be the one that does it. So, again, if you're in Linden, if you're in Jefferson, Old Spring Hill Road area, we want you in a safe place just in case there's a tornado. And I'm not saying, you need to run to storm shelter right now. We just want you to be ready to take action if you need to, if they do decide to trigger a tornado warning for that storm. But again, based off the environment down there, it's a little more conducive for a tornado. I would say, let's see. Okay. I would say, let's watch it. All right. So again, heads up from Marengo County. We don't have a warning yet, but there is a possibility could get one. This thing looks like it's kind of curling up a little bit, Nick. So let's go down here and show it. Again, if you are Tuscaloosa North, no problems at the moment for you. The chances of severe weather, I would say, is pretty low for the rest of this evening. Maybe not totally out of the woods, but I would say the chances are pretty small there. Yeah. Okay. And you see that, Nick, from the Weather Service? Yeah. Let's see. There are 5 tornado tracks. Okay. So we've had probably, we believe, 5 tornadoes so far. And again, most of these have been EF0, EF1 type of tornadoes. And look, every tornado is dangerous. We don't want you to let your guard down. If it's an EF0 or EF1, that can still be a threat to life and property. If a tree comes down over your house, or if you're in a mobile home and an EF0, EF1 hits, that can be a danger to your life. So we want to treat every tornado warning serious, as it does have the potential to cause problems. And again, if you are in Pennington or Myrtlewood or even Linden, we're starting to see some higher DBZ values. In other words, we're starting to see heavier precipitation fall out of this thunderstorm. So, and as Nick mentioned, we're getting a lot of reports of some pretty heavy lightning and thunder ongoing there. And this thing, no doubt, is getting a little better organized. So, again, Myrtlewood, Jefferson, Linden, Providence, Old Spring Hill, even down towards half acre, I would be ready to potentially take shelter if you need to. And look, if you want to do it, go ahead and go to your safe place just out of the course of least regret. And I know there's not a tornado warning there, but let's not take a chance with this. So yeah, go ahead and go to that safe place if you feel like you need to. I don't think there's a big tornado there this time, but that could change. This thing could wrap up and produce a tornado. Nick, my goodness, we've seen that several times. How fast we were watching a storm, all of a sudden it had a very tight couplet. That's happened several times tonight, Nick.
Yeah, that's right. We've been watching a storm, and I've been like, oh, this isn't looking like it's going to materialize into anything, and then all of a sudden we get that rotation to it. So definitely be on your guard, be on standby for the next 30 or so minutes just so we can get through this. Definitely if you're between Butler and Pennington, just in case here.
I'm seeing a little bit of rotation pop up. Let's take radar full. Let me stop this loop. I'm seeing a little bit of rotation pop up right here over Pennington. It's not a lot to it, but it's, the radar beam's so high off the ground here, it may be difficult to see if there's a tornado down or not. So, again, Myrtlewood, Jefferson, there's a little bit of rotation here. It's moving northeast like that. We can pull on the velocity, and let's just look at this together. Let's do storm relative velocity. May get a better look at this. Again, it's not much, but again, there's some stronger inbound winds right here. It's not a couplet, but it's something that could produce a tornado pretty quickly. I've seen that several times, and all of a sudden, 2 scans later, you've got a tight circulation. But we do know we've had one pretty powerful tornado, most likely a strong tornado like your EF2 or stronger that came through the west side of Gordo. That thing was very close to downtown Gordo, very, very close to that. So, again, that was that storm. This one is a storm that could do something, but it hasn't yet. So, again, for Marengo County, friends, family down here, we're looking at Jefferson, Linden, Providence, Old Spring Hill to Myrtlewood, Old Lock 3 Road. Just in this area, we need to carefully watch it. And, again, there's not strong rotation, but it just needs to be watched. That's just all you can say is let's keep an eye on it. The environment's still conducive for producing a tornado down there. Hasn't happened yet, but it could. Go to Birmingham's radar. They do a wide view again. And I will say this, Nick, I believe this is the back edge of your storms right here. I'm not seeing anything west of there so far. What do you have over there in Mississippi? Are you seeing?
I've been monitoring the Jackson Chad, and they've actually ruled out all of the PDS warnings, so that is good news. They said they can't isolate maybe an elevated hailer storm and maybe a isolated supercell, but other than that, they're looking pretty optimal that this is probably the end of that line there too.
All right, so some videos sent to me. Hold on one second.
Let's see.
Hang on.
Yes, we're not seeing much behind there. Right now, the only storm of concern is down near Petal, Mississippi, which is in the southern region right now, but that storm doesn't suggest any tornadic characteristics at the moment.
Yeah.
So,
hey, real quick, I want to mention this. I've got so many videos coming in. If you guys get a video, I know people do this with your phone, but if you will take a video like this, horizontal, it is so much better for TV. Now, this is great for Facebook, but, for TV, this helps us out so we can clearly see stuff a little better. So, again, if you have any video of damage or even pictures of damage, turn your phone sideways, horizontal, and that will greatly help us out. So that way we can kind of get better stuff to you. Where's this? Okay, this is, my goodness, look at, let me pull up the app iPad here in just a moment. Hang on one second. Darius, it's you, right? I believe you're working. Darius? I believe you're behind the director's board now, so just want to make sure I'm calling the right name. You know, I think it was one of you guys that I thought it was somebody else working. You know, we don't have a view to see who's back there, and you know, I was calling the wrong name for like 2 hours straight, and you didn't correct me. I'm like, man, just tell me, you know, you changed shifts. So tell you what. Hold on one second. I've got something I want to pull up, Darius. Here in just a moment, I want to take the weather iPad, but I'm not quite ready for it. And I'll tell you what, while we do that, Nick, we can run over to you for some stuff.
Yeah, so I'm just continuing to monitor the Facebook Live here, just trying to answer some comments as they come through. A lot of people are asking about, you know, counties north of Tuscaloosa. Right now, we're pretty optimal that nothing severe is going to materialize in places like Fayette, Marion, Lamar, Pickens at the very moment. Right now, our only cell of concern is the one that's moving through Marengo County right now, and it's moving along. But we haven't got a lot of information about it, and we're not seeing much on the radar right now. But we're continuing to monitor the chat to see what the National Weather Service is thinking as well. So we'll continue to monitor that too. And just to reiterate too, like I said, in Mississippi, much of the severe risk there has also gone to end. They've actually ended the PDS threat. So any supercell there would be very isolated and doesn't have tornadic characteristics at the moment. So that is good news for us.
My goodness, the tornado damage on the north side of Gordo. If we can, let's take the weather iPad. And this is a video. I'm going to play this. This is tornado damage out of Gordo. Look at this, Nick and Molly. Look at the structures here in the homes and the trees uprooted. So again, this is distinct tornado damage on the north side of Gordo. I'm going to replay that again. And again, this is from Valerie Hughes, and she was out storm chasing these storms, and you can see some of the damage. And again, goodness, this looks like. And she mentioned no injuries. That's a great thing, so that she's aware of. But again, the damage in Gordo looks pretty rough. This is on the north side of town, up a highway, Alabama Highway 159 is where this is. So, you know, I'll play it one more time. So this is, again, on the north side of Gordo. So we had a fairly long track on this tornado that has touched down. So let's go back over to radar, Darius, just for a moment. And I'm going to get some more videos for you guys, so just hang tight. And again, the storm in Marengo County, it still looks interesting. Is there anything new from the Weather Service on that?
No, nothing new out of there. Still watching that. People are in the Facebook Live saying that they're definitely hearing some thunder and some lightning. So if you're in Marengo or Linden, or even Hale and Perry County, definitely just hang tight for the next, 30, 45 minutes as we, get this completed and get that storm out of that area and make sure we know exactly what we're dealing with that supercell, because there is some high reflectivity values, which is some heavy rainfall at the moment. Otherwise, we're seeing a lot of Demopolis, definitely just hang tight right now. Hale County, hang tight at the moment, and we'll get through this here shortly.
This thing's trying to wrap up in Marengo. So let's go back down there again for a wide view, and I've got a lot of pictures and videos coming in from Gordo, and some of the damage, I'm telling you, this looked like EF2, maybe stronger type of damage, some of the stuff I'm seeing out of Gordo, and I'm sure we haven't seen everything yet. There's probably more significant damage than what I'm even seeing, but if you are down in Marengo County, that's kind of the only real spot we're keeping an eye on for anything tornadic. At the moment, I see nothing to the north, but we got a really intense thunderstorm that's getting better organized here, that's crossing the Tombigbee River into Marengo out of Choctaw County. And I'll tell you what, Molly, you got the Demopolis camera too. I'd love to see what that is looking like. We're not going to be able to see a tornado or any kind of structure from the storm itself, but I will say, yeah, here's Demopolis. And it is just absolutely pouring outside. This is looking east from downtown. Man, it is coming. They see the lightning there from Demopolis. Still 70 degrees there at that camera location. So tell you what, let's go back over to radar, and let's look at this thing. And Nick, if you don't mind, if you'll keep a close eye on Facebook Live. If you guys down there see anything, let us know as soon as you can, and that's going to help the warning process for the National Weather Service. So this storm's really kicking up down here, and this could be our next tornado warning. So again, I know there's not a warning right now, but if it makes you feel better and if you feel like going to a safe place, I would do that pretty quick, just to be on the safe side. And again, this more intense part of the storm is right on top of Myrtlewood to the west of Linden. And again, we got Providence sits right there, Old Spring Hill Road. And let's put on the velocity. I'm going to stop this loop and let's put on the velocity product. Let's just look at this thing together. Nothing overwhelmingly intense, but again, this is a storm that's an environment that could produce something. So just based off of what's happened so far, we want you to be safe and treat this thing serious if there is something trying to spin up or develop here into Marengo County, because we're just really in a terrible spot for radar coverage, unfortunately. We can look from Columbus perspective and see if we got anything, even from Columbus. I mean, you can't see a lot. I mean, if anything, you've got some broad rotation there on the Tombigbee River, very close to Old Lock 3 Road, the dirt road that connects down to the river banks of the Tombigbee. Been swimming down there many times, riding four-wheelers on the dirt road. That's probably illegal, so don't tell anybody. What do you do? That's Marengo County. So we've got, what we're watching is the potential for maybe some broad rotation down there that is close to Old Lock 3 Road. A lot of memories down there. So I grew up in Linden. If you didn't know that, I know some of you are very well aware of that. A lot of you guys are actually watching from down there right now. And just looking at seeing what kind of pictures and video we've got coming in. So hold on. I don't see anything that is pressing. Do you? Wow, this is, hey Darius, if we can take the weather iPad, this is, I'm going to try to get this a bigger image. I know it's difficult to see. This is what I'm saying, if you can take pictures and videos horizontal, that would really help us out. But again, this is a lake house. It's over on, take that off. That's over on just off Tierce Patton Road in Edwardian. And this is a roof that was blown off of a house. In fact, I actually know the person that owns this house. It's a good friend of mine, Stephen Ray. And Stephen and I have known each other for a long time. And his lake house off of Lake Tuscaloosa, they've lost part of the roof from this tornado that's gone through there. So again, this is over towards Edwardian Drive. I believe it's off Edwardian Drive and off Tierce Patton Road. So again, that's some of the damage we've seen from that tornado. It's clearly been down for a while. So again, that was damage from earlier this afternoon as we covered that a tornado warning. So let's get back over to radar and show you what we got. Molly, anything for the Demopolis camera that you can see?
Lots and lots and lots of lightning, like cloud to ground lightning, very straight bolts down. It's lighting up the sky full of clouds and a lot of rain. Nothing developed or rotating that I can see from the camera, but fun lightning.
We got a damage on Carmel Bay Drive. In fact, former Chief Byron Wade had damage at his house. I know Chief Wade very well, and they have damage at his house and his mother-in-law's house, which is right there. They got a beautiful home there on off of Carmel Bay Drive, and man, I hate to hear that. So we're getting a lot of damage reported from that tornado that came through the center part of Tuscaloosa County, going through Lake Tuscaloosa. We got a tremendous damage coming from over there at Gordo, and man, the damage in Gordo is just terrible on the west and north side of town. So, see a tornado warning in the southwest of Choctaw County. That's kind of that more rich environment that could produce tornadoes. I don't think that's going to make it in our counties, Nick.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. It's that tornado warning moving from Jones County into Wayne County, which is right next to Choctaw. They're still a little bit iffy on that. They just think that, that could have the characteristics. They're getting a little bit of some side lobe contamination from the radar, so they're not really sure what they're seeing. Yeah, but the DBZ values are definitely there. Getting some high rain values there. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that as that approaches the state line. But like you said, this is very south, so
yeah,
hopefully
and it is pointing northeast, and it could make a run for Choctaw and Marengo County. So just a heads up on the southern end of Choctaw County towards Toxie and Silas, down that way, Gilberttown. I would keep an eye on this and just be ready to seek shelter if you need to. And then we've got, of course, Marengo County that's downstream from this, but this may not make it as far north as Marengo before fizzling out. So that is that storm, and I have not seen anything significant in a while. So let me go out to wide view and just show you the watch warning situation. Still got a tornado watch in effect for all of West Alabama and a pretty big chunk of central Alabama. And again, the National Weather Service office so far has decided to hang on to that watch rather than cancel some of these counties. And quite frankly, we could probably get rid of some of these counties already, but just out of sight of caution, they have not done that. Let's look at Birmingham radar and just see what we've got. Again, that's a pretty decent storm down there. If we're going to have any problems, I would think it would be that one. That looks like a fairly wrapped up supercell storm that's involved in this rain mass. And, if we have anything that tries to develop, it's probably going to be that. Just looking at different radar sources, and I'm not seeing anything else. So again, that's just trying to go through everything here. So that's a storm we're keeping an eye on, the one down in Marengo County below Demopolis. So everybody to the north, I see no sign of anything significant with this. And I will say this, I think this is probably going to be our last storm of concern. The reflectivity looks impressive, but I do not see any kind of rotation with it right now. Nick, I mean, it just looks like it's a strong thunderstorm, essentially. And but based off what's happened so far, I've had a few tornado streaks across the area. And based off what's happened so far, we just want you to certainly be cautious. And let's just assume there could be something down with that. All right, tell you what, Nick, I'm going to step out here just for a moment and check on some things. I'm going to try to get some videos and pictures in, too. So if you want to just do a little reset and recap what's happening, and I will be right back. And if they pop a tornado warning, let me know.
Yes, right now we do not have a tornado warning for any of our coverage area at the time. We're still seeing some thunderstorms make its way through there, and I'm seeing on Facebook Live a lot of hail and reports of some lightning and some thunder.
Nick, hold on a second. Hey, go ahead and take Nick full. And like I said, I'm going to step off the wall here just for a moment, make a couple of calls, and I will be right back. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, so just to reiterate here, we're watching the storms down here to our south in Demopolis right here. So if you're in this area in Marengo County, you're definitely seeing some rainfall that's really heavy, some thunderstorms, some lightning, all the stuff like that. It's very normal right now. I'm seeing a lot of it in the Facebook Live at the moment saying, you know, oh, I'm really hearing it come down. Yeah, that's normal. That's just a thunderstorm moving through. We've been watching this cell as it moves through, and it doesn't look tornadic at the moment. So we're going to continue to monitor that. Now, I do want to say a lot of you guys have been saying, is there anyone that we can put in the all clear? Now, while we do still have a tornado watch in effect for most of central Alabama, I would generally say, well, it's not up here right now, but if you are north of Tuscaloosa at the moment, you are pretty much fine. You're going to still see some thunderstorms make its way through the area, and you're going to still see some heavy rainfall, but right now we're ruling out anything severe. Now we're just watching right now in Marengo County at the moment. I'll pull up some cities here for some specific places. So Demopolis, Forkland, moving its way towards Greensboro and Hale, Newborn. So you're definitely going to start to feel and experience the thunder and the rain coming down here soon. And that's going to last for the next about 30, 45 minutes or so there. So Linden, you especially as well. So I'm continuing to monitor the chat. I'm not seeing much here. They're not putting much information in there as well. And I'm continuing to look at the Jackson chat too, just to see what we're looking like into East Mississippi. And they're looking at one cell at the moment, and it is pretty far back in Jones County, and that would enter into Choctaw County, so that is south of our coverage area at the moment. So right now we're not looking at anything other than what's going through Marengo County at the moment. So again, just to reiterate, Marengo County, you're definitely hearing the thunder. In Demopolis, definitely hearing the thunder. We're seeing some high reflectivity values on the radar, so heavy rainfall and some thunder. But, you know, north of Tuscaloosa, Moundville, Barry, Fayette, you guys are all okay at the moment. So just continuing to monitor that. Now, we have seen a lot of damage reports come in, especially out of Gordo. I think we mentioned earlier we had what they have seen 5 reports of a tornado move through there. Gordo being the longest track tornado at the moment. Do you have anything for us, Molly? Were you pulling anything up?
Yeah, just that lots and lots of thunderstorm activity in Demopolis. It's getting awfully heavy down there. Like you said, not seeing anything tornadic as of now, but there is just lots of thunder, lightning, white sheet rain, so making sure you're staying covered just from the rain in general is a big thing.
What does the Demopolis cam look like at the moment?
Let me pull that up for you, and it will be
because I hear a lot
shoulder.
of people talking about Demopolis right now. It's really rough and windy in Demopolis.
Yes, as you can see, it's basically a gray sheet out there.
Yeah. So very windy, raining very hard. So if you're in Demopolis, just hang tight right now. That is going to probably continue for the next several minutes. But again, we don't see anything severe at the moment in terms of any type of tornadic activity. We're going to continue to monitor that here in just a few moments there. So just to reiterate, that's what we're watching at the moment. That is Marengo County moving through Demopolis into Greensboro in that area right now.
All right, and again, the Demopolis, man, it looks rough down there from that camera perspective. And this is an intense thunderstorm, and, you know, I will say this, it is trying to wrap up here. So again, you see that kind of feature right there that's now to the north of Demopolis. So that is something we're watching. So again, for portions of Hale County as well. No doubt this thunderstorm has some kind of mid-level rotation in it. Again, it's not to the point where we've got a tornado warning for it, but we could get another one at some point. So let's go down into this thing and let's just kind of look at it together. Again, for the rest of our area for Tuscaloosa North, I don't see anything yet.
Just a quick note, they've canceled the tornado warning in Jones, Mississippi, which was kind of tracking its way here, so that's good news for us. Yeah,
happy to report that. So let's look at the velocity and just make sure we don't have anything trying to spin up here. And this thing's rotating some, and you know it's not to the point where we got a tornado warning yet, but this storm is clearly rotating. Let's go to Birmingham's perspective. And again, there's your thunderstorm. You know, just kind of has that look, you know, it's got that inflow to it, that kidney beam shape. And, you know, there may be something trying to develop here. I know we've been talking about the same area forever, it seems like, but I don't want to, you know, let our guard down and they pull the trigger on a tornado warning. We got some rough weather. And, Nick, I believe it's you that's mentioned the lightning out of this. Let's look at the lightning output out of the storm. My goodness. Yeah, that is a noisy thunderstorm. And this is live lightning data. So tell you what, let's look at this together. Yeah, these are lightning strikes right now, and let's just go into this part of the storm. In the past 15 minutes, almost 800 strikes of lightning in predominantly Marengo County. So that is incredible. So we got a tremendous amount of lightning. In fact, let me see if I can do this a little better. And just for Marengo County, 621 strikes in that county in the past 15 minutes. My goodness, that is a thunderstorm. So again, there's more instability down there, and that's why we are concerned about, you know, the potential for, you know, this thing becoming tornadic again. And it hasn't happened yet, but this thing is just spitting out a tremendous amount of lightning right now in Marengo County. Even in southern Hale County, we got quite a bit of lightning out of this as well. So let's go back over to Birmingham's radar. And again, really rough weather on the north side of Linden now, Jefferson, Old Spring Hill area, Demopolis. It is, I imagine it's still absolutely coming down there in Demopolis. Is it, Molly? Oh, yeah. I mean, you don't have to pull it up. I was just checking.
Yeah, it's still basically a gray sheet. Every now and then you see a raindrop go flying by, flash of lightning, or a gazillion. Yeah, it is, man. That lightning is intense down there. So let's put on the velocity and let's just make sure there's nothing rotating here. And again, we've got some kind of broad rotation west of Greensboro. I'm not seeing anything tight right now. Is the shear decreasing or something? It seems like the storms are having a harder time. I haven't looked at environmental conditions in a while. I'm just curious if the wind shear is kind of dying off or something. These storms are having a hard time producing a tornado, which, hey, that's good. I'm happy to report that. But lately, they're kind of struggling compared to earlier today. Okay, so there's still a pretty good. So this is probably mostly an elevated thunderstorm. So we've got something coming from the National Weather Service in, okay, never mind, nothing important there. So again, west of Greensboro, southwest of Greensboro to Demopolis to Linden. We've got some really rough weather coming through there now. Most likely going to have some gusty winds out of that and frequent lightning. The lightning output's going to be tremendous from these storms as they do continue to move off towards the northeast. And but again, for our friends in Hale County, south of Moundville, especially if you're around Greensboro towards Faunsdale and Uniontown, even as far south as Linden, this is a pretty intense storm. I'm seeing a little more wind velocities there to the east side of Linden. So, and again, this is off of Birmingham's radar, so I am seeing a little more wind velocity here just on the east side of Linden on Old Spring Hill Road. Yeah, on the east side of Linden. It's right there, that little spot, seeing more of a wind velocity. So tell you what, let's zoom in tight to this thing and just kind of see what it is doing. Not really a couplet, but I'm seeing some pretty strong inbound winds. It's kind of weak outbound winds. So this is to the north of Linden over Old Spring Hill Road, not too far from Providence. And again, you've got the interchange of Highway 69 where it joins Highway 80. You know, you go about a 3/4 mile down, then you turn back north off of 80 on 69. This is not too far from Providence Baptist Church. And again, that general area, there's kind of some broad, weak rotation. Old Spring Hill Road area, that's what we're looking at, to the east of Highway 43 primarily. And again, there's not a tornado warning with this, but it is certainly
Yeah, I can imagine. So anybody reporting strong winds down there, Nick? And I wish I could keep a hold of Facebook Live. I've got so many things bouncing around trying to see everything there is. So hold on one second. Hey, I tell you what, Darius, here in just a moment, I want to take the weather iPad. So just give me just a minute. So again, there's no tornado warning, but if you're in north and eastern Marengo County into southern Hale County and western Perry County, we got a really intense thunderstorm that's producing a very heavy rain, frequent lightning, and that is an issue. All right, tell you what, if we can, Darius, this is what it looks like in Demopolis right now. I'm just going to back this video up, and again, that's what you're seeing in Demopolis. So pretty rough weather down in Marengo County. It is torrential rains, frequent lightning. Looks like some street flooding there. The poor culverts and ditches just can't take all the water with these thunderstorms. Again, that's what it looks like in Marengo County, in Demopolis. Looks like it's a pretty strong wind with that too. So again, we're watching things with great interest. This is in Gordo. Tornado warning from Marengo. Okay, so hey, Darius, go back over to radar. We do have a tornado warning now in effect. So that spot we were watching down there, they're going to go ahead and trigger a tornado warning for Marengo and I believe Hale and Perry. Are they including Hale in that too, Hale County?
Yeah, southeastern Hale County.
Okay. So again, we got a tornado warning now for a storm that is capable of producing a tornado for Marengo County and portions of Hale County and Perry. So let me zoom out just a little bit. Let's do a show you the polygon of where this warning is. And there it is. All right, so it includes exactly where we're talking about, Nick and Molly, right there on Old Spring Hill Road. This is just north of Providence Baptist Church. This is north of Linden Lumber. This is going to be in the far northeastern part of Marengo County. Highway 69 where it joins Highway 80. That's where we're talking about. Then far southern portions of Hale County, we got New Bern that runs south of Greensboro. Greensboro is not in that tornado warning. We got Heiberger, Marion, Hamburg up and down Highway 5. You're in that tornado warning polygon. And Nick, if you want to get that information of that tornado warning of what the latest is on that.
Yes, that tornado warning is for northeastern Marengo County, Perry County, and southeastern Hale County, and this is until 7:30 p.m. So definitely start to make your way to a safe spot if you're in any of these areas I'm about to include. That would be Judson College, New Bern, Radford, Vaden, Old Spring Hill, Morgan Springs, Galleon, Folsom, Hayberger, Sprott, Chickasaw State Park, Marion, Cedarville, Demopolis, Greensboro, and Uniontown. So any of those places, definitely start to make your way to a safe spot because this is a severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado.
Yeah, and this is not a confirmed tornado. This is just an area of rotation that the Weather Service is concerned about based off the environment today. We could see a tornado develop out of this. So tell you what, let me stop this loop and let's go in really tight and show you who's in this. By the way, Linden and Jefferson, you are not in this tornado warning polygon. And really, you know, Nick, the reason we want to stay here with you is because this was a storm that was kind of had that look, the characteristics it could do something, and it's in the process of becoming tornadic. So again, that's Highway 43. You've got an Old Spring Hill Road that connects from Highway 43 to Highway 69. It's the Old Spring Hill right there. And again, I'm going to zoom in tight. And again, that's at County Road 54, we call Old Spring Hill Road. This is east of Tosco Road, and then you got County Road 1. So right there in the community of Old Spring Hill, that's Highway 69 that runs up into Highway 80, which is right below the banner there. That's Highway 80. That is where this possible tornado is going to cross. I think it's going to be a mighty close call for Fonsdale. You know, Fonsdale's been hard hit by tornadoes in the past, and this is going to be a close call for Fonsdale. I do think the best chance for a tornado is going to be about 3 or 4 miles to the west of Fonsdale on Highway 80. But again, it's such a close call. Tell you what, Molly, do you have the Demopolis camera? Just curious if you're seeing anything from Demopolis. Probably going to be pretty tough to see, right?
Yeah, definitely not going to be able to see anything, but let me get it pulled up for you. Yes, it's looking like rain almost let up just a little bit, but it's still a very strong thunderstorm.
And you can see the frequent lightning, again, just watching with that storm. So, again, and as John DeBlock in the Weather Service mentioned, the updraft is intensifying. So it's to the point to where, you know, we need a tornado warning for. Man, the lightning is incredible. So let's go back over to radar and show you where we're talking about. And again, that's Demopolis. So there's your tornado warning. Let's go down to the south and let's do a track on this thing. And I will say this, it is safely east of downtown Demopolis. The possible tornadoes coming up on New Bern now. So if you're in New Bern, the Cedarville area, if you're down at Gallion Baptist Church, this tornado is very close to Gallion Baptist Church. And I know that area was also hit by a tornado a while back. And, you know, this is another potential tornado crossing Highway 80 as we speak. And I'm going to take on the Birmingham radar. And again, your possible tornado, let me stop this loop and let's do this. Again, your possible tornado is to the west of Fonsdale. Fonsdale sits right there, the old Fonsdale Bar and Grill that was destroyed by a tornado several years back. That is very close to the path of this potential tornado. I do think it's going to cross Highway 80 somewhere to the west of Fonsdale. I know Uniontown is technically in the tornado warning polygon, but I can really say with some pretty good confidence that the odds of Uniontown being hit by a tornado are generally low. But, you know, least course or regret, may want to go to a safe place. But this is northeast of Linden. Again, if you're at Linden South, you're okay. There's not a threat for you. This threat is to the northeast. So, again, we're calling places like Highway 69. This is crossing Old Spring Hill Road now. This is going to cross Highway 80 very close to Gallion Baptist Church, which sits right there. That's Gallion Baptist Church, where Highway 69 joins Highway 80. If you're driving towards Demopolis, on the right side of the road, big church on the side of Highway 80, that's where the possible tornado could cross, or maybe a hair to the east of there. That's Highway 25 that runs down through Fonsdale out of Greensboro. The road split off there, the gas station in Greensboro on the south side of town. If you go down Highway 25, all the catfish ponds down there. This is in a, really this is, if this was a tornadic storm that you could see that wasn't rain wrapped, this part of, you know, Hale County and northeast Marengo County, you can see for miles. I've always said if there's a, you know, if I'm ever going to go storm chasing and set up for a storm, I'm going to set up on one of these hills by the catfish ponds off of Highway 25 or Highway 69, because you can see for miles and miles down there. So, in fact, we were just down there this past weekend driving down Highway 61 through New Bern. So that is where that possible tornado is. If you're in Greensboro, I know the tornado warning polygon technically includes areas just on the south side of Greensboro. It's going to split the gap between Greensboro and Uniontown. Coming up places like New Bern, you got Cedarville in the path of this, and then into Perry County, you got downtown Marion that's in the path, as well as Heiberger. You're going to be in the path of this potential tornado as well. So, again, a storm that could produce a tornado, and I believe that's a pretty tight couplet forming right there on Highway 80. Let me pull on the velocity. I think we may have a tornado developing now. All right. Zoom in tight, and it's right there. And again, literally right at Gallion Baptist Church. So Gallion Baptist Church sits right there at the tip of my finger. That's that County Road 12 that runs to Laneville, at Highway 25 that runs down to Fonsdale. if this is indeed your tornado that could be developing, I can say it's going to be clearly to the west of Fonsdale by a few miles. This is clearly to the east of downtown Demopolis. So, you know, if you go past the split off of Highway 43 down to Old Spring Hill, you know, anywhere west of that, you are in the clear from this potential tornado. But no doubt there's some rotation here that continues to track northeast. So again, the Weather Service making a good call on triggering a tornado warning for that. We've got Laneville, that's Highway 25. You've got Lock 5 that sits right up here on the Black Warrior River. This is going to be south of Lock 5. And again, if you're in Greensboro, it's a close call, but I do think it's going to be generally south of Greensboro. Hey, Darius, if you can you pull up the algo cameras? There's one down in Uniontown, and there's also one in Greensboro. I would love to see if you can do that. Okay, if you can pull up the Uniontown camera first. That's located on Highway 80. There's an algo camera, Alabama Department camera, that is located right there downtown Uniontown. And look, Nick, I mean, the chances of seeing anything in this rain are pretty small. But we want to try to look at this thing and see if we can see anything at all with it. Yeah, that rotation passed right over that intersection there, that interchange. That's Highway 69. You jump on to 80, you go a little ways, about 3/4 of a mile, get back on 69, go north. You know, that circulation really passed right over there. But again, we got Gallion Baptist Church sits right there. There's a house that sits right there, did a beehive removal at one time several years back. It's been a while. But again, these areas, it's just nothing but cedar trees around there. This is a very cedar tree populated area in that part of Hale County. And yes, let's see.
Yeah, so they're continuing the tornado warning for Hale and Perry County, but they've canceled it for Marengo. So it's out of Marengo County as of right now. But they're going to continue it for Hale and Perry County. Hey,
I tell you what, I'll run in there. I can show you, Darius, if you'll pull Nick up, and Nick, if you'll just if you'll do a path on this tornado that's coming through Hale County. It's now out of Marengo County. I can give an all clear for Marengo County.
Yeah, so all clear right now for Marengo County. Right now we're just looking at Hale and Perry County at the moment, looking at what we are seeing. We are seeing a little bit of some rotation there, so I would definitely, you know, if you're feeling like you're hearing some thunder and some heavy rainfall, it's definitely coming down on you right now. I'm also seeing some pretty high echo tops, which is, you know, the updrafts in terms of what we're seeing. And so that could produce some hail. I'm looking here on radar for any radar indicated hail, but that storm right now is pretty strong at the moment. So let me look at the chat room right now. And yeah, right now we're not seeing any new developments in terms of what they're seeing, just what we're seeing right now.
And we've got a camera, Darius. If you could pull that up, that's an algo camera. That there's your rotation right there. This is in Greensboro, and man, that is some nasty weather in Greensboro. That is Highway 25 and 14. Nick, that's what we're looking at there is Highway 25 and 14. Of course, the internet's going to kind of come and go in that area, so just keep in mind it's some pretty rough weather in Greensboro. So we're getting the spinning wheel of death. So let's go back over to radar, and let's go into this rotation. It's clearly out of Marengo County now, so I can tell you if you are in Marengo County, this storm has clearly moved on. But that's a pretty tight rotational signature popping up. So again, this passed right through Gallion. It's now near or just north of Laneville. That's New Bern, that's right there. And again, this is over in Catfish Farm territory. There is a lot of catfish ponds in this area, wide open land, and you know, this could be a place where this tornado is going to track. So there's Greensboro at the very top of your screen. I think this is going to clearly stay south of downtown Greensboro. We'll put on the velocity product and check, we'll put on the debris tracker and check. and that is very noisy. So I'm not seeing any strong evidence of a tornado being detected in terms of debris. Now, I will say this: the velocity couplet looks pretty impressive. Based off this environment, probably say there's probably a tornado down with that. Can't confirm it, but I can say based off the environment, there's probably one down in southern Hale County. Again, this does not include Moundville. I'm already getting updates from Russell Whedon, the EMA director of Hale County. He's saying power outages on County Road 12 at Gallion. So I think we can safely say there's probably a tornado down with that. And I tell you what, I don't know if Russell is watching our live stream or not, but if you would, just text me and I'll give you guys some updates of where it is on that. So again, we got likely a tornado that could be down just on the north side of Laneville, approaching New Bern. This area was hard hit by a tornado not long ago. Just a few weeks ago, we had a tornado come through here, and that was, I believe that was EF1, if I remember the rating right on that, and it had crossed southern portions of Hale County. And in fact, we just drove through the tornado path this past weekend and saw the damage from it, the tree damage, and it was very extensive and had quite a few structures that were damaged as well. So again, we've got likely a tornado that could be down based off the environmental conditions here that's in southern Hale County. Now, this will not include Greensboro, so if you're in downtown Greensboro, I think you're going to be fine. Yeah, the weather's really bad there, but in terms of a tornado, I think the better chance for a tornado is going to be the further south you go from Greensboro, not necessarily to the north. All right. All right, so I see you guys are in the chat room. So again, I'm in a message with EMA director in Hale County, and then National Weather Service. You know, they just had a really cool tornado drill down there in like a tornado disaster drill. Nick, I don't know if you guys were here. I know y'all were out of town, but this last, let's see, what day is today? Today's Saturday? 15. All right, so Thursday of this week. I don't even know what day it is. Look, I don't think I've slept in like 2 days. It's been a long couple of days. I'm ready for Sunday. So they had a tornado drill, which was really incredible. They brought in debris at downtown Greensboro and had power poles down. Alabama Power was involved, and it was a search and rescue. And I was just thinking, my goodness, they're doing this practice before this tornado event. Hopefully that's not a prerequisite before a tornado happens there. So that's what we're watching is Hale County, the southern end of the county. So, all right, look, for a moment, I want to go back over to a wide view and show everybody out there, because I know there's a lot of people asking from other parts of Alabama, in West Alabama. And gosh, Nick, I think this is it really for our area. I would be surprised if we get anything else in West Alabama. Once this gets out of Perry and perhaps Bibb County, if it continues, that should be about it for our event for West Alabama. I think that's going to pretty much wrap it up after this. But we're going to watch it. We're going to be here until this threat totally comes to an end. So, again, there's your intense tornadic thunderstorm. Again, the weather's really bad in Greensboro. The weather's really bad all the way, really basically the entire portion of Hale County. This is going to move out of Hale County into Perry County within the next 10 minutes in terms of the potential for a tornado, where that tornado could be. Now, the weather's still going to be rough for a little while, but the tornado issue is going to be to your east. So let's go in tight. And again, for everybody watching, if you are in Demopolis, south and west, I can give you an all clear. This tornadic storm is to your northeast now, and this is impacting areas generally south of Greensboro, especially the New Bern area. We need you in shelter in New Bern. Hopefully you've gone to shelter before now, because this thing is basically on top of you. It's too late to leave a mobile home. It's too late to drive somewhere to find a shelter. you just got to hunker down and hope for the best on this one. If there's a tornado down, hunker down, and we're going to try to get through this thing pretty quickly. It will not last long at all. So once this gets past you, then we're focused on Perry County. So let's looks like this is pretty much moving into Perry now. Let's there's your rotation, and we should get a new scan. I really think that the circulation is more like over New Bern now, and that is what we're watching. Okay, we're getting an update now. So there it is. Yeah, the circulation sitting over New Bern. Again, south of Greensboro. Now, Greensboro, the weather's terrible, but the tornado itself is going to be south of there. I can clearly say with confidence that downtown Greensboro will not have any impact from this tornado. It's going to be south of there. And really, the rotation is kind of weakened a little bit. It's certainly still there, but certainly if you're up and down Highway 61, I would not drive south of Greensboro at all. And if you're down here on the down to Uniontown, I would not drive north out of Uniontown. Let this storm pass you by, and we'll get through this thing okay. But again, this is there's New Bern right there. New Bern's a cool little town. I don't know if you ever spend any time driving through that part of Alabama. It's a very small community, and they got some of these old antebellum homes, which are just so cool to me. I love these homes built in the 1800s, man. It's just like a flashback to history, way before any of us were born. If you're watching, it's just so cool to see some of these old structures, and New Bern is full of them. There's quite a few built in the 1800s. So there's your rotation. And I don't want to be too specific. It's so close of a call, it may be just a hair north of New Bern, but I don't want to be too specific because we are a distance away from the radar, and it may be just difficult to detect exactly where the tornado is from radar, because, I mean, we're scanning it from pretty good ways off. It's clearly moving northeast, and really I think we're probably losing our rotation for the moment. Nick, I mean, it doesn't quite look as impressive as it did just a few moments ago as it gets ready to move over in Perry County, but it just does not look like it did. What are you seeing, Nick?
I'm seeing that too.
So again, in terms of, rotation, it does look like it's kind of weakening a little bit. All right, so again, hey, I tell you what, I want to go over power outages. Nick, you had a update earlier. You mentioned something about power out in some scattered pockets. Have you seen anything down in Hale County from this so far, from Alabama Power?
Right now, not yet, but this power outage map tends to update about every 15 minutes. So as this is still a developing storm moving through there, I'd assume that in a few minutes we'll see a little bit more. So not much coming out of Hale County. There's only 14,000 statewide without power. So that's actually pretty good for a severe event that because normally we'd see much more than that.
Hey, Nick, we got Russell Whedon says Sheriff's Office down there confirmed a tornado just went across Highway 61 in New Bern. So we still got a tornado down. So, Russell, I really appreciate that update. So, yeah, tornado down in New Bern, and it just crossed Highway 61. So the tornado was already crossed 61. So, again, Sheriff's Office down there reporting a tornado. They confirmed that has crossed the highway. So we have a tornado down. So it's going to be over in moving into Perry County as we speak. So it's moving out of Hale County. We're going to get a brand new radar scan here in just a moment. But we do have a tornado down. That's over there right now. And I'm passing this along to the National Weather Service right now.
It's moving over New Bern right now, moving its way towards Marion and Sprott.
Okay, so yeah, if you're in Perry County, in the western side of the county, need you in shelter now. We got a tornado that has crossed Highway 61. And again, this is about to go into a very open part of Perry County, but we know people live out there, so we want you to be safe now. And again, eventually, as this moves northeast, we got Zimmerman. There's a downtown Marion. And then you got Sprott that's over here, Heiberger there, Ellard's up to the northern part of the county. That little blue line there, that represents the Cahaba River that runs up and down Perry County into Bibb County. And again, that's what we got. Again, a tornado that's down just crossed through New Bern. Not sure if it was right in town or not. If you guys could confirm and let me know if it went through town. We know it was in that area. So it should be in about this area right here that's south of Morgan Springs. That is Highway 14 that runs out of Greensboro, runs through Marion up to Sprott. And again, that the tornado is crossing through that part of Perry County near Zimmerman. And I really think for downtown Marion, this tornado is going to be a little further north from you. So again, that's where we think the better chance for a tornado is going to be on the northwest side of Marion. But again, I'll tell you what, if you are in Marion, I would seek shelter just as the least course of regret, because we could have a tornado down still that's working across western Perry County. And again, this thing has come out of Hale County through New Bern. And based off of what I'm seeing, this thing has probably been down for a little while. Most likely touched down somewhere in Marengo County, northeast Marengo County, and is still down, moving northeast. So again, if you are in western Perry County, we need you in shelter now for a tornado that is down. According to law enforcement down here and according to the EMA, we've got emergency management, we've got reports of a tornado there that's south of Greensboro. And again, I can tell you with confidence that if you're in Greensboro, you're okay in terms of a tornado. In fact, if we can take that Greensboro camera, that's the Algo camera, I would love to see how it looks in downtown Greensboro. Might have to refresh that because the internet kind of comes and goes. When you have a bad storm like that coming through, it can be kind of difficult to get the service. All right. Anything on Facebook Live, Nick, so far?
Nothing new. I know a lot of people are in this area are watching right now, so seeing a lot of heavy rainfall and thunder and a lot of going down in New Bern.
Yeah, and I tell you what, if you guys are down there, if y'all could let me know, or Nick, he's watching Facebook Live and messages as well. So we're trying to get as much information as we can. So if you had any damage, or if you've got any sighting of damage, or if you've seen the tornado itself, let us know. And that will greatly help the warning process for people downstream. Here's a new update, and again, that's it. It's on Highway 14, so it continues northeast like that. So I really feel confident that this tornado is going to cross to the north of Marion. I would say Morgan Springs towards Ellard and Heiberger. If you're in that part of Perry County, I would say most likely this tornado is going to be in that part of the county. Seems like it's made more of a, perhaps more of a north jog there in the past few minutes, but clearly you can see your inbound and outbound winds with this tornado. So this is a dangerous situation for Perry County so far. And again, we're looking at reports and getting that information out, Nick.
Yeah, getting reports too from Demopolis. I know we're kind of past Demopolis right now of some localized flooding just from the heavy rainfall that came down there. People are saying that driving on Highway 80 need to be cautious because of the roadways. Okay, and I know we get kind of focused in on a storm. Let me do a reset real quick, Darius, and I do want to take that camera here in just a moment. This is a wide view. I just want to show everybody out there because I know we have some rough weather. And again, I don't see anything else that will be suspicious or tornadic. That's our storm. Nothing to the southwest. Again, we got some elevated thunderstorms back here. This is the back edge of all of this weather event at all. Again, this is not severe, but we got some thunderstorms back here. Tuscaloosa, north and west. In fact, I would say Interstate 20 from Tuscaloosa and northwest, you're okay. Any
chance for a tornado is going to be further south, right into southern portions of, or central and northern portions of Perry County, rather. It has come out of southern Hale County, and that's where we're watching. So again, for folks watching us on TV and Facebook Live, I just wanted to assure you that if you're in Tuscaloosa and north, there are no sign of a tornado with this. So I do have some good news for you. All this stuff, while it could be noisy with some lightning and thunder, I just do not see any kind of evidence of a tornado with any of that. So that is good news, hopefully, for you. So down here, we've got, again, a potential tornado that has been confirmed by law enforcement down here to have crossed Highway 61 down in New Bern. That was over in Hale County. And it's a storm that has been concerning for quite some time, and that's what we are still concerned about. So let's go back live to this area, again, well south of Tuscaloosa. And hey, before we do, Darius, we still got the camera? Okay, yeah, just take. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll take it. We got a camera in Greensboro just to kind of show you what the weather conditions are looking like in Greensboro now, because I know there's some people down in that part of the state that are kind of asking about, hey, what's going on in that part of the state. And Nick, you see that little spot right there? What is that? It's not debris, is it? Okay, hold on one second, Darius. So let me look at this on my end too. No, that's not debris. It just looks suspicious. All right, let's go over to our camera. This is the Algo camera in downtown Greensboro. That is at Highway 14 and Highway, well, we call it Highway 69 that comes out of Tuscaloosa. Technically, it's Highway 25 and 14, but you know that is what we are watching. So again, we got a dangerous storm going on that's moving out of Hale County. This is, again, what it looks like in Greensboro now. The storm that we're concerned about is over in Perry County. And again, this is going to be really close to the Folsom area. Heiberg, you need to be in shelter now. Let's go back over to radar, Darius, and this is what we've got. Let's take on the velocity. And there's still indications of a rotation, but really this thing's made more of a north turn. Nick, what are you seeing with the storm? Does it look like it's starting to wane a little bit, or
yeah,
how's it looking?
Reflectivity values are also dropping a little bit too, so it's a good sign.
Yeah, and it seems like with all of these storms, as those reflectivities drop, and that's the precipitation density of a storm, it seems like these reflectivities drop, we begin to see these lose that rotational characteristic. So that is hopefully some better news for that storm.
They canceled it for Hale, only one left is Perry.
Okay, and I don't know if they have. Okay, I don't know if they are going to continue this for Bibb County. But what's left of this rotation will end up into southern portions of Bibb County here pretty soon, in the next 15 to 20 minutes, I would say. So again, our potential tornadoes moving northeast. It's now east of Greensboro, crossing Highway 14. That's kind of where we're concerned about the potential for a tornado is crossing Highway 14. That's to the east of Greensboro and to the west of Marion. And they are going to continue the tornado warning for Perry County, as you mentioned, Nick. So that is still clearly the storm of concern down in Perry County. So we'll see if they decide to extend that into Bibb County. Let me put on the warning. Let's look at this polygon. And there it is, yeah, a really small polygon, including the northern part of Perry County. This does not include downtown Marion. This does include Highway 14 out of Marion to the Hale County line. And again, we can give an all clear for our friends down in Hale County. I do think your severe weather threat has most likely come to an end. Again, we'll watch it, but I don't see any sign of anything else for, Hale County points west. I mean, I mean, Nick, you see anything so far? So I'll tell you what, let's go out to, let me go back to Jackson radar. Let's just go back. And here's the radar from Jackson. And there's some rough storms down there in Choctaw County. Those are not, at the moment, tornadic. Again, we still got some heavy rain in North Marengo County, maybe a little hail core in Lamar County. But, you know, back here to the west, I don't see anything else. And I do see that from the Weather Service. They're kind of suspicious of what is crossing Highway 14 right now. So, you know, they may be seeing some kind of a debris signature. They're not totally sure, but it could be. And that is in Perry County, just outside of the Hale County line. So, look, we'll watch these storms. They track across southern Hale County and northern Marengo County. I would be surprised if these are able to develop another tornado based off of the storms kind of working through. So we'll watch it. All right, let's go back to Perry County. And clearly this tornadic storm is totally in the county now. We'll change over to Birmingham's radar. Let's just kind of look at this thing together. I want to see what the reflectivity is doing here. And again, just going to kind of loop this thing. And it certainly looks like the reflectivity is kind of going down now, but that doesn't totally mean we're out of the woods just yet. It just means it's kind of moving through and weakening just a little bit. So again, if you are in western and northern Perry County, we still need you in shelter now. That's the lowest floor of your home. Many walls between you and the outside as you can. And again, if you're in a mobile home, got to seek shelter. I know it's probably too late there if you're in that part of the county. But again, that's what we're watching. Y'all just hunker down in northern Perry County, and we'll get through this thing as fast as we can. Tell you what, Nick, I'm going to go to you for just a second. I'm going to check on a couple of things, and if you want to give us an update on the kind of what's happening area wide here, and I will be right back with you.
Yeah, so we're keeping a look at that storm moving through Perry County right now. Seeing a lot of comments in the Facebook Live about how it's picking up right now again in Marengo, in Linden, and Providence, and that's normal. That is just a thunderstorm that's moving through, just some remnants of some strong thunderstorms that are pushing through. None of that is severe at the moment. Right now, the only thing that we're worried about is what is pushing through Perry County at the moment. We're still waiting to hear if this is going to extend into Bibb County. They have not said anything just yet. And I think a lot of people have also been wondering about East Mississippi and the storms down there. While there is only one storm of concern, it is very south of us and is probably going to miss our coverage area. Now, otherwise, north of Tuscaloosa, I know a lot of people have been asking about who's in the all clear. I would say counties like Tuscaloosa, Pickens, Lamar, Fayette, Walker, Marion, and Winston. You guys are still experiencing some strong thunderstorms move through here and maybe some rain, lightning strikes for sure, but nothing severe or any concern at the moment. Right now, we are just looking at what's going through Perry County, and that seems to still be on the tick down in terms of its severity. We're seeing a drop in the reflectivity values, so continuing to monitor that. I'm looking at the chat here, making sure. We're still getting a lot of reports into Hale County EMA, trees down on Highway 25 and County Road 57, 4 miles north of US 80 and Highway 61 in New Bern. So roads are blocked. So if you're on the roadways, it's definitely going to be a problem into tonight and tomorrow. Some trees down. Tending to get some reports after the fact here as these storms are moving through. And if we look at power outages, just to make sure, still not a humongous issue right now, especially for the area that the storms are moving through. So just to reiterate, right now we're just looking at the storms coming through Perry County at the moment. Areas in Marengo and Hale County, you guys are out of that tornado warning at the moment, but you're still going to be experiencing some thunderstorms and some heavy rainfall. So that's very normal at the moment. I'm still seeing that in there. Still pretty nasty in Greensboro. That checks out as we're looking here on radar. Definitely seeing some high reflectivity, so some really strong rain coming down.
Yeah, and we still have, again, we're about to get an update from John DeBlock of the Weather Service, and he says, oh, they are? Okay. So, yeah, they may issue a tornado warning for Bibb County. So that is something we'll stay on for. So this thing has totally crossed Hale County. It's in the process of crossing northern and western Perry County now. And again, in the next 15, 20 minutes, we'll be able to give Perry County an all clear from this particular thunderstorm. But we may end up with a tornado warning for Bibb County here in just a moment. So again, we got a thunderstorm that's dangerous. It could be producing a tornado. And again, you mentioned the damage, some trees down on Highway 25 at County Road 57 there. That's a few miles north of Highway 80. And then Highway 61, we got damage near County Road 16 in New Bern. Some roads are blocked. So, you know, it looks like this thing has kind of moved on in. So, all right, let's go down to the south and let's look at these storms. And I just want to, again, reassure everybody to the west. I see no sign of anything tornadic back here. We've got a pretty intense thunderstorm in northwest Fayette County, but in terms of something that would produce a tornado, I'm not really seeing much in the sign of that at the moment. There are some strong winds certainly involved, but we need to keep an eye on it. This is probably going to be out of that better environment. So, you know, again, we'll watch it. Down to the south, this is our tornadic thunderstorm that's coming out of Perry County, moving to southern Bibb County. We may see a warning required for Bibb County here pretty soon. So if I were you, if you're in southern Bibb County, probably a good idea to go ahead and go to a safe place just out of least course regret. This thing has clearly dropped a tornado through southern Hale County. It looks like it probably dropped somewhere in northeast Marengo County. Okay, there's your tornado warning for Bibb. So again, they went ahead and issued a tornado warning for Bibb County. And Nick, as soon as you get that, I'll let you relay that to us. So looks like Brent and Centerville, you're going to be in the polygon for the potential for a tornado. And again, it's moving northeast. So Nick, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so it's a tornado warning for the southeastern part of Bibb County. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This is because of radar indicated rotation. So locations that you need to be aware of is Talladega National Forest, Trio, Centerville, Ashby, Ironworks Park, West Centerville, Brent, and Bibb County Airport. So any of those areas surrounding there, definitely be in your safe spot because there is a severe thunderstorm. And this is the same one that has been moving through Hale and Perry County.
All right, and we know that there's been some damage with this storm, so it's best to treat this thing serious and treat this thing like there is a tornado still down. So again, we've got a tornado warning that continues for northern Perry County, and then that goes into southern portions of Bibb County, mainly the southeastern half of the county. Pretty quick movement of this thing. It's kind of picked up speed at 55 miles an hour. And again, that warning is technical till 8 o'clock, but I feel pretty good this thing's going to be out of Bibb County before 8 p.m., considering how fast it's moving. And again, that's the only tornado warning we've got, this one coming out of Perry County. Let's go over to the velocity and let's look at the wind with it. And I don't see a lot of evidence of a tornado over here, but again, still near Heiberger. There could be something spin up or develop. It looks like if there was a tornado not long ago, maybe it has lifted. But again, the Weather Service office in Birmingham, because this thing does have a history, they're going to go ahead and issue that tornado warning for Bibb County in our southern counties. Again, that's Brent, Centerville, point south to the Cahaba River. So they're going to continue that tornado warning for that potential for a tornado. So again, it's not a deal where it's a significant size tornado at the moment. If anything, this is going to be a brief EF1 perhaps, EF0 type of tornado. But even then, again, that's a threat to life and property. So we want you to be safe. And if you're in harm's way of the storm, we need to get you in shelter. Again, the lowest part of your home away from windows. So if you got an interior closet or hallway, we will, that's going to be your best bet. So middle of your house, if you got a storm shelter, if you got a basement, you get in that. But if you're in a mobile home, want you out of a mobile home, and certainly don't want you driving on the highways here, Highway 5 north of Marion, heading towards Brent, or heading south of Brent towards Marion. I want you to pull over and let the storm pass on by. Again, it's going to cross Highway 219, then Highway 82. That'll be the next up. So the potential for this tornado will continue moving northeast, again, 55 miles per hour. Let's do a path on this thing and see where it's going. There you are. So northeast at 55 miles per hour. And there it is, tracking just like that. So eventually, if this thing continues, it's going to end up in Shelby County, northern Chilton County. If this continues, I doubt it does, but the possibility is there. So again, we got Heiberger. This is a community arrival time. So the potential for the arrival time at 7:18, Edwards area at 7:23, Centerville 7:36, and then Bibb Mill area 7:48. Continue down the list here towards Montevallo, which is over in Shelby County. We've got 7:59, then Calera at 8 o'clock or 8:05. Alabaster at 8:10. If this does continue, but I really think the chances of that are relatively low with this tornadic storm, as it seems to be in a kind of downward pulsing phase. But we don't want to let our guard down. Hey, for everybody on Facebook Live, if you are to the south and west of this, I don't see any sign of anything tornadic coming. So let's go over to the reflectivity. And again, we got some rain and thunderstorms down here towards Demopolis and Greensboro and Uniontown and Fonsdale, especially north of there. But it really looks like this is not something that will become tornadic. If that looks like it could change, we'll certainly let you know about it. And, okay, they're going to continue the tornado warning for northern Perry until this gets out, so I understand that. So, again, Bibb County, if you're in the southern and eastern half of Bibb County, we need you in shelter now. This could cross Highway 82, not too far south and east of Brent. But, again, Nick, I'm not seeing a ton of rotation with this. Are you seeing anything that kind of sticks out?
I'm not seeing much rotation either. I've been keeping a look too at like echo tops and seeing updrafts as well, and I'm seeing those diminish as well. So
that's a good sign. So if those are dropping, then that is certainly a fantastic sign, and hopefully that trend will continue. So again, I'm trying to get some of the comments and information.
I'll just reiterate here, like we are watching that storm as it moves into Bibb County, but still behind it, there is some thunderstorms and some high reflectivity moving on radar. So, it's still going to be loud, and you're still going to have some heavy rain for the next, 45 to an hour, even in places like Linden, Marengo, Greensboro, Hale County, places like that. Even though your tornado risk has expired, you're still seeing some thunderstorms.
All right, so again, we've got a storm that's down here in southern portions of Bibb County. It's a dangerous thunderstorm that could still produce a tornado. I wouldn't say it's overly likely, but the potential is there for a tornado to drop down. So again, if you're below Brent and Centerville, that's the area we're concerned about. That Highway 82 corridor, that's generally where we're talking about for a possible tornado. And again, if you're in Tuscaloosa, I see no sign of anything in this area. Yeah, we've got some rain and some thunder passing through, but I just don't see any sign of anything developing there. on the back side of this storm that's south of Demopolis, again, we've got some heavy rainfall and likely some lightning and thunder, but I'm really not seeing anything that's overwhelmingly dangerous right now. Okay, you see that little circulation there? That's what the Weather Service is talking about near Eolan.
Yeah. North of the polygon.
So let's look at that. So this is outside the tornado warning polygon. So let's just look and see what they are talking about. Again, I guess that little spot right there. So they got some weak broad rotation to the west of Brent and Centerville. That's something that's totally independent of the other rotation we're looking at. And just part of a comet head circulation is what the Weather Service is telling us in Birmingham. And that's pretty much it with that storm. I just don't see a whole lot of rotation down to the south of that. So if you are south of Brent in Centerville, I'm just not seeing anything overwhelmingly strong with rotation. There could be something there, but again, we just want you to just lease course or regret, go to a safe place, and we'll get through this thing just fine. That's the Cahaba River that runs out of Perry County into southern Bibb County, and again, this is going to be east of Heiberger now, and this is east of Highway 5. And this will cross 219 that passes over in southern Bibb County. That's the Abercrombie community. And again, the very snaky Cahaba River that runs up through Brent and Centerville. That's where we are concerned about for this potential for a tornado. And it does look like that circulation, Nick, to the south of Eolan has kind of diminished. So something that tried to spin up the atmosphere, I think, is just, man, it's just really worked over in that part of the state. So with all the heavy rain we're dealing with right now, the thunderstorms, it's really robbing a lot of that instability and all that energy these storms feed off of. So just a heads up, we're still watching the storm heading to Bibb County, but I don't see a tremendous amount of rotation at the moment. But that could change. So I tell you what, Nick, I'm going to go to you just for a moment, and I'm going to try to get some of these pictures and videos we're getting in. So go ahead, Nick, take it away.
Yes, we're continuing to watch that storm there as it moves through Bibb County. Again, like I've been saying, there's still going to be some rainfall and thunderstorms moving through the area for the remainder of, the next couple of hours here. There is some heavier rain showers and thunderstorms, near Linden and Marengo. I see another batch of it coming behind it. That's moving through Butler, coming from Choctaw County right now. Uniontown, seeing some of that heavier showers come down, even New Bern too. I know y'all already had, your brunt of the storm, but the thunderstorms are definitely coming down at the moment. So let's look at the watch warning map. So much of the state is still in a watch for a tornado, but the threat is pretty much over with. Like I said, still going to see some thunderstorm activity and some heavier rainfall, maybe some localized flooding, so definitely be careful on the roadways. But much of the severe threat really has ended. This is our last storm of interest for now that we are watching as it moves through Bibb County. We're almost done with it here in Perry County, that is. But behind it, there isn't any storms of interest there in Mississippi. I've been in the Jackson chat making sure of that, seeing what they're saying, and they're in agreement too that they've canceled their tornado watches for most of the cities there too. So we're in a good spot here. We're keeping up with the damage reports. Seeing a lot of lightning north of Brent, frequent lightning and heavy rain. Nothing significant here and anything new. Do want to reiterate that there are some trees down in New Bern. I saw a lot of people on the Facebook Live are in New Bern and we're wondering about New Bern. So there's trees down on Highway 25 or County Road 57. But yeah, just again, reiterating that we are watching this storm as it moves through Bibb County. We're giving pretty much the all clear of anything severe for everywhere else. Still going to see some rainfall and some thunderstorm activity as it continues to track throughout the evening hours. So all things are looking good right now, other than that storm that we're looking through in Bibb County. And I think me and Richard are both in agreement that, it's not looking as impressive as it once was. It tried to turn into something, and it just hasn't. But let me check the chat room here really quick. We are preparing for... Right. All right, so them at the National Weather Service are preparing for possibility of them having to shelter in about 45 minutes or so. So we'll continue to watch that storm, especially since they're seeing the severity of it too. Power outage-wise, we're still looking good statewide. We're up to 19,000, so we did take a little bit of a jump, but nothing significant in terms of outages in any counties that really saw anything huge. Pickens County remains our largest county with power outages, only at 1,000, so not anything super significant there. Let me look at the Birmingham chat. So just reiterating again, thunderstorms are going to continue to be the mode of weather throughout the remainder of the evening, so a lot of wind and some rain. But the main storm right now tends to be the one only in Bibb County as it moves through. And that will eventually go into Jefferson and Shelby County here soon.
All righty. Hey, in just a second, if we can, I would like to take the weather iPad, so just give me just a moment.
Yeah, so they're continuing the tornado warning for Bibb County due to radar indicated rotation. So that's going to remain into effect until 8 p.m. And we'll know more as that continues to develop there. So those are areas like Talladega National Forest, Centerville, Brent, Centerville, West Centerville, and Bibb County Airport.
Okay, so they're going to continue that.
That's correct.
So we got a tornado warning continues for Bibb County, and that's it in our local area. We have no additional tornado warnings, thankfully, so very happy to report that. And if we do have anything else, we'll stay here for that, obviously. So if we have any additional tornado warnings, we'll continue on air for you. So again, I'll tell you what, I want to go to the weather iPad if we can and show you just some videos. This is what it looked like over in Demopolis earlier as those intense thunderstorms kind of moved on through. And really, fortunately, Demopolis didn't have any major issues out of that, but clearly a tremendous amount of lightning and very heavy rainfall that came through. But, I really noticed not a lot of wind with that storm based off some of the pictures and, some of the video I've seen. So I haven't seen a lot. This is also over in Demopolis. And again, man, it was really coming down there in North Marengo County. And that has since slacked up some for some of those areas. They're still getting some rain. But again, that's what it looked like over in Demopolis. This is some of the damage over in Gordo, and that is a home with a large chunk of the roof missing from that tornado that moved through the west side of Gordo. And then the trees that were down, so a lot of trees down with that storm. And really, based off some of the damage I've seen, this is going to be a fairly, high-rated tornado, probably in, EF2, maybe even stronger than that. So again, you see a lot of structure damage for that particular tornado, and that's what happened. So this is some video from that, and you see the amount of damage, which is just terrible for that area. So let's go back over to radar or watch warning map and show you what we've got going on. So the what's left of the severe weather, we continue with a severe a tornado warning for Bibb County. There's no other tornado warnings in our coverage area. Really, quite frankly, think the odds of anything severe are pretty low for the rest of this event for our West Alabama counties. We're not totally out of the woods yet, but I'm thinking the chance of severe weather is a little lower. And you see the flash flood warnings have been canceled for Mississippi, the Mississippi counties. So let's go back over to the radar. Here we go. Let's go to Birmingham's perspective. Okay, so again, from Birmingham's perspective, we got thunderstorms that continues to move off towards the northeast direction. For West Alabama, the issues are beginning to come to an end pretty quickly now. There's going to be an extension of the tornado watch into East Alabama, but I do want to mention this for our West Alabama counties. We're just about totally out of harm's way. And Nick, I think the watch expiration time was at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Okay, so they may continue some of our counties, beyond 8 p.m. So we'll have to see who all they include in that next tornado watch. But again, just based off the environmental conditions back here in West Alabama, I would say the odds of severe weather are pretty low for the western counties of the state. Once you go west of Brent and Centerville, west of Tuscaloosa and to the north, most likely this event has come to an end with its potential for severe weather. All right, so again, still got a tornado warning for Bibb County. Let's go in tight to that storm. And I'm going to stop the loop here and just show you what we're dealing with. So here's our storm of concern. And, we still got some pretty nasty thunderstorms that's down in southern central Perry County. Looking at the velocity, I don't see any sign of any rotation with that. In fact, quite frankly, the rotation in Bibb County just does not look that impressive to me at the moment. We'll continue to monitor that, but I'm just not seeing a whole lot of rotation with that right now. That could change, but again, this is going to move eventually into southern and western Shelby County, which is outside of our market. So again, once it gets out of Bibb County, that'll be east of our TV market, and we'll continue to focus on the West Alabama. So we've had a lot of damage. We've had several significant issues with tornadoes. And I will say this event could have been worse, in my opinion, based off of, some of the parameters we've had. Obviously, we didn't get through this without any problems. We've had some problems. But in terms of, the widespread nature of damage, we just haven't seen a lot of that. Clearly, there's been some tornadoes touch down. I think we've had, at least six so far. So that's what we've got. So again, what's left of that rotating thunderstorm right on top of 219 that's on the south side of Bibb County. And again, in Bibb County, I know we have a tornado warning polygon goes up through Brent and Centerville, but quite frankly, if you're in Brent, northwest, the odds of a tornado are extremely low at this point. If there is a tornado, I would say it's probably going to be down here in the southeastern part of the county, maybe towards Trio or Oakley, up and down Highway 139, and perhaps towards the Randolph area, 6 miles. Still need you in shelter for the potential for a tornado. And I know there's a pretty big population, a mobile home population in this part of Bibb County. So, just best word of advice, hopefully you have seeking shelter. It's probably too late at this point to leave if you're still in a mobile home in this area. You just don't have time to drive out of harm's way. And being in a mobile home and a car are two very dangerous things. And it's too late to get out of harm's way if you're in eastern Bibb County, as this has pretty much begun to move in right now. So again, if you are in Bibb County, that's the area of concern. Go ahead. So the National Weather Service office, Nick's mentioned it's heading towards the radar site. The National Weather Service office is right here next to the radar site in Calera. So if this thing were to ramp up and they were to have a circulation, then they would have to seek shelter. I do see they're going to issue a new warning. Do you see that? Oh, I'm sorry. Watch. Yeah, they're going to issue a warning east of the current one. And then they're also going to issue, I got you. So two different things at the same time. It got confusing there. So they're going to issue a new tornado watch for the eastern and probably central counties of the state. And the tornado warning here's the new tornado warning, and that's going to include parts of Chilton County and Bibb County. That's what I was talking about, that right there. I was just saying this spot, if there's a tornado, it's probably going to be that part right there. And quite frankly, the chance of a tornado in this part's a little low. There's a comma head feature there I see, and that could spin up a tornado. I'm keeping a close eye on velocity. And I'm seeing some pretty strong wind with this. So, this thing may perhaps wrap up and produce a tornado. That little comma head right there is where I'm talking about. And I tell you what, Nick, I'm going to let you go with that warning, and go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so they have extended the warning eastward into Chilton County. We still have a little bit of Bibb County in there, southeastern Bibb County, and that's going to go until 8:30. I think much of that warning till 8:30 is going to include really Chilton County, and that's going to eventually move out of Bibb County before then. But that includes places like Lawley, Jemison, Chilton County Motorsports Park, Randolph, Lay Lake, and Calera. So that's into more central Alabama region, but that's because of some radar indicated rotation, and this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So not entirely a tornado right now, but just still capable at the moment. And that is till 8:30, that tornado warning.
Okay, and that's for the potential it could drop a tornado.
That's correct.
And I will say this is going to be out of Bibb County long before 8:30. This is for the southeastern part of Bibb County, so this will move out of the county pretty quick, and they can rest a little easier once this moves on. So we've still got the potential for a tornado down here in this part of the county. I would say Trio to Randolph to Oakley and Briarfield. We need you in shelter for that potential for a tornado. This is generally to the east of Brent and Centerville at this point. So if you are in that area, I would say you're probably okay west of Brent. But if you're southeast of Brent or Centerville, you need to be in shelter until this storm passes on by, which, again, I think we're going to be okay if you are Brent, Centerville, Northwest. Still got some rough weather coming through Brent. Downtown, it's a pretty rough go right now. In fact, we've got a camera, an algo camera that's down here in Centerville. If we can, Darius, at some point, if you want to take that camera, I would love to see kind of how it looks down there. Okay. So again, we got still the tornado warning that continues for eastern Bibb County, and that does include portions of northwestern Chilton County. But again, our focus is for Bibb County and areas to the west. Go ahead. You see that report, Nick?
We got an update. Some damage on County Road 13 in Sumter County near Lumachee Creek. He says the tornado apparently sucked up a bunch of fish out of the creek and deposited them on the road. So that's pretty interesting.
That is interesting. Okay, we've got Centerville. Let's check it out. We got the Algo camera, and there it is. Again, we're looking off towards the direction of that intense thunderstorm. And you're going to see quite a bit of lightning out of this. I can imagine it is very noisy in Brent right now. Nick and Molly, I don't think I've ever seen a local storm report that fish were sucked out of a creek and deposited on the road. I don't think I've ever seen that one. That's a new one. Man, that is interesting. So we did have a tornado touchdown on County Road 13 in Sumter County. Or we think so anyway. I mean, if there's fish that are sucked out of a pond, it probably was a tornado. And by the way, my kids were watching Sharknado yesterday. I said, well, what are y'all doing? Why are y'all watching this mess? So it made me think of that, a tornado that's, sucking sharks up. That's, or I guess technically a water spout. So, yeah, you never know, man. TV these days or something else. All right, so we've got, again, a potential tornado that's still down here in Bibb County, and this is on the southern end of the county where this is right here. It's tracking northeast. There's a wind surge out here that could have some pretty powerful winds come through Okmulgee. That's Sand Mountain and Randolph on Highway 139, and we do have that possibility there could be a tornado with that particular thunderstorm. that's moving this direction. So just a heads up for southeastern Bibb County, really from Briarfield down to Oakley to Randolph to Sand Mountain, anywhere up and down Highway 139 that comes out of Shelby County, out of Montevallo, that goes into northern Chilton, or excuse me, western Chilton County at Maplesville. We need you in shelter. Let's see. Zoom out just a bit here and see. I know the Weather Service mentioning a cell in Coosa County, which that's outside of our TV market, but that is, see what they're talking about just out of curiosity. And then we're going to do a wide view of everybody out there. So here is Coosa County, and that's a little interesting cell they're talking about, north of Hanover. Again, got some inbound winds, but nothing that's tornadic at the moment. So let's go back over to radar, and let's take you out to a wide view. And let's just show everybody out there across West Alabama and Central Alabama. So let me go out to our home view. And again, things are wrapping up for West Alabama. This event is just about over for West Alabama. We've had a pretty tough blow with some tornadoes passed across the state today. It has been a rough day for some of us. Fortunately, not everybody having damage. And if you haven't had damage where you are, I'd just be thankful that you didn't have problems, because some people did. We know some people that's had quite a bit of structural damage. Some people have lost their homes, some roof damage. And quite a few trees have come down with apparent tornado paths across parts of Alabama. It is 7:42, and again, I'm Richard Scott here. We've got Nick Temple and Molly Starr, who is in the studio with us. And this event is just about to wrap up. I see we have been on with this last tornado warning for almost 7 hours for this last time we went on. So we've been on for about 7 hours straight, which is a long time. We've been on longer before, but not very often, thankfully. Check something real quick. Again, I'm still getting videos and pictures in.
I'm getting a lot of reports from Gordo on Twitter. I'm going to try to share these with you, but a lot of trees down especially and things like that.
Yeah, if you want to, and I tell you, Molly, if you see some too, if you want to just tag me on Twitter, and I'll go through and I'll be able to put them on air. I
just direct messaged you a...
Okay, that's fine.
If we can put that up there just to show the... Because that is crazy.
Yeah, let me, I'm going to pull that up right now. So this is the tornado that came through Gordo. Yep. All right, Darius, whenever you're ready, I'm ready if you want to punch that up. This is the weather iPad. And you should be able to see it. Yeah, that's the tornado that came through Gordo. And, man, that thing was powerful and did a lot of damage. So, again, that's what it looked like in front of the rain. We didn't really get a good view of this thing because the fact that it was mostly rain-wrapped. So the camera views we had were just kind of outside of that. So, again, that was the tornado that went through Gordo earlier today and damaged some personal friends of ours' home, but they were okay. Their kids were okay, so that's what's important. So tell you what, let's go back over to radar and show you. And I tell you what, if you want to tweet me, oh, I'm sorry, Nick, that was the Taylorsville tornado, I believe. So hold on one second. The second one? That was one in East Mississippi. I was showing the wrong one. So hang on one second. Let me get this from you. This is let me pull it up. So we're ready. This is from Brett Adair And I believe this was from his, he took a picture, I assume, of this thing. So we can take it whenever you want to. Darius, I'm ready whenever you are. You want to take the, there we go. This is the tornado that went through Gordo. And man, this thing was gigantic. And of course, part of that is the rain that's wrapping around the mesocyclone. But there's a big, nasty tornado inside that that went through Brent just earlier. And I believe this is is that the Brent one? I'm sorry, the Gordo one. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, this is from again Brett Adair, who had that. So all right, let's go back over to radar, and we are just about to wrap this event up for West Alabama. I do see they issued a tornado warning for Shelby County. It looks like we got a tornado that's maybe touching down here in East Bibb County. Yeah, wow, that spun up quick. So let's go down to that because Bibb County is still in our market. So looks like we may have had a quick tornado touchdown, or could potentially still be down. All right, I don't see it on here, but I know it's going to pop up here in just a moment. We'll put on the velocity couplet. Look at that. That is a really tight little signature that's popped up. So again, this is to the southeast of Brent, Centerville. This is Cross Highway 82 in Bibb County. And again, this is going to move into portions of Shelby County, Montevallo, Alabaster, and Calera. You're going to be impacted directly by this tornado. So again, clearly a tornado has touched down there, or is in the process of doing so. We're very close to the radar site. So we're sampling winds that are near ground level. So that is it right there. And again, this is coming up on Bibb Mill. We got Oakley and Randolph, Highway 139. We need you in shelter now because we think there's a tornado down with that storm. In fact, the National Weather Service, I believe they're calling this an observed tornado. Is that right? What did you say? They what did they do with that warning?
Oh, they said considerable.
Considerable. So yeah, we clearly got a tornado down. This happened quick. I mean, that was really fast. I mean, this thing was not impressive at all. And then all of a sudden it spun up. So that is a confirmed tornado that's just outside of Randolph, coming up towards Bibb Mill. That's Highway 139. So we need you in shelter right now. And again, that's the lowest floor of your home, away from windows, and as many walls between you and the outside as possible, as this is an awful tornado signature. We don't have the debris pop up yet, but I can tell you now with that signature, we're going to have debris being lofted. So there's no doubt about that. So we'll see a debris signature pop up somewhere very close to Shady Grove Road right here. And then again, that's Highway 139 that runs through Bibb Mill from Oakley down to Randolph. So I think the tornado is somewhere right in here on Shady Grove Road. It's east of Deer Creek Road now, and it's to the east of Trio for that. Hey, we got a new watch update. What is the latest on that, Nick?
They continued the tornado warning for Bibb County until 8:30, even though that's really on the cusp of Bibb County and moving out of there. But watch-wise, they've expired the tornado watch for most of West Alabama, so that's good news for us.
Yeah, that's really good news.
Yeah.
So we'll show you that watch warning map here in just a moment. Again, this event is coming to an end for our West Alabama counties. They're going to continue some problems for our East Alabama friends. So, you know, if you got friends and family in that area, just let them know, hey, they still got some rough weather to deal with. And I believe that was just a standard tornado watch. It's not a PDS tornado watch, if I'm not mistaken. So, all right, so there's our tornado in eastern Bibb County. It's coming across Shady Grove Road now. We've got Bibb Mill that's right here on 139. Plier Road right there. That's Langston Loop. And again, this is kind of this general vicinity where we've got a tornado down. And this is just about to move out of Bibb County and into portions of western Shelby County. This could be pretty close to Montevallo. And we're going to see if we get a new update here. Yeah, it looks like this thing's moving more towards Montevallo. But, you know, based off of the trends of these things, it's probably not going to be down very long. But we want you to be in shelter. Even in southern Shelby counties, this thing does march your way. So again, Bibb County, that's where we're under the gun now for a confirmed tornado. And again, we're waiting on the debris signature pop up. It ought to pop up any second. I know there's one down. But again, Thomas Mill Road right there, Shady Grove Road. This thing's going to continue moving off towards the northeast. So if you are in Oakley area, if you are in Bibb Mill, we need you in shelter for this likely tornado that is down, that's tracking off towards the northeast. And I did see they did issue a tornado warning for East Alabama for Clay and Talladega and Cleburne counties. I don't know if you saw that or not, for that little circulation that's popped up over there in East Alabama. So let me go out to a wide view. Again, we got a tornado that is down, by the way, that's in eastern Bibb County. Show you that. And it looks like it may be in the process of weakening, very close to Oakley now. But again, we still need you in shelter in Oakley. There's a Briarfield at the top of your screen, and then next up will be Montevallo in Shelby County. You'll be in the path of this potential tornado. You've also got Wilton and Maline. You've got a Calera as well. And again, okay, I see. So the National Weather Service office in Birmingham has taken cover for the fact that there is a potential tornado approaching them. So the National Weather Service in Peachtree City has taken over for BMX, and they are the ones that have issued the tornado warning for Clay, Talladega, Cleburne, and Calhoun County. So just that's kind of how that worked. National Weather Service had to take shelter because this thing was heading right for them. So let's show everybody out there. That's that other circulation right on the Clay and Talladega County line. So for West Alabama, this thing is coming to an end. And again, we still got some rain and thunder south of Demopolis, but again, just some rain and thunder for portions of Walker County, Winston County. And again, that's about it. This thing is coming to an end for that area. So if you are in West Alabama, we put on the watch warning map, and let's just show you who's now out of the tornado watch. And you see that Sumter, Greene, Hale, Tuscaloosa, Walker, Winston, Marion, Fayette, Lamar, and Pickens County, you're no longer under a tornado watch. So the only counties in our area still under the watch are technically Marengo, and then Perry and Bibb. And again, I'll tell you this with confidence, that that Marengo County is in all clear now. So again, if you're in Marengo County, I think you guys are okay. So again, still got this dangerous storm that's coming out of Bibb County. So we're just about giving all clear for Bibb County. This is almost out of the county now. So again, we've got still the tornado issues happening in East Alabama, but for our West Alabama counties, this event is about to come to an end. So I know for people that are still with us on Facebook Live, hope you're having a safe Saturday night so far. Again, it's nighttime, 7:54. So let me show you this wide view on radar, and we expect no additional issues for Hale County. I would even say Marengo County is all clear, Sumter, Greene, Tuscaloosa County, Fayette County, Walker, Winston, Marion, Lamar, and again, Pickens County. I can give an all clear. There are no problems in your area. I do not expect a risk of tornadoes, as this event is coming to an end in that part of Alabama. And I see a lot of people that are, commenting they're getting a watch update. So again, technically Marengo County, Perry, and Bibb County has been reissued under this tornado watch. But again, I can tell you with confidence this event is coming to an end for those areas. So if you are, let me show you this one more time. So again, the brand new watch was issued for Marengo, Choctaw, South, and East. But Nick, I don't see anything behind this that would be threatening to you. I mean, this should be it for this event.
Yeah, even into East Mississippi, there's really nothing, and the only storm of concern really is down in Mobile, and it's way to the south. So I think that we're good behind those storms there. It's quickly improving behind that line.
Yeah, again, there's just nothing back here behind them. You see Mississippi is quickly drying out. So again, we still have an intense thunderstorm in South Marengo County that's going to move into portions of Dallas. But again, this down here in Choctaw County, I don't see anything that looks suspicious with that. So again, I think you guys are going to be okay. Yeah, there's going to be some rain and lightning and thunder, but in terms of a tornado issue, I don't see that quite happening. So I tell you what, let's go back to Birmingham's radar. And again, this event is quickly wrapping up for West Alabama. For Bibb County, if you are right on the county line of Shelby and Chilton County, you know, what's left of that tornadic signature is crossing over into northern Chilton County in southern Shelby County. So let's look at the velocity product with this. And again, what's left of the rotation is almost totally out of Bibb County, moving into Chilton and portions of Shelby County too. So just a heads up, that's where that is right now. So I tell you what, Darius, here in just a moment, we're going to go back over to program. We've been here for a long time. We've been on air for 7 straight hours now. We've been on. We did Facebook Live updates. We've had other warnings, so we've been on quite a bit today. And again, this event for West Alabama is coming to an end. And again, for Central and East Alabama, that I-65 corridor and east, you'll continue to deal with this threat of severe weather for the next couple of hours. And then even then, your threat should be coming to an end. So again, let's just kind of look at these storms. And I tell you what, Darius, if you want to wait till the top of the hour and just have Westar call us in or count us out into the 8 o'clock program, that'll be good. So if you guys just want to do that, and we'll end our live coverage at that point on TV. So again, for Marengo County, the rough weather's moving out. We still got some rain and thunder for the eastern half of the county, the southern part of the county, but nothing that is remotely approaching severe criteria. For northern portions of Perry County, got some rain and thunder that's impacting areas like Heiberger, Marion, and Sprott. The tornadic storm is okay. That's fine. Just tell them to count me in or count us out whenever they are ready to go to the next program. Okay, so again, what's left of this tornadic thunderstorm that's moving into portions of Shelby County and northern Chilton County. And I will say this, quite frankly, places like Alabaster, I don't know if there's really a threat for a tornado for you in that part of Shelby County. It looks like the core tornado threat is going to kind of hug the county line close to Calera. And by the way, Calera is at the National Weather Service office, so that's where their office is located. So that's them. Then to the south, we've got, again, some rough weather that's impacting Chilton County. And that's it. Again, to the west, we got no problems for Tuscaloosa County. Pickens County, again, had some really hard-hit areas tonight and today. Look at the report so far. And again, for our area, let me zoom out. We've had tornado touchdown that was over on the Tierce Patton Road area. That was a tornado, I believe, the touchdown. We had the tornado touchdown on the Tuscaloosa and Pickens County line had a significant tornado touchdown in Gordo. That was on the ground for a while. And then to the south, we have had some damage. Okay. All right. So, hey, for TV viewers, we're going to send it back to program right now. All right, for Facebook Live and the website stream, y'all hang out with us just for a moment. It's 8 o'clock, so we wanted to go ahead and send back to program so they can go into their 8 o'clock program. We've had what we think is tornado damage not too far from Livingston. We think this was tornado damage in southeastern portions of Hale County that went through New Bern. We've had tornado damage that's gone through the far western, far eastern part of Pickens County. We've had tornado damage in Gordo. Tornado damage up here in on the Tears-Patton Road area between Highway 69 and Highway 43. We've also had some tornado damage that, and again, these icons are going to change to tornado when the National Weather Service confirms them. We had a confirmed tornado just outside of Summerton, also that tornado damage there as well. So we've had several tornadoes, and this map will likely fill out just a bit as the National Weather Service does continue to look at the damage. So again, for us, the severe weather issues are going to continue in East Alabama for the next several hours. Again, at WVUA, our focus is on West Alabama. This is our home. This is our area. We focus on folks over in West Alabama. So just a heads up, I think this has come to an end for West Alabama. So, tell you what, Nick, I'm going to go to you one more time. And Nick, if you want to just kind of pass along what has happened, and we'll just kind of end our coverage here.
So just reiterating, West Alabama is definitely in the clear right now. We're still going to see some thunderstorms and maybe some rain as it continues through to pass, but it's going to quickly improve as we go into Sunday. And the good news is Sunday looks to be great weather around here. It's going to be a little bit cooler than it was today and a little bit drier, so that'll be good news for us. But as of right now, maybe some thunderstorms lingering in Marengo and Linden, but those seem to be improving very quickly as well. So things are looking upward for West Alabama at the moment.
All right, so again, for everybody that has spent a long time with us today, I appreciate all of the reports. We're going to compile all of the damage and reports we've had so far and get that information to you. Let me take it over to radar one more time. And again, we think this risk is coming to an end for West Alabama. We'll continue to watch trends carefully, but we do think this is pretty much it for us. But for our friends over in East Alabama, we just keep in mind you guys still have some problems going on for the next several hours. So again, Richard Scott here. We've got Nick Tipple, and also we've got Molly Starr in the studio with us. We're going to have our 10 o'clock news coming up here in 2 hours, so join us live at 10, and we'll break down kind of what all has happened with this event so far tonight. So we'll see you guys coming up in about 2 hours.